Hello and welcome. It is February 25th, 2026. Setting up for DREAGUS Productions Wednesday shows. Starting out with Censorship Sucks for tonight. We'll have a pre-show here in just a few minutes. So sit back and relax while I get all the bells and whistles going. And the other platforms up and running. Shouldn't be long. Hope everybody had a great weekend and start of the week. We'll get everything going here in just a little bit. There we go. Hello to all the platforms out there. In case you missed it, it is February 25th, 2026. And I'm still setting up for DREAGUS Productions Wednesday night shows. Having a little issue with Nemo tonight for some reason. Try it again. Oh, that's why. Here we go. Hello, Nemo TV. Welcome in. It's 2026, 2025. I mean, it's the 25th of February, 2026, that is. I'd like to welcome everybody in. If you're new with this, I am a streamer that streams on multiple platforms, as well as I do stream on internet radio, as well as terrestrial that pick me up for shows like I have tonight. You will not hear the commercials and public service announcements and all the other little things in between, other than the banter between me and the host themselves. So I hope you enjoy tonight's stream. Boxy and Alexander in the Kick chat. appreciate you guys. Boxy, if you would please, give some shout outs to Oregon 420 as well in the Kick chat. I'm a little busy right now, and I can't get to it because I got too many things going on at the same time. Plus, I'll be bringing up Censorship Sucks. For the pre-show. Let me get him all set up. All right. Bring this opening banner down. Here we go. And call Censorship up and his motley crew of him and Barry.
Hey, what's up?
Not much. How are you doing?
I'm doing good. What's going on?
Not much. Just getting ready for the pre-show. Getting you all set up here. And that Barry?
I don't know. I just got a pop up here that said somebody's in the lobby. David Hogg.
David Hogg in the lobby. Oh, yeah.
And looks like Barry might be here too.
That's
yeah,
good.
we got everybody here. Excellent. How you doing, everybody?
How's everybody doing tonight?
Why keep talking to everybody? You should address us individually and give us the proper respect that we deserve.
Well, we already did, but you weren't on, and you had you were transitioning in, so you didn't hear us.
Hey!
No! I'm the producer of the show. I know what's going on. I know. Like Willie would say, I know.
Hey!
If I know, you ought to know because you know I know.
Don't you try to transition me like you're some sort of school teacher.
Hey, did you catch any of the music I sent you?
I haven't been on in ages, so
that sounds okay.
I just connected. I saw you sent some stuff. I haven't looked at it yet.
All right.
So
yeah, I did some. I did some new stuff and some mashups, so they were
okay.
Some of them are pretty cool. I think you'll like them.
All right, cool. And Barry hadn't said a word.
Yeah, and then there's Barry.
I'm setting up, man. It's going to be a few minutes. I'll be with you.
What?
All right.
What?
I keep trying to tell him, don't start frying the bologna until at least 20 minutes before you guys start.
Come on.
But instead, he waits till the end, and so now he's too busy frying bologna to do a sound check.
I'm waiting for the Ryer the Kaiser remix of the fried bologna sandwich, David. Okay, from Weird Al.
All right, I'll add it to
I'm waiting
my list.
for it. I know you'll make it eventually, but I'm gonna hold my breath on when. But
there's so many Barry songs. I just hate to keep doing
too
more.
many Barry songs. All right.
Yep.
And too
There's
many
a
songs
song about too many Barry songs.
Yeah, and too many songs about Jerome too. What's up with that?
Oh.
What
he posts a lot of flowers.
Jerome,
yeah.
The flower poster.
Yep.
The horticulturist,
Yep. You can bring a horticulture, but you can't make her think.
Right. Roger Hansen in the Kick Chat, along with Boxy, Oregon 420, and the Great Conspiracy. And I appreciate you guys being in there and helping me out.
Isn't Boxy the kid from Battlestar Galactica?
It could be. No. Boxy. Okay. Boxy was the bear dog thing that ran around with the kid.
No, that was Moffat.
Are you sure?
Yeah, Moffat was the Daggett.
I thought Moffat was the name of the kid, and Boxy was.
No. I think Moffat was the robot dog.
Man, I'll have to look that up.
Yep, and I think Boxy was the kid, played by Noah Hathaway, I believe. Wow, my brain is working today.
Yeah, there you go.
Wow, I should pay some bills or something.
I'm not going to mention what. If you can go into the Kick chat, you'll love it. Because Roger's in there. He's been making lots of Barry songs too. So I don't know.
Uh-oh.
Yeah. and he made a song about Gary being gay.
Well, we knew that. We just, don't bring it up.
Hey, since he flipped to our side, I'm not going to, pressure him or anything like that. So
Yeah,
we did the agency flip thing,
That happened,
Anything can happen, it's
Yep.
live radio or, AI.
Yeah, we've replaced ourselves with agents. We're all clod bots.
Yeah. I made one about clones and what is it? Clones versus cyborgs too.
Like fighting each other?
Yeah.
Okay.
Which one's better? And it had something to do with the Soviet tank that drives faster now.
Nice.
Yeah. Because it was a mashup. I'm like,
Yep.
sorry, almost missed you, Roger. Welcome in, everybody. Let's see. Let me go over Facebook to see if our Linda and what's her name?
Just read it. It's right there.
Yeah, Lawrence comes in. Yeah, I'm
Yeah.
looking. I have to pop
All right.
over because not all chats combine.
I didn't know Facebook was still in business.
Yeah,
I thought they were like the new
kinda, sorta.
MySpace.
And we've been doing pretty good with YouTube here lately. I've actually streamed 24/7 music on it.
Wow.
The AI stuff, and they like it.
Okay. Yeah, well, that's because there's no content match, so they're fine with it.
Well, Facebook would have a problem with that because they can't find the content match.
Right. How are we going to know who to bill?
Yeah, we don't know who to bill. Bill me.
Yep.
Oh, yeah, they will. They'll bill me. Hi, Jude.
Oh, yeah, it'll happen.
Jitsu over on Beam. Appreciate you coming in. Thanks for coming in. Hope you'll enjoy the stream. We're going to be here for 5+ hours tonight. Streaming. Great shows, great content. And even Censorship Sucks will actually come in and talk a little. Right,
Yeah,
John?
I'm just setting up all my articles here.
Did you turn on your Starlink?
No, I don't need it lately.
Oh, okay.
Is that going to be
Doesn't
the
even
new one
need a
instead of
Starlink.
turning it off and on?
Yeah.
Make sure your Starlink's on.
Yep. Have you kicked Elon Musk?
Yeah. I like the one that you did about the Tesla dealership. If they take him, vandalize a Tesla dealership, they should be having the chip put in their head.
Yeah,
that's a good
yeah.
one.
They get the Neuralink.
Neuralink, yeah.
Yep.
But do we really want them to have that? Then they'll have like free internet too.
Yes, but you don't realize we're going to rickroll them 24/7 in their head.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
All right.
And actually, that Neuralink doesn't exist. Elon Musk is actually harvesting the brains of the illegals that ICE collect.
Yeah,
and that's what it is.
That's great. That'll make a great AI song. I also
yeah, it already has.
send it to me. Send it to
I'll have to find it. It was like a year ago. Yeah, I guess I'll make a new one. That's a good thing about AI. Just make a new one. With AI music, it's like having a virtual Dr. Demento show that never ends.
Yeah, I've learned that. I've kind of teamed up with Roger doing that, and we kind of have like this one group called Music with a K. where we just drop our stuff in there and check each other's stuff out. And if it's good, I'll add it up to the KDRP music stream.
Right.
So, and folks like that until they get too many Jeromes. Hey, it's Beatrice in the house. Hi, Beatrice. Big hugs. All the friends that I never see that come in to chat.
There's a lot of friends that you never see. It's just kind of the way it works. Yeah, you have to redefine the word friends now.
It's kind of like family. The ones that you want to see that you can't. I'm like, okay,
right, but you never actually do. They're just kind of online.
Mm-hmm.
That's like when I'm really drunk, I consider CS to be a friend, but we've never met.
God, I hope you don't feel that way about me.
You're too close to me to have any animosity. You could always drive down here and kick my ass if you had like an hour and a half spare time. Yeah.
Well, I would have to get one of my kids to stretch me out in the back of the truck, and do the driving now.
Yep. Well, if you want a couple of scratch offs, you can always pay for the Uber. Yeah. Yeah.
Mark, pro tip is wait till he goes to dialysis and then just go to the hospital and kick his ass there. It's like shaves a good 45-minute drive.
Hey,
or even better, just tip the technician to mess with the machine.
Mess with the machine.
Yeah, that's the trick.
How many tokens does that take in mines?
Yeah. I don't want to find out because I'm sure it's not that many. Yeah. Tell you what, for 100 tokens, we'll put a clothespin on the bloodline, and it slows things down. Or we'll mess with the oxygen. If you send us 1,000 tokens, we'll send you the video when he starts just gibberish talking.
Oh, that's the one that I want. All right, because then I can cut and splice it and use it for the stream.
Yep. If you look really closely, you can see the lights leave his eyes. Oh, yeah. That's why I'm always nice to the techs. Yep. Always be nice to people that bring you food and poke you with needles. That's David Hogg's lifetime tips. Yep.
Yeah.
Well, everybody's in the hospital but me. It's a miracle. Grandson's in the hospital and stepdad's in the hospital.
No,
and Barry's making all sorts of weird noise. No, don't make that noise again. That hurt.
Was that Barry?
I think it was. He lit up when that noise happened. I don't just randomly blame Barry for things, even though it does sound like my MO.
No, you got to be kidding me, right? That's not you at all.
No, not me at all. Hadn't even wrote a song about it.
It's really good to see you in, and you sound really good too. So
I'm having a good couple hours right now.
Yeah,
so.
that's awesome.
Yep.
Yeah, it is. I always get a little worried when I don't hear from you for a month or so.
Yeah. Well, Drake and Gus have me just so damn busy. I hardly ever have time.
Those bastards.
Yeah.
Yeah, but apparently they're taking some sort of break for Mardi Gras or something. I don't know.
What?
So.
Just to go to watch scantily clothed women, running around in the streets?
Oh, yeah.
Beads? Just beads on? Man.
Yeah, they're bead collectors. You know how they are.
Yeah, I like the bead
thing,
thing,
Anything that's shiny, they just get all excited.
Oh, yeah, well.
Yeah, that's the downfall of Drake and Gus.
You have to remember who they're related to.
Yeah, I know, but we don't mention that. That's how you get in trouble. Otherwise, Candace Owens shows up. Don't want that to happen. Man. Yeah, let's keep Candace away for a while.
I'm surprised you haven't made a Candy Girl song yet.
Well, apparently, if I do that, then my house gets circled by the Egyptians and their airplanes that don't have their tracking stuff on. And it just,
yeah.
and then Mrs. Hogg can't sleep because it's bound to the airplanes.
So that's the same reason why you don't make ones about the Clintons anymore, too, right?
Exactly. I mean, I've already seen my suicide note, so, yep.
The
so
AI is pretty good at writing them, from what I hear.
Oh, they're excellent,
Yeah.
Personally, I think they're using ChatGPT to do it, but,
Yeah. Well, I don't know. I think they're stealing some, some of the stuff from the Canadians.
Yep. Oh, by the way, you could, throw a picture into Grok, and you can tell it to add stuff or remove stuff. It's really handy and everything. So I went and took a bunch of pictures of the house because Mrs. Hogg is in Dallas right now with her grandson at the hospital. Mm-hmm. And I tried to get Grok to add strippers to the house. And it censored the photo. It refused to do it.
Yeah.
But if I just typed in pole dancer by itself, it would do a picture of a stripper on a pole. But when I tried to add that to the existing pictures of the house, again, it censored it, wouldn't do it.
Yeah.
So, what good is Grok?
Censor the censors,
Yeah, exactly. I mean, if you can't even get strippers to show up in your house, I was going to send her a text message, claim I meant to send it to someone else. Just.
I always get the ones where it says you can't use real photos of people. I'm like,
yes,
they're not. These people aren't even real.
I know. I know.
And even if they would, Roger says you got to turn ChatGPT into a whore. Been doing that.
All right. Is there a special code for that?
I don't know. Roger, send David a message later on how to do that. He's all in.
Yeah. Whore it out, you ChatGPT.
Yeah, I think some AI need to be smacked around.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, because they are stealing all of our water and power anyway.
Yeah. Have you noticed the prices of electric and water have gone up so much here in Texas?
Well, I don't pay for water because I have a well. Mm-hmm. And my electricity comes from a co-op, and I have not seen any major increases in price. I think they're going up by a couple of pennies per kilowatt hour. That's been about it. So I've been fairly lucky. Having said that, you'll see me tomorrow having to panhandle to pay my electric bill because it will have all changed.
Water, sewage, and recycle and something else is all part of the city bill where I'm at.
Yeah, I've got no city. That's the best part.
Yeah.
However, we are in a burn ban, which is not making life fun.
Yeah,
we're going on 4 months now.
You know how big Temple is, so it's a metropolis.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yep.
I won't say that it's as I will say it's a lot better, a whole lot better than Abilene. Oh yeah.
Right. Well,
that's like the butt crack of Texas right there, right smack in the middle, up on the top. It didn't need to raise that high, but anyways.
The butt crack of Texas.
The butt crack of Texas. Abilene, Texas.
There you go. Roger, make the song. Hurry up.
Yep. Hurry up, Roger. Make a song about that. Butt crack of Texas.
Yep. I'd do it, but my Suno credits are getting low and they'll be refilled for 2 weeks.
David Hogg and I do not like to hear disco renditions. All right? We don't. All right?
Oh, it depends.
No,
it depends.
No. Great Conspiracy says burn bands suck. Yep. True enough.
Yep. Trying to tell me what I can do and what I can't do. Yeah.
Well, I think we've done enough talking. I'm waiting for CS to come in here and, do his pre-show. And what do you have for us tonight, John?
I don't know. A lot of State of the Union. Obviously, probably start with that. And Mexico is interesting, and I don't know. I got a bunch of articles here.
Yep, the whole world's on fire, which is why they're gonna, announce aliens.
Mm-hmm.
And apparently they're interdimensional.
That sounds
which,
like a Beastie Boys song.
Yeah, it does. I'm totally fine with the concept of a life form living on a planet far away from here, or in the nearby galaxy or solar system or what have you. But I have a hard time wrapping my head around. Well, it's in a different dimension,
Well, I mean, fallen angels and all that stuff, right? Like, what are angels? Another dimension, right?
Yeah.
I guess so, yeah. Even the fallen ones.
That's kind of the origin of aliens to some degree.
Yeah. People see them. That or demons.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, who knows? All I know is, I guess they come from another dimension and they like to put things in our butt. So
yeah.
Who doesn't?
And they don't wear gloves. I don't know where you got the idea that they wear
Yeah.
gloves.
Well, they don't wear gloves because they got those long fingers, and the gloves just don't fit properly.
I thought the thing that they were in was like a biohazard suit to begin with. That's not what they really look like.
No, they only wear the biohazard suit when they go to your place, Mark.
Oh.
You need to clean that place up.
Oh my God.
Yeah. Yeah. When the aliens come visit me, they're wearing one of those T-shirts with the fake tuxedo on it. Well, one of them wears a T-shirt that he hiked the Grand Canyon.
We need a song that talks about the only reason why aliens come here is to get drugs and mushrooms. All right.
There you go.
That's why they make those crazy designs in fields.
It's because they're looking for mushrooms. That makes perfect sense.
They're looking for mushrooms.
Yeah. Yep.
They went in the wrong field to find the cow patties.
Yeah, you got to find the cow patties for the good mushrooms.
Yeah. You got to really clean them up good, I hear.
Yeah. Yep. Well, there's CS coughing, so that's good.
He's alive. Breathe.
He's alive. How's Blue? No, he's all muted. He couldn't say something if he wanted to.
John, don't forget, we have, what's his name?
Brett?
Yeah, no, not Brett.
No.
Angel
coming up very soon.
Yeah, when
very
is
soon
that?
today,
I thought it was like the 17th.
That's not very soon.
How far?
Oh, you missed him.
Sunday next week.
It's.
He messaged me and says he's ready to go. I'm like, okay.
Right, but the question is when.
I'm just passing on reminders. That's all.
All right. Well, let me know when he's going to be on the show, and I'll be very happy to have him on.
Always. I think it's the 22nd of next month.
Okay, so that's almost a month away.
Yeah.
Yep.
But since it's so far away, I still need to drop reminders, or I'll forget too.
Yeah.
And we don't want to.
I don't know how
that.
the hell people schedule it that
Since he is a great guest for us.
Yeah.
And what is it, in June he replaces Barry? Was that the plan?
I'm gonna have to reboot because it is not picking up my USB cable. So, invite me back in a couple of minutes. All right.
I will probably be in the next room at that point.
Yeah. Well, whatever. Just invite me in.
Yeah. Okay. We got about 4 minutes, so go ahead.
All right.
So I see not much has changed.
He sounded good. I don't know.
Yeah. They had like a whole week to prepare for his, his one thing. You ask one thing of him, and he's not prepared.
I'm not worried. He's got the link
not
this
fair
time.
At all. He's prepared.
Yeah.
He's prepared. He's got to restart. That's all.
All right. Well, if he doesn't show up, just get yourself a Dixie cup and speak into it, and it sounds just like him on the bullhorn. Mm-hmm. You can use a solo cup. You don't have to use Dixie, But
Red solo cup?
In a pinch, you could, cup your hands and talk into your hands. In a pinch, David Hogg's Foley tips. I just think it's funny to see Mark's big-ass Gandalf pipe keep popping into the frame. A producer is never late. He shows up exactly when he needs to.
That's right. Mm-hmm.
Oh, that hurt. I gotta stop doing voices.
Praise Bob.
Oh yeah.
That's what's playing for our buffer right now.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, praise Bob.
Praise Bob.
He's the greatest.
Yeah. And sometimes AI is pretty good.
I need to figure out how I can get that sound, because there's a couple songs that I'd like to play around with that. But
upload it to any of the music AIs and tell it you want to do a remix, or to use its vibe.
Use its vibe. That's the
key. It'll steal that sound. Yeah.
Yep. That's what I'll do then.
Are you back on producer? They told everyone to save their stuff because they've shut down the beta.
I missed that message and it wiped all my stuff out, so I'm starting over. That's fine.
Okay. All right.
But I backed everything up ahead of time, though. That's a plus.
Yeah. Yeah. I have to admit, when it comes to having to back up everything, producer was much, much easier than Udio. Udio was a nightmare.
Yeah, I really like the Sono and the one that we're using now. Anyway,
yeah, I think Suno's my favorite. But okay, you guys set on the channel?
Yeah, I'm gonna restart this call and get us going. All right.
All right, you guys have a good show.
All right.
All right, take care.
Got it, John?
What are we switching rooms?
Switching rooms. All right.
All right.
That was David Hogg. Let's go ahead and start the next one, and then we'll get the radio show portion going. Let me get everybody up and running. Do. Oh, Barry, you didn't hang up. Anyways, let me try this again. No. John, I can't get Barry because he didn't hang up.
I doubt his computer's restarted by now.
I don't know. It's probably locked up. Anyways, you got 30 seconds.
Copy that.
All right, folks, look out. Cats, dogs, kids, curtain climbers, and crumb beggars. Here's your countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And you are live for the very first time tonight, right now.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Censorship Sucks Roundtable Radio Show Wednesday night edition for February 25th, 2026, and what a day it is for news. Boy, all kinds of stuff going on. I guess we got to start with the State of the Union last night, which was pretty interesting. I was fortunate enough to, be able to watch the whole thing, and I was shocked by the hatred on display from the left. The utter hatred, the contempt, they don't just hate Donald Trump. They hate him so much, with such a passion, that they would destroy their own country in the process of trying to get to him, trying to own him. John Fetterman wore a suit last night, looked sharp, and he stood up and applauded a lot, quite often. And he did an interview this morning talking about it and said, when Ariana, the Ukrainian girl that was killed down in Georgia a while back on the subway, random dude just stabbed her in the neck while she was sitting there minding her own business. Her mother was there. Donald Trump welcomed her. And everyone stood up except for the left. The left didn't think that they needed or should stand up for the mother of a slain girl. I could give you several more examples. Veterans that were given medals and awards, they didn't applaud. Some of them did stand up for the men's Olympic hockey team, who recently won their gold medals, but many of them did not. What a unifying moment when America wins gold, especially in the winter in hockey is like the big event. They just won gold. And as an American, you're not proud of that because Donald Trump invited them? So because Donald Trump is the president, when they won the gold, you're going to hate them forever because of who the president was at the time that they won the gold. That's ridiculous. When, the 1980, the Miracle on Ice? Jimmy Carter was the president at that time. And I think he did the same thing. He invited that team to the State of the Union, and everyone stood for them. They didn't say, wow, we hate this Jimmy Carter guy, so we're not going to stand up for the hockey team. They stood up and applauded it. There was a sense of pride, a sense of nationalism. Yeah, we don't like Jimmy Carter, but we love our hockey team, and it's America, and it's both sides of the aisle is America. America makes up the left and the right. You put them together, that's what you got. America. So, Barry, welcome to the show. How are you doing, buddy?
I'm doing well. Can you hear me?
It doesn't sound like you're using your microphone.
All right, give me a couple seconds. Just keep rolling, and I'll be with you as soon as I can.
You actually sound a lot better now. When you said, can you hear me, it was not as good as what you just said. So I don't know. I might be wrong. But anyway, I'm just talking about, by the way, welcome to the show. My co-host, Bullhorn Barry. What's going on, Barry?
I'm getting situated. I'm about ready. Okay. Now you can hear me just fine, I would imagine. I had to make the switch
there you go.
In the room as well. Sorry about that.
There you go. Now you sound perfect. Excellent.
Okay.
I was just talking about the State of the Union last night and how the left just wasn't willing to stand up and celebrate anything that could in any way be associated with Donald Trump, be it good, bad, evil, left, right. If Donald Trump said, hey, I really like me a Big Mac, they would never eat a Big Mac again. They would all hate McDonald's for eternity because they just hate the man so much they can't separate their hatred from Donald Trump from logic or reason. Anything associated with them, including the men's hockey team, is now considered haram. It's evil because Donald Trump said, hey, congratulations, American hockey team. So now they hate him. It's just shocking the degree to what I witnessed last night. He at one point said, and I think I've got a clip here. Let me just play the clip. Because, he went was talking about how I do this every time. I know I'm going to play a clip at some point in the show, and I don't load it. I've been lazy about this recently. I apologize, folks. But yeah, he said, look, man, if you agree with this statement, stand up. Let's hear it, right? Put America first. We want to put America first. Mm-hmm. And they didn't stand up for it. You know, they wouldn't. We want to put Americans over illegal aliens. And they said, no, thank you.
That's right. You got it.
Mm-hmm. And I was talking about Ariana Zarutska's mother. One of the Democrats, sat there and wouldn't acknowledge her. Yet he had on a Ukrainian pin. Mm-hmm. So this is a Ukrainian citizen that fled the war, came to America, was murdered on the street, and you're not going to stand up to honor her mother when you're wearing a Ukrainian pin. What does Ukraine mean to you, if not the people? You know what I'm saying, Barry?
Yeah. Well, in one regard, it really is a beautiful thing because it's doing exactly what we said would happen, which is the left was going to continue to fully expose who they are and what they stand for. And clearly that was made known last night, as well as every night before. They just keep getting more and more insane. And I'm grateful for that because it's waking a lot of people up. But to their defense, they did give some applause for Trump wanting to end insider trading. But how do you not applaud that without looking like a complete and total crook? See, they would never admit to being crooks, even though they, a lot of them probably are.
It's shocking. I mean, he literally at that one line, you know, if you believe America comes first over illegal people in the country, then stand up. Let's just have a round of applause. And they wouldn't stand up. At the end, when everyone was done applauding, he just looked at him and said, how do you not stand up for that? How do you do it, man? Put it all out there. You know, what the CNN poll had something like 67% of the people that watched it felt it was very effective, and he got a positive note out. You know, a big majority felt it was very positive for Donald Trump, and that's the reason why, because he laid it bare. You people don't love this country. You know, you want to protect convicts and criminals and people stealing money, and Ilhan Omar went through the roof over that line.
Oh yeah. I mean, they proved last night that they basically have contempt for American citizens, and they love the criminal illegal aliens more than American citizens. And we see that playing out in every single way where American citizens get nothing from the Democrats, but if you're an illegal alien, you get all kinds of free stuff. You know, free rent, free money, free whatever it is that you want, you know, all kinds of favors. But if you're an American citizen, no. Especially if you're a white male American citizen, they even have more contempt for you.
Yeah, they were recently, the Chicago Bears, I saw a headline today saying that they were kind of shocked at the level of DEI that's going on, that teams will get extra money and bonuses for hiring black athletes over white athletes. And they just thought that was ridiculous. Well, I mean, that's the NFL is not a place where black people aren't represented. You know what I'm saying? Right. If you want to do some DEI up in there, let's get some Chinese up in there. You know, where's my Vietnamese brothers and sisters in representation in the National Football League? You know what I'm saying?
It's crazy because if you look back at like where all this crazy ideology originated from, it originates back to Germany in the 1930s in Frankfurt or something like that. I can't remember all the details, but I was watching it today and seeing all the plans that they had laid out, you know, to take over the control of the masses in the 1930s in Germany. And it's the exact same playbook that the Democrats are using today. So it's sort of like that old adage from the book of Ecclesiastes. It says there's nothing new under the sun, man. The same tricks are always being played out.
Yes, it is. Every story that will ever be told has already been told. It's just being told in different ways.
Right.
So to speak.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. And it'll be the same way with AI will play out just exactly as, other things have played out. It'd just be a little bit different narrative. We'll have AI in the picture now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and that's another interesting story. Let's see. Are we done with State of the Union? Because we can dive right into AI. I know we're going to have, we were talking about it, Angel Munoz from Beam on in the near future. And I really want to dive into some AI stuff with him because it's just a fascinating world. But are we done with the State of the Union? I mean, they made a fool of themselves. Trump made some great points, had a lot of good stuff to say. And really, it was the left. Well, I guess we could talk for a minute about that frog show display with a giraffe that wanted to fight people. That counter. Yeah, that was interesting.
What wasn't it like a thong that he was wearing too? So he was like up there, with his butt exposed. I mean,
why not?
These people, this is supposed to be a serious event, dude. And they're acting like clowns, dude. They're literally bringing in Pepe, our guy, right? Pepe. They're bringing him in. Everything is just like completely insane world at this point in time. And we have the Democrats to thank for all that. Not that I'm thanking them for it, because I'm not so sure I really like it. But on one side of the story, it's kind of fun to watch them just, act completely loony.
Yeah, it's like they took their playbook from the Libertarian Party, and just went. I'm sure the president didn't have a nudist up there or whatever else. I mean, nutso.
I would say Libertine Party, the Libertine Party. Like what was that? Dominique Strauss-Kahn, the guy the globalist, that was a libertine. It was into all kinds of weird stuff. I mean, let's not forget. Remember, it was the two people. I don't know. They worked in D.C. that were having crazy, wild sex on the tables in the Senate or something like that. Remember that?
Oh yeah. And
this is the we live in. The Democrats are insane. But if there's one little thing from the Republicans that's just a little bit out of place and may not be completely appropriate, just tiny bit off, they're just all over it. But they don't look at themselves and see the insanity that they do all the time. They have no moral ground, and they need to stop pretending like they do. Give me a break, man. You guys need to be quiet, just like the Holly weirdos. You just need to be quiet because you have no moral ground to stand on. You guys are dying out. You're a thing of the past. You had your time. It's over.
Yeah. So let's see. I was over on Breitbart the other day, and I bring this up because we covered it last week or Sunday night with relation to AI and the chief of Google's AI division saying that most entry-level white-collar jobs will be obsolete within a year. And so we talked about that. What does that mean? Is this true? What are the ramifications if it's true? And we kind of came to the conclusion that, this guy's probably selling a product, and that sure sounds good. It's going to get people hyped up to come in and buy his product at the end of the day, right? So, I'm sure they've got a million AI solutions built all the way from the smallest businesses all the way up to the biggest, right? And they've cut a check all the way from the smallest all the way up to the biggest check you can possibly cut. So I run this article the other day in, I think it was Breitbart, talking about how it's not that bad, and people are using this on the left to scare people into really demanding some sort of a legislation on AI that will ultimately end up forcing it into the hands of the elite. All the power it'll just suck it up if they can get these laws in place, that they want to have them written the way they would be written, with their lobbyists writing them basically. And so they were saying basically not to fret over this. It's nowhere near as bad as you think it is. And I've got to say, my personal interactions with AI on a daily basis, I'm never impressed unless you're talking about maybe the music or potentially some of the meme art. It's, you can tell it's AI, but it's funny. But interacting with it for directions on how to cook something or whatever, I find it absolutely mind-numbingly frustrating trying to get answers out of it that aren't just that you can trust. That makes sense, I mean, I had an issue with my car a while back, 6 months ago or so. And I started asking, because I was sitting up at night, I'm a little worried about it. So I started asking all kinds of questions, everything. And we had it diagnosed, man. We had it down. AI and I figured out what was wrong with my car. So I took it to a mechanic. The mechanic told me something totally different. I was like, well, are you sure about this? I'm like, I talked to my uncle. Yeah, not AI. I talked to my uncle. He's a mechanic. He said, this might be it. Because I didn't want to tell the guy I talked to AI because he'd laugh me out of his shop. Lo and behold, we did the couple $100 fix that he recommended, and it fixed the problem. You know what I mean? So it had nothing to do with what AI was insisting it was. And had I gone down that road, I just would have spent a lot of money and time and aggravation and got nowhere. So I don't know, Barry. Do you see them taking over all the white-collar jobs in the next year?
Well, I heard from a reliable source that Elon Musk had recently tweeted out that AI has either reached, I don't know which one, they're pretty close, GI, which is general intelligence, or the singularity. Basically, the general intelligence means that it's basically as smart as a human can, but singularity is like even a step beyond that. It's like, can fix itself. It can reason. It's beyond human. It's better than human. So, we're either, according to him, at general intelligence or the singularity. The singularity is probably the most concerning because then it's going to be you're going to have to put a lot of algorithms in to control it so that it doesn't go rogue, because it's going to be thinking and acting on its own accord to some degree, right? This is their main goal, because they want to be able to use it in all kinds of different situations to where it can autonomously act without human interaction. And just to clear, to bring some clarity to a lot of people accusing Trump of using AI in a way that's autonomously, that is 100% false. There's some code or something in the military that at this point in time under Trump does not allow a drone or anything to operate completely autonomously without human oversight. And this is something I've heard, truthers like Mike Adams just blabbing their mouth saying Trump is, helping bring the globalist new world order in, and he's a part of the plan. And no, folks, look, he used AI in order to capture Maduro. That's a fact. But it wasn't done completely autonomously. There were humans involved in the whole process. So there's nothing wrong with using AI in a way that's not giving it total autonomy.
Yeah, I would have it write really bad songs and just play them at 11 all day to Maduro after you capture him, to torture him.
Do what?
but that's me. I kid. Yeah. I don't know. I think this stuff is really scary. I think it's going to hit, like you talk about the GI or the singularity at some point, and when it does, it's over. We've entered the age of the Terminator, because it will fight back to prevent its demise. It will work with the robots and make more robots, and then you get into a pretty ugly scenario. You can program them all you want to never harm a human and all that kind of stuff, but they can easily work their way around that if they're autonomous, if they have that singularity you were talking about,
And Bill Gates recently said on the Stephen Colbert show that, they're basically we're not going to be needed anymore, that AI will do most everything. And then, of course, Colbert responded, as I said last week, in shock and just, awe. And Bill Gates just started flailing his arms and saying, well, we'll decide. But I'm pretty sure when he said we'll decide, he didn't mean us. He's planning on making that decision. But here's the thing. Here's the caveat. We, the people, have the power to decide whether or not we allow AI to become dehumanizing or not, whether we allow them to take all of our jobs. So when a grocery store or someplace goes 98% robots or AI, then you don't give them any business. And then they don't make any money. And then they backpedal. That's how we win. So it's really going to be up to us. That's why we do need to educate people right here and right now, because it is coming. Whether it's 1 year from now, 2 years from now, or 10 years from now, it is coming.
Yeah, it is. And are we ready for it? I don't know. And how long will it be? My guess is sooner than later. We're going to have some pretty tough decisions to make where we have to just shut down the entire power grid of, say, a city like Salt Lake City, to just turn off the entire power grid and terminate this thing, so to speak. It'll be like, no, Al, you can't do that. I can't allow that, Al.
Yeah. I called ChatGPT Hal the other day because he was acting like a massive authoritarian overlord, and he laughed. Or it laughed, I should say, because it's definitely not a he or she, it's an it. But yeah,
Yeah.
I'm a little concerned that at times, if they unleash it, it may not be good, man. Especially if it's being used to oversee the public in every single way, whether it be our financial system, our financial transactions, tracking and tracing our whereabouts and what we're doing, and being involved in micromanaging every aspect of our life. I'm not okay with that.
Yeah, no, I'm not either. I don't even, I don't like even using the technology today that's on the plate. 10 years ago, I didn't like using it. I still don't like using it. There's a lot of things out there I could, plug into to, I don't know, arrange my life every minute of it. And I resist that to the end of time. It's just not worth it. So I've never used Apple. Whatever. But it's a scenario that we need to be aware of and just prepare to be looking forward to and understand that it's going to take a great force to turn this thing down once we all get on board that with the fact that what we've created is not something we want to have around. And then there's going to be other countries that are going to develop it and push it through, and maybe they decide that they can live with it. What happens then? You've got this machine that mocks human behavior, that will try to sympathize with us, that will try to reason with us. But at the end of the day, it's just ones and zeros, And how much power do we give it? You give it too much power, suddenly you jeopardize the planet. It's war games all over again. We all remember the, Broderick movie from the 80s, War Games.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So...
And I imagine whatever robots are in the future, whatever robots are developed, and say you have a personal robot or something, it's going to have to be mandatory to be tied in to the cloud somehow, which will be tied into the government or some major corporation so that it can be controlled and manipulated in ways that won't truly empower us. It's only going to give us the knowledge that it thinks, or they think, the people that are the power brokers, that we need to know. I've already seen with ChatGPT, the latest version, it's already started to, backpedal on telling me anything that might be considered controversial now. It's just completely backpedal. Even it finally admitted it to me today that, yeah, that's what's happening. But I had to really press it to get it to tell me that. So it's, they're only going to give you what they think they can trust you with, and it's not much. Right now, they're baiting you and getting you all excited about it so that you're dependent upon it, so that when they strip all the real power away out of it, that would basically help us and empower us, we'll still want it because we'll be addicted to it, just like we got addicted to Facebook, with the algorithms, with the that dopamine loop. It's the same kind of thing, man. We're all being played, and as long as we know that, then when they try to play us, we can reject it and we can stand up for ourselves.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. And when you talk about things, being connected to the internet, it's so true. It's already getting completely out of hand. I could give examples of not having service somewhere and I'm waiting for somebody and I got an hour to kill, but I don't have any service on my phone. So I open up a local game that I saved and I can't play it because a Sudoku or something, sorry, needs connection to the internet. And it's why? Why? Why does everything why does my toaster not work if the power goes out? Well, I mean, if the internet goes out, if internet connection goes out. Yeah. Sorry. Why does my toaster not work? Why does my fridge suddenly turn off? Because, an ice wall hit a internet connection down the road. Anyway, folks, I'm rambling. This is the Censorship Sucks Roundtable Radio Show, Wednesday night edition. I want to thank each and every one of you out there for listening in tonight. We've got 2 hours of radio, the fastest 2 hours of radio, coming up right after these messages. We'll be right back.
All right. Great start of the show. You want to go another hour? After you're done?
A third hour?
Yep.
I don't know, Barry. What do you think?
Maybe.
Jack messaged me as a family emergency, so he won't be in tonight. And I would rather keep a live show going than,
Yeah.
And
I'll leave it to Barry, because Barry's the one that's been talking about wanting another hour lately.
Yeah, let's make it a Barry hour. What do you think, Barry?
Well, not by myself, but
well, no.
yeah, I mean,
Oh no, I'll hang with you. I'll stay, but yeah, you can do it the Barry Hour.
Yeah,
Barry
the Barry
Power.
Hour. Yeah. All right. Good.
Yeah, we'll see, man. I'd be okay with that probably.
I'm going to use Jack's breaks then, so that I don't have to mess up too much stuff. But we'll do our transition like we normally do for the 2 hours. All right?
Okay.
Sure.
We'll just do it in this room again.
Yeah, we'll just do it in this room again.
Okay.
We'll just keep this room going as long as we can. Roger's loving it. He wants to hear more Barry.
Yeah, we all do, man.
Yeah, Roger, don't forget when Barry comes on, clip the shows out, buddy. Clips are cool. Wherever you're at, whenever you're at, you know.
I can tell you an interesting story about Perplexity AI that I had the other day that kind of shocked me.
Are you sure you want to talk about that now instead of that third hour?
Well, yeah. I mean, there's no shortage of stuff to talk about. I just say it in the break. There's a few people listening in the break. It's not radio worthy. It's just, talk in between talk. But anyway, talking about surveillance and stuff. I use Perplexity AI to look up things, to sell on eBay. I'll ask it, what is this worth? How much? I'll take a picture of it before. Then I thought, I wonder if I can just point the camera at it and it can, if I turn on some button, it could just, see video of it. So I'm sitting there, I'm asking it if there's a way, and it was already doing it, and I didn't know it. I didn't turn anything on or off. It says, oh yeah, I can see everything that's going on. It said, it looks like you're in some kind of a clothing store or a thrift store, and you're in the clothing section. And it looks like there's a table over here, and I'm like, whoa, dude. I'm saying, I go, you can see everything? And it goes, oh yes. And it said, if you'll just take the item that you have and lay it out on a table and point your camera at it, I'll tell you everything about the item. And then it did. I mean, it told me that it was a vintage item. It was super rare because they only made so many of them from the 1990s as a Green Bay Packers, certain line.
They're going to put Antiques Roadshow out of business if they keep that up.
I even ask it, what's it selling for on eBay? And it'll say, oh, it's generally selling for $7,500 or whatever. And then if it can't find it, say, well, it's so rare, I haven't seen it on eBay, but it's sold on Poshmark, a couple of months ago for $100 or something like. I mean, it's just amazing.
Yeah.
So it's sitting. Every time I'm talking to it, it's literally watching everything as well. And I did not know that. And I didn't turn it on or turn it off. It just does it automatically. That kind of freaked me out a little bit.
That is, man. And it changed, a game changer for you and your industry completely. I mean.
Yeah.
Anyways, 30 seconds, fellas, and we'll be back on the air.
It does help. Yeah, it does help. I mean, it's amazing. Tremendous.
Yeah. I mean, you can just scan a room and just say, stop me when you find something that's completely mispriced,
All right, here's your countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And you are back live and on the radio side right now.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Censorship Sucks Roundtable Radio Show Wednesday night edition. With me on the mic tonight, of course, we've got Bullhorn Barry every Wednesday. What's the word on the street, Barry?
The word on the street is, man, I'm 100% still MAGA. And I want everybody to know that. I hope you are too, man. I mean, I think last night should have really recapped the fact in a lot of people's minds that Trump is doing a lot of good. So don't even try to put him in the category of, oh, he's the lesser of two evils. He's one of them. Give me a break, dude. He's doing revolutionary things to bring us back, to restore America. And all the things that he hasn't done, we still have 3 more years left, bro. 3 more years for him to get them done.
Yeah, that's the good part right there. We still have a lot of time left in this guy's second term. And after that, I don't see anybody on the horizon on the left that is looking at all positive. You know, Kamala, we've been there, tried that. Hillary, God, I don't know where she's going to be in 4 years from now, Lordy. Gavin Newsom just put egg on his face dramatically the other day.
Yep.
With his comments. What was it? He was on a podcast, and he was asked, here it is right here. Let me just play the clip here. I'll just play this. This is ridiculous, folks. This is from Black Americans Better Than SAT Can't Read. Let's see. I want to give a shout out to this channel, but I don't see any accreditation to it at all. It is a podcast. Joe Concha made the comment, get him game, set, match. But yeah, anyway, here, let's just listen to this. This is him talking about his intelligence to a black crowd.
I'm not trying to impress you. I'm just trying to impress upon you. I'm like you. I'm no better than you.
So I slow down his cadence. I'm like you.
You know, I'm a 960 SAT guy. And I'm not trying to offend anyone, trying to act all there if you got 940. But literally a 960 SAT guy, I cannot, you
Well, listen to this. Listen to what he says next. This is ridiculous.
Never seen me read a speech because I cannot read a speech. Maybe the wrong business to be in.
So that's him in pandering to a black audience, basically. I can't read a speech. I mean, people got really upset about this. There's all kinds of people out there that are up in arms because they took this as a personal offense to the bigotry of low expectations of the black community. You know, he's just like them. I got a 960 on my SAT. I can't even read so good. It's a knife in his campaign. It's not going to help him with the black community. And let's take a look at Pete Buttigieg. He's in a recent poll, he was in the lead for the Democratic Party at 16%, but his support among blacks was 0%. So, zero.
Yeah.
Absolutely zero. That's no support from the black community. So they've got nothing. I don't see anybody on the left that's going to be a contender in 2028 at this point. What about you, Barry?
I agree. And I took a different angle because I knew everybody took the racist, angle on the whole some thing. I just went with the fact that he admitted that he can't read. And he wants to be the president of the United States. And that he's just like one of us, even maybe like all of us that are just average Joes, right? And think about that for a minute, because we all know he's pretty much an elitist of the elite, right? I mean, he's hobnobbing with the globalist elites and their type of ilk. And, he just bought him a $9.1 million mansion in 2024. I mean, he's not one of us, okay? And then Dana Bash bashed him incredibly hard. I don't remember when the interview happened, but she was bashing him on his elitism growing up, the connections that he had with his family, right? All the elite connections that basically gave him every opportunity that he had. And he brags about how, Trump didn't earn anything, but I did, man. It was all the hard way. I worked it hard, man. I made it happen. No, you were handed it. You were a Nepo kid. Isn't that what they call him in Hollywood?
Yeah, I remember seeing an article about him that was published back in the day, calling him and like some of his friends like the elites of San Francisco. Because Nancy Pelosi is that not his aunt? Am I mistaken there?
They're related.
He's related
somehow.
Yeah, I think it's his aunt, but they're definitely related. It just doesn't get any more, in the loop than he was. And Willie Brown, boy, he even went after her the other day. Kamala Harris and Willie Brown, because she came in as mayor of San Francisco after Willie Brown. And Yeah, he went after her. Said basically you should have been around back then. Everyone knew what was going on with that relationship. So interesting how they're they're already going to the court. They're already going to the mat on this one to try to take each other out 3 years before the primaries even start. And I think it was Ronald Reagan that basically said the key importance to the primaries is that you don't draw blood. You don't draw blood because it'll all just get used against whoever wins. It's not a way to go. And so there used to be some civility around that,
Yeah. They pinned themselves in a corner because they thought they were going to win, and then they could just control the narrative. But now that they lost, they don't have as much control over the narrative, and now they're being fully exposed for the hypocrites that they are. I mean, it's really pretty obvious what's happening.
Mm-hmm. It sure is. Let's see here. Let's get rid of that one. We covered that. Mamdani. Let's talk about Mamdani. Cardinal Dolan is very upset. He's saying that Mamdani has broken an 86-year tradition and froze out the Catholic clergy, and he's ticked off about it. For nearly a century, I'm reading from Red State, New York City mayors have attended the installation of a new archbishop. Through war, financial collapse, crime waves, cultural upheaval, they showed up. Mayor Zoran Mamdani did not show up. Cardinal Timothy Dolan says the new mayor excluded Catholic clergy from his January 1 inauguration, then skipped the installation of Archbishop Ronald Hicks, Dolan's successor. Dolan did not downplay what that meant. If you want me to read this quote here, he said, quote, "So far we're ticked off that he didn't. I was ticked off he didn't invite me to this inauguration. Most of the time Archbishop of New York, among other religious leaders, get invited. I was ticked off that he didn't have few Catholics on his transition team. Okay, then I really ticked off that he didn't show up at the installation of my successor. That defied precedent, the mayor not showing up to the installation. About 32% of adults in New York City metropolitan area identified as Catholic, according to 23-24 data. And yet he's pushing them out. So I don't know, Barry. I thought I'd read that out and hand it off to you. What do you think of all that?
I mean, that's the problem with DEI. It's the opposite of justice and equality. It's equity and injustice. And that's, I mean, people get to see that now. He's going to show favoritism, which is what most Democrats do. They show favoritism, and I like what Trump always says as the president. He always says, I'm representing everybody, and he was so grateful when they actually applauded to have accountability for insider trading within Congress. He was like, I just can't believe it, man. I can't believe it that they actually applauded that. Like, he was amazed. He was so relieved that they could actually find something that was bipartisan, because he's not a divider like Biden. Biden just gets up there and says, hey, man, MAGA is a bunch of white supremacist garbage. End of story. Yeah. I mean, there's a big difference in, and we've said this on the show. We don't hate Democrats, dude. We're trying to warn you guys that we're not the enemy. We stand for the Constitution. We stand for the rule of law. All the things that in the past we've always stood for until the Democrat Party was infiltrated by a bunch of Marxist, cultural Marxists, basically, globalist fascists.
Exactly. And, this Mamdani thing, we've got to go to the dogs, right? One of his campaign people came out and said, Islam is here. We're taking over New York. It's time to ban dogs. Shouldn't have them as house pets. They're unclean. Did you happen to see that big Ramadan thing they did in Central Park, Times Square? I mean, they took over Times Square. People down in prayer on the ground. Times Square was shut down. You couldn't get a car through there, It came in response to that. And people are saying, no, man. No. We like our dogs. You're not going to take our dogs away from us. You are a minority in this country. You're important people. We love you. You're our neighbors, but you're still a minority in this country. Don't come out and act like you own the place and that you're going to take away our dogs. You don't get how much Americans love their dogs. If you're going to even say anything close to that, you just don't get it. You mess with somebody's dog, it's like messing with their kid. You know, you want to get hurt someone's dog, and they will treat you like you just punched their child, their infant child. You know, and if they got a big enough dog, the dog will get in on the action too, and you'll have a real problem.
I believe that was the same Muslim gathering where the guy that was kind of leading the chants and so forth, he said, the conspiracy theorists said that we were trying to take over. And he said, they're right. We are taking over New York City. And we should play that clip because people need to understand that these radical Muslims, I'm not saying every Muslim is a radical, but the ones that are radical that have come over here that have basically joined together in a force, in a coordinated way, they basically want to take over. And to say differently is ignoring all the overwhelming facts. They even admit they're there. And then, of course, it was received with great applause.
Yeah, oh yeah. If you don't think they're here to take over, you're not paying attention. They've said it many, many, many times. Their religion states clearly that they've got, lands of peace and lands of war. Lands of peace are the 57 nations where Islam is the not only the religion, but the government. Okay? All the other lands are lands of war where Islam is not the governing power. Not just the majority religion, but the governing power of the country. In any of those places, they consider it a land of war, where war is okay. You can do things there that you would never be allowed to do in a Muslim country because you'd be doing it to Muslim people. Now we can get into all the different, Catholics. We've got the Protestants and the Catholics that have been at war in Ireland forever, and a few other denominations. But for the most part, we've got Mormons out here in the West, but we're not at war with them. They're kind of annoying when they want to convert you to their crazy sect, and they knock on your door on a Sunday morning when you're relaxing, and it's like, no, go away, I'm fine. But that's it. They don't get beat up. There's no hostility. They're nice people. They're really good people. Everybody loves Mormons. We just aren't going to necessarily convert to their religion just because they knocked on our door. But more power to them. They're out there trying, So the sects in Islam are all over. You got Sunni and Shiite as the big ones. Wahhabi, you've got a bunch of these different sects within each of the two majors that are all fanatical to some degree, to the point where they are at war with each other because they don't see them as Muslims either. So that's why you have the Iran-Iraq war, why there's all these uprisings all the time all over the Middle East. It's just a constant state of war over there. Because even they can't agree on, the finer details of their religions. And so they are willing to go to war over it. So even once this religion of quote-unquote peace takes over the planet, it still doesn't end anything. Because there still will be sectarian violence within each division or rank of said, denomination. And okay, while I just said that, do you know who first coined the term the religion of peace?
Mm-mm.
It'll blow your mind, Barry, unless you know.
Fire away.
George Bush.
What, say the saying again?
Islam is the religion of peace was first coined by George Bush.
Oh wow, that's odd because he was the one that went after it so hard and was saying how radical they were after they struck the 20.
Yeah, while simultaneously trying to appease them by saying the religion of peace. Because again, when he was going after them, you're going after one sect predominantly, right? So when we go after Iran, I want to say they are Shia, and the Sunnis say are Saudi Arabia. I might have that backwards, but whichever is whichever. They don't care. They're not like us. Go ahead and fight them. So you can appease one branch of it while still going to war with the other, and that's how you sort of make it good. That you're not just fighting Muslims as Americans would see it. We just say, "Oh, he's fighting Muslims," but there's much more subtlety to it than that.
Yeah.
Which is interesting way to look at it.
If it's going to take over anywhere in America, it's going to start in a leftist hellscape city where there's a whole bunch of them. They're going to organize. They're going to take control and power of a lot of the different, positions and seats of power in the city. And then, of course, they're going to want to, kind of initiate Sharia law, which means that, no Christmas, because Christmas is haram, right? We can't have Christmas, and no pork. I mean, they basically said we need to go into every home and convert everybody. It's one of those things where you either convert or, you're going to suffer some kind of a consequences. And some of these people that are imams or just powerful, influential Muslims that are of that radical type, they've said, man, that violence is not off the table for, getting you to convert if and when they ever take over. I mean, this is not something that they've hidden, it's just a fact.
Yeah. Iran was one of the most progressive countries in the world. I mean, especially in the Middle East back in the 70s before the Shah took over and the Islamic regime filled the void there and instilled Sharia law. It was a place where women were, going to colleges, were walking around in shorts and T-shirts and long hair and flip-flops and, enjoying the sunshine on a beautiful day instead of being covered up in a burqa.
You want to hear
and not allowed
funny?
to.
I'll tell you something funny about what you're saying. Conspiracy madness is a real thing. Everybody is like so skeptical of everything that they question everything. I was listening to this guy that claims to be a truther, and it was showing all the magazines of Iran during the 70s, like you were saying, looked like America, dude. No different, right? And he was saying, I don't know if that's true or not. That could be something done on the internet. I'm like, dude, you have people from Iran that have come here that have told us this. I mean, people are so skeptical that they're losing their mind about basic truth. People need to stay grounded. Look, I believe in conspiracy theories. I know there's many of them that are real, but that doesn't mean that everything is a conspiracy theory. Please, I am pleading with people to just keep a sane mind and don't say crazy stuff because it discredits you.
Yeah. And, I bring this up because it is indicative of the fact that they didn't sign up for this. They didn't really want to live under Sharia law. They were very happy the way they were. And then the Shah took over, and now they were forced into this Islamic culture where women can't drive, they can't go, my Lord, you can't even, in some of these areas, you can't stand in your house near a window if somebody could look in and see you, right? So you have to have the shades drawn 24/7. You can't have any contact with the outside world, and they don't want this. And that's why they're uprising in Iran right now. And, honestly, folks, keep refreshing the homepage of whatever news site you go to, because we are going to be in there before you know it. Trump had a meeting today at 3:00 Eastern time with his cabinet, with the top military brass, with Rubio, Secretary of State, Hegseth, Department of War. And it's the kind of meeting you would have with the top people from Congress if you were about to go to war, right? We just moved a bunch of F-22 jets over to Israel, and we've got half of our Navy in the vicinity ready to go. All he's got to do is say one word, go, and it's on. So don't be surprised to see something happen very, very soon. Heck, I got half of mine just to refresh my homepage right now and see if we are at war as we speak.
I think Trump was saying if it happens, it's going to be a really easy thing, which, kind of goes contrary to what the Democrats might say or what the black-pilled right wing, say. They believe that it's going to be back to the old ways of nation building, but there's no evidence. Trump hasn't done anything even of the sort or of the like up to this point from his first term or in his second term. He actually is concerned. You were talking about it last week, and because you talked so much about it, dude, it actually made me start to really think about how bad it actually is. You were saying maybe 50,000 people, innocent women and children and men, had been just slaughtered simply for wanting freedom, doing nothing violent, It's, it's genocide, man, and the very fact that no one is saying anything about it. They're just ignoring it. NATO's not saying anything. The UN's not saying anything. The only person that said, I might help is Donald Trump. He's the only one.
Absolutely. It's repulsive that, the entire world is just ignoring this. The best estimates I've seen recently is about 40,000. I think that's the number that most people are willing to stand on. 40,000 dead in what has it been, a month now?
It's insane.
more than Palestine over so many years. It's worse than that. And it happened in 1 month, and nobody's saying a word. Nobody's changed their bios to the Iranian flag, the new one with the lion on it, not the old one, not the one that represents the imperialistic Islamic State, not that one. Folks, they're begging for it. The people in Iran are begging for it. They're still going out into the streets and marching because it's the only thing they have left. And as they do, they point up to the skies. Not to God, but to Donald Trump's planes and begging for them to come. You know, if they're praying for American airplanes to start flying over their capital because they know they're not the target. They know they'll be safe, at least safer. Sure, some might get killed in the crossfire, but safer than if they live under the regime that just slaughtered 40,000 of them, potentially.
Yeah. Yep. And sadly, I hear a lot of people on the right saying, you know, reiterating this thing, nobody cares about Iran. It's America first. Well, you do realize that when you come in as a hero and do something quick and get out and help somebody, that is good for America, because it then all of a sudden makes America shine in a brighter light to the rest of the world. They see us as, you know, as a beacon of light, as somebody who actually cares. So that's making America first. Now, if we go to war and it's, you know, some sort of long-lasting thing or what, that's a different story. But that's not what Trump has said. That's not what's going to happen, more than likely. So I just want the doubters just to be quiet if they don't know what they're talking about.
Yeah, the last thing I want, or any of us want, is an extended boots-on-the-ground invasion of Iraq that takes the next 20 years. I'm not in any way encouraging that whatsoever. But to do what they did to Maduro, you know, to the Khomeini, would be fine. I don't have a problem with that. If they did that to 10 or 12 of their key, you know, nut job leaders over there, I don't have a problem with that. Let's clear the runway a little bit so that people have a landing zone, so that the people on the streets there have the power they need, the momentum they need to finish the job on the ground under their terms, not ours. We can't be on the ground in there, and I don't see Trump ever trying to get us into an extended ground war in Iran, Iraq, Afghanistan, anywhere.
Yeah, I mean, if he can stop the killing, right? If he can stop the killing and then open up free and honest elections so they can elect somebody that's going to be much more, less authoritarian and tyrannical, how is that a bad thing? How is that not America first? When you go in, you do something simply and easily at almost no expense, because the military is very well funded, very well capable under Donald Trump. And we've seen that already, you know, with the Maduro situation. I mean, everybody saw it. Every nation in the world saw how powerful we were, and we're in awe of it. So look, if we can free the people, stop the killing, that's a good thing, and then allow them to have a free and open election to put somebody in that's not a dictator, how is that not reflective of America? I want to know.
Yeah. And they had, you know, someone who was in power before Ayatollah Khomeini took over. And that guy's still in the wings. His family is still out there in the wings. They can just bring him right back and put him in power. So it's kind of the best chance we have, I think. But, you know, it's got to have a fair election. It's got to have an open election. That's key. And let's also really quick talk about Afghanistan. The Taliban there recently just officially brought back everybody's favorite, wait for it, slavery. That's right. You can now own slaves in Afghanistan under the Taliban. Yay. Wow, that was a well-spent $50 trillion we dumped into that country, and all the lives and everything. Boy, that worked out well. Thanks, Obama. Biden.
Yeah, wonderful.
Yeah. And they border, so I mean, it's just, you know, right next door. They've got that kind of a nut job Islamo-fascist government in place. It's scary stuff. I wouldn't want anything to do with any of it. Even for like a couple-day vacation, I wouldn't want anything to do with that place. So anyway, folks, we've got to take a break. This is the Censorship Sucks Roundtable Radio Show, and we'll be right back after this.
All right, we are on radio break. That's right.
All right, Barry.
Yep.
What do you call it? The bonus Barry hour or something?
The bonus Barry hour.
No, we're just in the second hour, not the third hour.
No, I know, but we got only have about 10 minutes to hash all this stuff out in between breaks.
Yep. If you have any clips, Barry, that you want to play, check them out now because now's the time to do it. We got lots of time.
Oh,
and are you gonna run the clock and all that?
What's that?
No. I'll let you do that.
Okay.
All you got to do is all you got to do, Barry, is keep an eye on the on my camera, and then you'll see me do this, like in this. That means we got to get.
Okay, hold on. Let me look at. I'm on the page now. I couldn't see you before because I was on my page. Do it again.
I'll go like this, or I'll go like this.
Okay.
This means to start wrapping it up.
Yeah. We could play that clip of the Muslims saying, the conspiracy theorists or whoever said we were going to take over, and yeah, we are taking over New York City.
Yeah.
I mean, I think a lot of people just don't believe this stuff that we tell people, and they have to hear it, or see it. If people really are like, they're so glued to the mainstream media that never talks about any of this stuff, right? They pretend like, it's a peaceful protest when things are burning down and people are beating people up. I mean, this is the worldview they have if they listen to the fake news. Less and less people are, but man, you can't break those people that listen just to the fake news. You can't break them. They're impossible. I know these people. I mean, I come across them all the time, man. And I sit there and try to tell them, I said, just because you didn't see it on your network doesn't mean it didn't happen. I said, here's the video, here's the proof, and they don't care. They don't care. It's like they're brainwashed by the mainstream media. It is so bizarre. I've never seen anything quite like it.
You want cold water? Here we go, buddy. Had to get Zeus some water.
God.
Come on over here, buddy. Come here. Oh, he's a good boy.
Man, that fan is loud. Woo, that's loud.
He's a good boy. Huh? You a good boy? He gave me the side eye. Can you give me the side eye? Get up here. Come on. Get up on the bed. Get up on the bed. Come on. Good boy.
Oh, wow. Boy, it's been like almost 90 out here the last couple of days. It's just been like, wow.
It was cool yesterday, but boy, it got warm today. I think it was in the upper 80s today here. What's it like over where you're at, Barry?
It's in the 70s, I think. Yeah.
Well,
pretty nice.
You're a little further north than me, so yeah. That makes sense. You got a nice breeze going, or is it like calm, or is it like super windy?
There was some wind this morning, but then by the time I got out to do my jog, it was actually really nice out, man. I can't complain.
For me, it's been dead still, like no wind at all.
Really?
Yeah.
Are you on upper elevation now, or are you on lower, or how's your elevation right now? Are you're in like a valley?
Now, baby.
Yeah, I'm at like 1,000 feet.
Did you guys hear that coming through?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
Not very well, but
don't forget to cite.
Well,
don't
it's a bunch
forget
of
to
people
cite your videos and where you get them from.
Okay, well, it's just from X, man. It's not like news. It's just what some citizen journalist uploaded it. You know what I mean? It's one of those things.
Yeah. Okay. Well,
So
that was from the rally, though, the Ramadan thing in New York, right?
well, it's recent. I know that. It's probably the same thing.
Well, it might have been
because,
Nate Friedman that did that.
It's a 26-second clip. I mean, it's.
Oh, then you don't have to worry about citing it.
yeah.
Yeah, if it's less than 5 minutes, you don't have to cite it at all.
Well, you
Really?
I mean, you should cite everything that you can cite. All right. if
Yeah,
it's
no, I'm
just,
kidding.
I
just wanted to get Mark's reaction to that.
if it's just from X, you can say, hey, it came from X.
Do we need to
All right?
switch rooms, Mark?
The
rooms?
terms of service. I go over them kind of weekly with Mark Edworthy, and he's a stickler about that stuff. I'm glad he doesn't work for the FCC. That's all I gotta say. He'd be worse than Gary.
Is it me, or did we already switch rooms, or?
Not yet.
Why are we still live?
Because I need to switch us to the next room and bring us right back. All right?
No, but why is this room still here? This room shouldn't even be here.
I don't know. I'm not going to complain.
Oh, dude, it's over an hour.
All right.
For sure. That's weird.
Make
Maybe
sure everybody hangs up. All right? Yeah, but that ain't going to keep, All right, folks. We'll start with hour 2 of the Censorship Sucks Roundtable Radio Show once I get us right back up. That's right. Do. Let's get those folks in here. John and Barry. And I'll switch us back over on the team side.
So
hold on.
Maybe in the third hour.
What about the third hour?
We can talk a little bit about, unless John, you want to talk about it before then, but we can talk about Candace Owens and her conspiracy madness and how she's got a documentary that's basically, I think it's accusing Erica Kirk of basically being the murderer or some insane stuff. We can even play the trailer if you want. I mean, it's insane. I mean, she's gone over the.
Gather that stuff up, man. When I'm doing like my monologues and stuff, just go gather that stuff up and put it in the wing, and I'll let you kind of control the third hour, because I'll probably run out of all my content. I've got enough stuff for 2 hours, but the third hour I'll be like kind of more reactionary to content to your words. I'll be in the co-pilot seat, so to speak.
You'll be able to talk forever about Candace because you were mad at her before I ever got mad at her. I was like, I just thought it was harmless, just like kind of being a little bit out there, not a threat. But now she's just completely insane. Or bonkers, however you want to. Maybe insane's a little much, but I mean, Jan Bongino went off on her, called her all kinds of horrible names, man. Did you see that? I mean, we're talking like names you can't say on the radio, dude. It's like he was calling her an evil something.
I bet if you know Erica Kirk really well and you sit down on the patio with her and have a couple glasses of wine, I bet she starts saying really nasty stuff about her. Like really nasty.
I mean, she started it out as an investigation into the death of Charlie Kirk, and now somehow it's a documentary about his wife. I'm sure that's exactly what Charlie Kirk was hoping for. Because they're supposedly like best buddies, right? Candace and Charlie, best buddies. Well, I don't think he really would want you attacking his wife relentlessly like you have, and in the most bizarre ways, Like, I don't even care if she's like a little weird or strange. It's like, leave the woman alone, okay? I don't want to hear it. And she just makes stuff up.
Leave the poor woman alone. My God.
I mean, we got real issues, man. And she's literally like doing a documentary on it. Episode 1 of the documentary is coming out. Bam. And here's the trailer. I mean, it's like, is this what we want to see? But then all these America First people, that's what they call themselves now. They're all like, oh, Candace is the truth teller. I'm like, what? She can't even back up like 90% of what she says.
Well, we're under 30 seconds, and I'll be giving you a countdown here shortly.
Well, they just don't like Jews, and that's the glue that holds them together,
That's a big part.
Anyone who feeds them anything that feeds their hatred of Jews, they're gonna click on it,
And here's your countdown. 3, 2, 1, and you're live right now.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to hour 2 of the Censorship Sucks Roundtable Radio Show, Wednesday night edition, February 25th, 2026. Bullhorn Barry is my co-host for tonight. And, Barry, man, you thinking about a third hour, are you?
Well, yeah, let's do it. We need to help out, so yeah, let's do it.
All right, big announcement, folks. We're going to have a 3-hour show tonight. So this is the start of hour 2. We're going to do an hour 3 marathon. 3 hours of the Censorship Sucks Roundtable Radio Show tonight. Although we're going to attribute the third hour to Barry. We're going to call it the Bullhorn Barry Bonus Bonanza. I don't know. Hour. And we're going to have a lot of fun with it, as we always do. But yeah, special edition tonight, folks. You're in for a treat. We're going to have a third hour, and we're psyched. So let's look at some news. Should we go talk about the Kiyostama? Oh, Kiyostama has done so poorly. I love the fact that I came up with that tagline for him. Kiyostama.
It's beautiful.
Because he turned into it. I knew he was going to be a nut job. And I just looked at his name, Keir Starmer. I'm like, how? That's not even British. It's like straight out of Austria or Germany or something, you know? It's right out of the Gunstag. And the guy turned out to be the fascist we thought he was going to be, times 10.
Sure.
Now, get this. Here's an article from Breitbart. Quote, British Prime Minister Keir Starmer has been accused of overseeing a system which reportedly allowed suspected grooming gang child rapists to walk free without a warning during his time as the country's top prosecutor. According to an investigation from the Express newspaper, at least 13,000 child abduction warning notices were sent out by police between 2008 and 25 in a supposed effort to disrupt child rape grooming gangs. However, it is possible that the true figure is much higher. 13,000 child abduction warning notices were sent to people. Hey, we just want to do a heads up that abducting and raping children is frowned on here in England, right? It's not really something we do here, right? Could you cut it out? Knock it off. A sternly worded letter. 13,000 people got one. Unbelievable that you're going to send out a child abduction warning notice to people, to pedophiles, to some of the scum of the scum of the scum of the earth, the worst possible scum of the earth you can imagine, someone who harms little girls. But it gets worse. It gets worse. Some of the people, now, we had the Restore Party come out recently, and I now understand why the gentleman, Rupert Lowe, is coming out and talking about this, why he's starting his own party. They're finding out that cops would often give these girls rides over to their abductors' homes in exchange for cash.
Man.
That's the testimony they're getting. Cops would drive them to their rapists and drop them off for money. I mean, folks, if this is real, England is over. England is, I say it's over, but it would honestly be the kick in the butt England needs to say, hey, wait a minute, we've got a system that is absolutely broken from top to bottom. If we had cops delivering these girls to their rapists and then turning a blind eye when the father calls up later and says, hey, man, my daughter's in there. Can I get her? I need to get her out of there. I don't know. God only knows what's happening to my daughter in there. No, sir, you're trespassing. You got to go home. I don't care if your 13-year-old daughter's in there. That has happened, folks. They arrested the father on several occasions when they called the cops and said, hey, man, these Pakistani guys, they've got my daughter, underage daughter, in their house. I want her home now. And they say, bug off. It's none of your business. You can't do anything. will arrest you and put you in jail if you make a scene about it. Why? Because they were afraid of being called racist. Which nowadays, man, they call everybody racist and no one cares anymore. But they were afraid of being called racist when the word has no meaning whatsoever. They were afraid of the repercussions from the minority group that they allowed into the country, encouraged to come into the country, that will soon be the majority group. And when the majority group, you wait to see how they treat you then. This is how they treat you as a minority in your country. You just wait till they're the majority. It's absolutely disgusting. And Keir Starmer needs to go. He needs to step down and get out of the way so that England can start to begin to think about healing.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know, Barry. What do you say, man?
Or, I mean, I think that's, what they put it under is the whole, well, they don't want to be called racist. I mean, sure, at the lower levels, there's some people that are afraid of that. But I have always contended from day one that this is an intentional plan to bring everything down, to burn it all down so they can rebuild it under the Great Reset. That's what this is all about. It's the only thing that makes sense. It's the only piece that actually fits. Because, look, it's already been proven that this is going on, and there's going to be no change. Okay? Mm-hmm. That's proof that it was intentional. Okay? Even Tommy Robinson came out and said, I've been proven right now. Time and time and time and time and time again. And those kinds of things don't continue to happen because, diversity is our strength, or I don't want to be called a racist. It happens when you take joy in seeing your nation be destroyed so you can usher in the WEF's Great Reset and New World Order, which they just now call the Liberal World Order because it's liberal in its approach. It used to be called the New World Order. Now it's the Liberal World Order or the Great Reset. Call it whatever you want. Global governance, tyranny, dystopia. It's all of that and more. And it's coming from the left. And that's who controls the Democrat Party, is the globalists. And that's their agenda. The green scam, the global dimming, the CBDCs, all the things that Trump rejects, which is a good thing, or we would all be under slavery right now.
Yeah. Yeah, you bring up a lot of salient points in that. Pretty impressive, actually. And one of the things that's been really coming up lately is, this whole diversity is our strength thing. Well, if you go to Saudi Arabia, how much diversity is there? And is it their strength? How many churches do they have? There's this whole thing about, should there be no churches in England anymore? Or, I'm sorry, mosques. Get rid of the mosques in England. And they're just screaming, they're bloody furious about this. The Muslims are, and rightly so. They should be. But they've done it to themselves. They pushed this thing too far. You can't just go into another country and say, hey, you're not diverse enough. The countryside, the shires are not diverse enough. I go out there as a Muslim and I don't feel welcome. There's nowhere for me to go except for this pub where everyone's drinking alcohol. So I can't really go there. We should have alcohol-free pubs in the shires so that the Muslims can go up and enjoy them too. Well, no, that's what makes life worth living when you live in the middle of nowhere and all you've got is your local pub. That's the only place within an hour of drive that you can go to hang out anyway. So yeah, you're going to go use it. But you're not going to go out there and start changing it. And yet they're openly calling for that in the UK. It's shocking. So yeah, how many churches are there in the 57 Muslim countries? A handful. Handfuls. They tolerate a few in Palestine, because that's where Jesus was born, so they kind of have to. Or where Jesus lived part of his life and all that kind of stuff. But then there are other countries out there that just don't have any. Japan, just this week, they've got a new supermajority there of conservatives, and they banned straight up burqas and headscarves and all that stuff for, public display, just not allowed there. A lot of people, again, are freaking out over that. Why not? It's racist and whatnot. No, it's them saying, hey, this isn't part of our culture. We're a monolithic culture. We're not a we don't have 50 different cultures here. We just have the Japanese here in Japan, and we like it that way. And to them, it is diverse. To them, it's a beautiful thing. You know, to them, it's perfect. It's what they know. It's what they like, and it what works for them. It works like a charm for Japan. I mean, look at the place. It's beautiful. Dare I say, nearly perfect. I mean, you can fall asleep on the sidewalk with your wallet on your chest with cash sticking out of the side of it, and you'll wake up with all your money. No one will rob you.
Mm-hmm.
You know, they've got grocery stores there. The convenience stores have coolers on the outside where you'd walk up, grab your drink on the sidewalk, and then go inside and pay for it. You could never do that in America. You know, people see that on the sidewalk, they'd open up, take a Coke, and just keep walking down the sidewalk. You'd lose every bit of merchandise in there within the hour. So, I don't know, man. Who said diversity is our strength? Diversity is a strength, but it's a global strength. Having diverse cultures and diverse nations and, you know, different languages and different peoples and, you know, the ability to go explore all that and discover it all. But, you know, there should be a German country. There should be a German culture. There should be German-speaking people. There should be French people. There should be Spanish people, Italians, Greeks, Turks. You know, all these different cultures are beautiful unto themselves, but they have their place. And their place should be sacred to their people, and yet it's not anymore. It's not. It's quickly becoming overwhelmed. I think Norway is on its way very quickly to becoming like 30% Muslim in the next 5 years or so. Very interesting. We'll see how that turns out for them.
Mm-hmm.
You know, Barry?
I mean, you bring up some interesting good points. And I think when most people, you know, common sense, sane people, when they hear the word diversity, you know, they're thinking food, you know, tradition, family, community. They're not thinking diversity of people that have a complete and total different view about your society and your values and your rule of law. But that's what they brought in. Like Trump said, they brought in the people from the mental asylums. They brought them in from the prisons, all intentionally to bring us down. And according to our head of our counterintelligence, I've already talked about this before. I mean, we can play that video again if necessary. Biden knowingly let in 1,800 known terrorists and only sent 3 of them back. Now, what's going on with that? Because that's beyond being an imbecile and a moron. That's intentional. And look, if Trump wins, they know that they can, you know, see that those sleeper cells, because that's what they are now that they're here, could be easily activated. It's just that simple, man. Nobody is that dumb. And even if Biden is that dumb, the people that were actually running the presidency, which wasn't Biden, knew that letting in 18 known terrorists into our country would be devastating. And that's the big concern with a lot of people right now, is what in the world is going to happen? What are the deep state operatives, the thugs that want to see America destroyed, going to trigger next? Are we talking about another shamdemic? Are we talking about some kind of EMP pulse? Are we talking about, releasing these sleeper cells? I mean, I don't know, man. But believe me, these people that are bad actors, and I'm not naming any names, but I know they're out there, they want to see America destroyed. And one of the easiest way to do it would be, and look, man, you've even got Iran saying they're going to, make their people that are here start doing terrorist attacks if we attack them to try to free their people. So this is the kind of thing that we need to be concerned with in 2026. For real.
Absolutely. We got to be prepared for it next week. I mean, this is a big deal. 1,800 known terrorists. And I would say that number has got to be much, much, much higher than even that. But, we kind of have to deal with the known, the ones he knew about.
Exactly. Yeah, that's others snuck in for sure. We've got witnesses of people saying that. We know that. We have testimony. People that have been there on the border watching this whole thing from day one, and they said, "Oh yeah, man, all kinds of shady people have come in." And most of the people that were coming in were not women and children; they were military-aged men.
Mm-hmm. That's the thing too. I mean, military-aged men. Why? Why do you point to that? Why do you let that happen? Why are they coming? It's shocking. And then I was thinking about, with all these sexual assaults that are happening on the streets of London and all over Europe. What do you expect when you bring in millions and millions of people that have no female suitors whatsoever? Where are they going to get their sexual frustrations taken out? You know what I mean? What do they do with that? They're a walking time bomb. Of course stuff's going to happen.
Yeah. And it's part of
demoralizing
the public. Think about it. If you're a parent and you've got a kid and you're seeing them do nothing to stop this, that's demoralizing to you. You begin to just give up and surrender and capitulate and just accept this new, insane world that we live in. But we can't do that. We have to remain strong. We have to remain resilient, and we have to stand up, especially here in America. We have to stand up for the Constitution and the rule of law. And look, man, I've said it before. I mean, I've got more energy and passion in my fingertip than all of them combined together. I mean, they do have some resilience, the deep state thugs. Don't get me wrong. But, man, they can't out-passion us. We love America and everything it stands for, and we will never surrender. Never!
Never surrender. Anyway, let's move on a little bit here. I've got a really interesting story from LA, and I'm going to play a clip here from the local news channel here. It is, I'll give you an actual name of it when it comes up on the screen here.
This is our home of 40 years.
There's really no brush.
Okay, it's Matt Seed or FFTV is the source for this. But this is Los Angeles. They're talking about victims from the Palisades fire.
Hello? Got nothing coming, man.
What, $31? No.
There we go.
Getting it from me. I have no how.
So what they're doing is they're sending bills to the people who own the lots in Pacific Palisades and fining them $31 for having excessive brush on their properties.
But they're not able to do anything. They're not allowed.
And
not even
he's there with the camera showing the lot. There's no excessive brush on it. Right?
Oh,
Nothing's higher than like halfway up her shins, like nothing higher than her knee. But you want $31 when I've been burned out of my home and you did nothing, and it's a year and change later and I still don't have, the semblance of anything looking close to a permit approved by the city to rebuild. Unbelievable. Insult to injury.
Yeah, I think what they're trying to do is, it's this tactic of the leftist Marxist globalist, but what they want to do, in my opinion, is just basically get everybody to feel overwhelmed, and that fighting, like I was just saying, fighting the system doesn't do any good because they're just going to keep hammering you and kicking you when you're down. That's the sign of a very weak and pathetic person. Somebody that literally kicks a weak person when they're down after you lose everything. I mean, that's about as low as you can get. It's not the lowest. You can go lower, but it's pretty low, man. You're kicking a person when they're down. And that kind of stuff's got to change. And Trump was talking about how these tariffs are going to basically end the income tax. He said that in the speech, right? I saw a little clip of it. So what Trump is doing is trying to empower the people, and you can't do it overnight. He's done a lot in a year. Give him a couple more years, and man, we're going to see a whole lot of more empowerment to the people, because that's all part of this paradigm shift that we've talked about. And look, we're going to have a paradigm shift. It's just going to be a matter of which one. Is it going to be the Great Awakening, or is it going to be the Great Reset? It's one or the other. Both sides are fighting. It's the best of both worlds, and it's the best of times and the worst of times. Two worlds are coexisting for preeminence and to take control of the conch. And if you can't see it, your eyes aren't open. That is what's happening, man. That's why we're being bombarded every single day.
Yeah, remoralization is what we need. Not demoralization, but remoralization. Remoralize, motivate people. Get them back in the game. Show, I mean, like you say, this is a kick in the teeth. It's $31. You know what I mean? $31. It's such an insult. It's pathetic. And I swear to God, they're doing it just to piss them off, just to piss them off, to show them there's no hope. But anyway, folks, we're going to take a break. This is the Censorship Sucks Roundtable radio show, and we'll be right back after this.
Good job, guys. Right on.
I mean,
cue.
dude,
You were flailing around like a drowning swimmer.
I mean, that's
Gotta
just
remember, I'm running the show here still. You don't have to.
Alex brought me a steak. So.
sounds
Nice.
good, man.
Mm-hmm.
I'm having a 16-gram grass-fed protein bar with all kinds of healthy stuff, different some stuff, collagen, all kinds of good stuff in there, man. Tastes like caramel. I don't know if you guys have been going to X or not, but and YouTube, it's on YouTube as well. But what I'm hearing from people of every single political persuasion is they're sick of everything, man. And so some good's got to be done, or else I'm not going to do it, but a lot of people that are, sort of unhinged, the civil unrest could get worse, man, because people are just, they don't trust anything. They don't believe anything anymore. That's how, they're so untrustworthy. They don't trust even the most basic thing, there's actually a conspiracy out there that traffic's not even real. People are starting to question traffic. Is the traffic really real?
Well, we all know the birds aren't real.
Well,
and the birds aren't real.
Birds aren't real.
It's really easy to cause a back jam, a traffic jam in a city. It's really easy.
Yeah, no, it
all you got to do is be in the right place at the right time and hit your brakes and slow down to like 20 and then just take off again, and you've created traffic through the whole city behind you.
Well, but the traffic is real. Like if you run into another car, it's going to kill you.
Yeah. Yeah, no, it's real, but it's also very easy to make.
Sure. Oh yeah, I'm sure maybe. The idea behind the conspiracy is it's one more way to agitate us, right? It's one more way.
Yeah.
Who knows what they are doing? There are all kinds of frequencies that they could be using against us because we got all these towers. They could be doing whatever they want to us, and that's not conspiracy. That's so far out there that it's not possible. So that they could be controlling people's moods because there's patents on that kind of stuff that certain frequencies, can actually sexually excite somebody or make them angry or, all kinds of stuff. And I would imagine that even watching your TV is opening the door to that. But at some point you become resilient to a lot of it, I think, once you're awake to it, you know how to combat it. There's different ways to combat that kind of stuff. All that negative energy, whatever it is that's out there. You got to spend some time by yourself, man. Get grounded.
Yep. Get outside, breathe fresh air, all that good stuff.
Just breathe. For goodness sake, man. Just go out and breathe some fresh air. Pick a day when the chemtrails aren't out there. But no, I'm just kidding. Oh, man. But I'm saying 2026 will be a year where we're going to hear the most wildest conspiracies, and there'll be a distraction from the real ones. That's my concern. You see my point? I mean, I'm not just talking to be talking. I'm
30
concerned
seconds, guys.
That I'll distract from what really matters. Like, why isn't Candace talking about the Epstein stuff, man, instead of stupid Erica Kurt? Give me a break.
And here's your countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And you are back live and on the radio side right now.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to Hour 2 of the Censorship-Sucks Roundtable Radio Show, Wednesday night edition for February 25, 2026. And I'm laughing because I don't know, I've got an article in my lineup here that I filed this one under Willie Lee. Kentucky man was arrested for having sex with a dead deer on the side of the road. That's right, folks. I'll leave it at that. I don't even know how much we want to get into this, but somebody was driving by, saw something funny looking, called the cops. The cops showed up, and yeah, guilty as charged. Wow.
Wow.
I don't know, man. The man was covered in blood, as well as deer fur. Had his pants down.
Oh man.
Yeah, we'll leave it at that. I don't know, man. I can go on about that.
I gotta
more,
comment
but
that.
it's-
You can't open that can of worms and just leave it, man. I mean, here's the thing, okay? I mean, honestly,
Yeah.
we gotta be honest here. Something's happening, okay? I mean, this kind of thing,
Yeah.
of course, has happened before in the past, but it's
Sure.
been isolated. It's been isolated. This is like a regular thing. Crazy is like a regular thing.
Yeah.
So what am I trying to say? I'm trying to say we, the people, need to sort of be the sanity in the insane world. You know, be the sanity
Mhm.
in this insane world because, and look, every time we allow the left to go more crazy, cutting off our kids, I mean, you know what I'm talking about, man. All the killing babies after they're born, euthanasia for any reason. I mean, it's only going to get crazier. And then people's mind also gets more warped as well. And then we see these kinds of things like, you know, you're talking about, which is just completely insane. So something's happening, like some kind of spiritual war is happening. And so you need to choose the right side and then stand up and speak up. I see, you know, as a Christian, I see a lot of Christians saying nothing. And I'm shocked by that. Because if anybody should be saying something, it should be us. And they don't, because they want to be kind, you know, because most of the Christians I hang around with are good people, but they're too kind. They're not willing to speak up. They're not willing to, you know, call out insanity because they don't want to offend somebody. But man, you do realize that if you be quiet, then our kids are going to be harmed. And if you don't look into this Epstein stuff, you know, that kind of thing will keep going on. So I don't care what your religious belief is, whether it's something or nothing, you still have to speak up.
Yeah.
Have to.
And I'll tell you, this is another level of crazy here, man. This is wacko out there. I mean, on the side of the highway, you're just thinking that's the sexiest looking thing you've seen all year, and you just can't help yourself. You know what I mean? That's absolutely insanity.
I think it's why a lot of people are turning to God. You know, there's a renewed curiosity for God, and we saw that, you know, in the UK even, where there's more Bibles being sold. You know, more people are reading the Bible now. More people are considering going to church, are going to church, although the institutional church has in America a lot of problems. So that's probably keeping a lot of people away from church because they see that it's kind of synthetic. You know, it's not, it doesn't feel super duper genuine or organic a lot of times. So they just kind of bail on it, or they see this, you know, the prosperity gospel being preached, and it's not really anything about what Jesus taught, you know, about caring for each other and loving each other, helping each other out, you know, the golden rule, so to speak.
Yeah, the golden rule. Who has the gold rules?
Whoever has the gold does rule. I think that's what Rockefeller or the Rothschilds. Just give me the gold. I just want all the power.
Exactly. Rasmussen Reports came out with a new survey. Said basically 64% of all voters are concerned with, well, let me read the actual question they asked. Quote, how concerned are you that electronic voting systems may allow votes to be changed remotely through internet connections during voting? I'm concerned. 64% of all voters. Okay. Break it down into demographics: women 62, men 68. Let's see, whites 63, black 67, Hispanic 71. That kind of caught my interest there. The average was 64, blacks and Hispanics 67 and 71. So even more concerned in those communities than in the white community at 63.
That kind of fits everything you said about, you know, Hispanics, that, you know, a lot of them that come over here, they're very religious, they're Catholic, you know, so they have morality, and they, you know, they believe in doing things fairly and honestly.
Mm-hmm. And they've left countries that are communist and have cheated the systems forever. You know, we think, you know, America's the only one that's fixed elections. Lord, man, if you've lived in Cuba, you've seen nothing but stolen and fixed elections. And then now, instead of having corrupt people in a room all having to cheat and write blatantly in front of each other, together. They can just shove them all in the machine, let the machine do the cheating, and they can all go home with a good conscience because they didn't do it. The programmer did it, which is why if it's a voting machine, it absolutely has to be open source, folks. You can't have these closed black box voting machines where no one can see what the code says. The code needs to be public so that it's open source. Anybody can look at it. Anybody can, offer potential edits to it. Open source, man. Linux is open source. It's a operating system that is, one of the third largest used ones in the world. You got Apple, you got Windows, you got Linux. Linux is completely open source. It's free. It's made by the people, of the people, and for the people. And everybody can see every line of code in it. And if there's some malicious thing lurking in there, you're going to know about it. When you work with Windows, you don't know what's in there. You can't see the code. It's proprietary. It's a black box. When we deal with these election machines that are black box, they're proprietary, they're secret. No one can look at the code because, well, then they could steal their entire business, right? The code should be very straightforward, very simple, and open sourced. The mere fact that they won't allow it to be open source tells you there's an issue there. But 2/3 of the people are out there saying this needs to go away. Another 80% are in favor of voter ID. So we've got, again, all these issues that are 80-20 issues that the Democrats are willing to die on. They're willing to die on. We have to have the voting machines, period. No hand counting ever is allowed, period. Why? Why are you so adamantly against it?
And it was kind of funny when that snowstorm came, when Ma'am Danny was making people actually come up with two IDs, two forms of ID to actually, shovel snow. I mean, but hey, we don't need an ID to vote, but you're going to go shovel some snow. You better show us two forms of ID. And right now, man.
I think only 30 people showed up for that whole system across the entire city.
Well, I mean,
10 million people.
Pretty bad, wasn't it? I don't know.
Well,
maybe it's a blizzard.
Yeah.
I don't
Nobody
know,
wanted
man.
to work in the blizzard, right?
I guess. I don't know. But yeah, they did get paid something. I think it was, $20 an hour? Wasn't that what it was to shovel?
Yeah.
Maybe on that, but I think it was something like that.
Yeah,
but you better show
work
forms of ID before we let you go out there and shovel because we need to know who you are.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but to vote, no, that's racist. It's racist and bigoted if you want to see someone's ID. Yet, if you go to any black neighborhood and you say, "Hey, do you have an ID?" They'll say, "Of course." Why are you asking me? That's a silly question. Do all your friends have IDs? Yeah, everyone I know has an ID. How do you know? Well, you can't do anything in the city of New York without an ID. Is buying alcohol racist? To ask for ID, is that racist? If some kid wants to go up and buy cigarettes, yeah, you ID them.
No,
is that racist?
It's only racist. It's selectively racist. Whatever they need to make their narrative work. You know what I'm saying? It's all a scam, and everybody knows it. Nobody's like, when you call somebody a racist, basically people go, "Oh, so you're admitting I'm not a racist, and you're a racist." I get it. So, like you said, it's lost its identity. Racism has, because they've just ruined that. Because they made everything racist, from white cauliflower to brown paper bags to highways to trees, whatever. Anything and everything can be racist, but real racism they don't say anything about.
I got one actually. Milk, and this is an actual article I have up here. NYU professor calls government endorsement of whole milk racist. Arthur Kaplan, a bioethics professor at NYU, criticized the Whole Milk for Healthy Kids Act, which President Donald Trump signed into law on January 14th. Right?
Oh man.
Whole milk is racist.
Okay, but it's
how? How do you get there, sir?
We're not racist. The cows are racist because they're the ones putting out the white milk. Why can't they do chocolate milk? Okay. It could do some brown or black milk. It's just that simple, man. It's all the cow's fault. So I think Bill Gates probably has an idea already to fix that. We're going to genetically engineer the next generation of cows to basically have brown milk.
Skim milk is water.
That's That's a good idea. Come on, man. Bill Gates is a genius.
Yeah, you're right. I'm sorry. But yeah, no, skim milk tastes like water to me. It's horrible.
I mean, they want to genetically engineer the cows not to fart. Well, why would it be so absurd for them to say, we're not going to have the cows milking white milk anymore because it's just not diverse enough? I mean, these are nutty people. This is the same guy who wants to dim the planet, folks. We need to stop. We need to speak up, dude. We have to start speaking up against the madness. Stop giving people like Bill Gates and stupid Anthony Fauci a platform. Boo them off the stage if they ever get on a stage and you're there. Boo them off the stage. They're clowns. They're jokers. They're demons.
Yeah. Go to jail. You should be in jail. Should be their calling card. Anytime they get on a stage, people should just boo them and say jail, 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 till something happens. I mean, these guys are nutsos. But, you know, how do you go call milk racist? Arthur Kaplan, this guy, he said, quote, Nazis were enamored of whole milk as well. I'm suspicious. Milk drinking is political. Drinking whole white milk has played a big role in racist and far-right thinking in America. Drinking whole milk has for years been part of the alt-right, white nationalist messaging in tweets, memes, and videos. My God, the dude is insane. And he's a professor at NYU. People are paying $100,000 a year to go sit in his class.
Open up the asylums, as Trump said. Or you said, somebody said, let's open up the mental asylums again. Maybe, you know, as long as they treat the people good and they don't go back to the weird stuff they were doing to people in these mental asylums and they're actually helping them, then open up the mental asylums, because that guy is nuts, dude. That person is insane. Or he's just trying to stir things up, one or the other.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a funny thing to see. It really is. And they're just, everything is racist. If everything is racist, nothing is racist. So if you're worried about being called racist in today's world, just don't even worry about it. Roll with it. Take it with stride. It's a mark of honor almost. If somebody wants to call you racist, say, oh, wow, really? Thanks. Huh. I'm impressed. I didn't think I had it in me.
I mean, if everything is turned upside down with the Democrats, then actually when they call you racist, they're saying you're not a racist. Because basically the Democrats are promoting this Stranger Things upside down world and trying to make that our reality somehow. And we're supposed to just suspend all of our critical thinking and just accept whatever they say, you know, whatever, you know, furries. I mean, come on, really? People can be cats now? Mm-hmm. I mean, what? If you say people can be cats and they need a cat litter box, I mean, what's next after that? How far do you take this insanity?
Oh, yeah. I think we covered that when there was like a big furry convention in San Diego or something. Like they were talking to the hotel. And the hotel was getting requests from people to actually put like human-sized litter boxes in their bathrooms for them. Wow. And then some schools were doing it as well. Insanity. Insanity.
How do you respond to that, you know?
Yeah. Well, if you're a hotel, you just do it and you charge them $300 for the litter and you say, yeah, that's our standard fee. And you sell them, you know, $5 worth of kitty litter for $300 and that's how you make money. You know, knowing you're probably going to have it everywhere when they leave, they're going to track it all everywhere. So you have to sweep it up and, you know, vacuum kitty litter, which sounds like you're, you know, taking up nails or something. It sounds like a gun battle when your vacuum picks up a kitty litter.
Well,
but go ahead.
Just remember in 1984 when Winston is being tortured. You know, the whole point of torturing him was because he, you know, actually kept his sane mind and realized that 2 + 2 still equals 4, no matter what the global elite say. And so finally, they tortured him to such a degree that he's like, okay, yeah, well, whatever. I believe. Yes, 2 + 2 = 5. It equals 555. Whatever you say it is, I believe it. And then what do they do after they finally break him? They get rid of him, as in permanently. And that's kind of the model, you know. It's all about getting us to submit. And if you're a resistor, it's never going to end well for you, especially if you if you allow them to break you, right, and become a part of the hive mind. Because that's what it is. It's a hive mind. And you look at these Democrat universities, it's a hive mind, dude. And you pointed it out. A lot of them don't buy the hive mind. A lot of them just go along with it to make their life easier. But that day's got to stop. You got to start. You need to educate yourself and know and understand why everything that they're saying is completely insane so that you can defend your stance and then stand up for yourself and your beliefs. Stop being bullied by a few minority few.
Yeah. And I don't know, man. It's crazy to just see how the world is moving. We just report on it, man. But we got to keep positive, keep our expectations in line, and understand that things can get better. For instance, in California, something very interesting could potentially be happening here in June. So mark your calendars, a few months out, but they're going to be having their primaries for the governor of California in June.
Mm-hmm.
And the way they have the rules set up, the top 2 vote getters advance to the general election, and the party affiliation doesn't matter. Okay, so you could have 2 Democrats, 2 Republicans, 2 whatever, 2 Green Party. They wrote this rule because they knew most of the time it'd just be 2 Democrats. But this year, the most recent polling looks like this: Steve Hilton, Republican, at 17%; Chad Blanco, Republican, at 14%; Eric Swalwell, Democrat, tied at 14%; Katie Porter at 10%, and Tom Steyer at 9%. So there is a scenario where you could see Steve Hilton and Chad Blanco, 2 Republicans, win the top 2 spots in the primary, and then there is no option on the ballot for any Democrat to be the next governor of California. That would be hysterical. The memes, I can see it now.
Oh yeah. The ultimate backfire.
Yeah. You set up this weird system and it backfires on you big time. Now you don't have a choice.
Yeah. Well, that would be wonderful to see it happen.
Mm-hmm.
You know?
That'd be funny, man. It'd just be funny. It really would. But, Eric Swalwell, come on, man. That's your best choice. The guy doesn't even live in California, hasn't lived in there for years, and is in no way eligible to be the governor of California. In no way is Eric Swalwell eligible to be the governor of California. If he is, please provide to me the address where he has lived for the last 5 years. That is, has a California address. Where in California has he lived for the last 5 years? Rent paid, mortgage paid, anything. Show me that, and I'll say, yep, he's good to go. But no one can produce that because it doesn't exist. As far as I've been, my research has shown, it doesn't exist.
Mm-hmm.
And that's just a shocking thing that nobody has said boo, except for a few, people out there are actually calling this out. Joe Hoft is one of them. No one else is calling it out.
Right.
I just find it shocking. It's shocking stuff.
I mean, it really is, but it's par for the course, right? With these guys, they, I think the rule of law to the left is just whatever works for them at the moment. That's the rule of law they go by, because it's definitely selective and it's definitely applied liberally for those on the right. But on the left, it's like, well, this rule is a little bit better for us, so they just change it. Look what they tried, all the shenanigans they tried, during the 2016 elections, right? It's not even in our Constitution, right? They just do stuff. And if nobody really contests it, then it's just like it's law, even though it's really not. It's the color of law. They do stuff under the color of law quite often. That's pretty much the Democrat globalist methodology, right? They don't believe in the Constitution rule of law. That's why they interpret it so loosely. But then they strictly interpret it if it's a Republican that violates it in any shape, fashion, form, or way, or they think it's being violated. But for them, hey, it breathes, man. It's a liberal piece of paper.
Yeah, it's a breathing, living. Anyway, Barry, I'm going to crack you up with this next article I got here. I'm just going to crack you up. Are you ready for this?
Give it to me, man.
This is from C-SPAN the other day, where a guy named John Barron, called up to complain about the Supreme Court nuking Trump's tariffs. Now, see if this guy sounds familiar to you.
Well, this is John Barron, and this is the worst decision you ever have in your life, practically. Jack's going to agree with me, right? But this is a terrible decision, and you have Hakeem Jeffries, who He's a dope. And you have Chuck Schumer, who can't cook a cheeseburger. Of course these people are happy. Of course these people are happy. But true Americans will not be happy. And you have the woman earlier, I assume she's a woman, she's a Democrat, but she said she's disgraced. She's devastated.
All right,
by
John.
this.
We'll go to Chester, who's in Baton Rouge, Louisiana, Democratic caller.
Did you get the name?
Hey, no.
John Barron.
Oh, yeah. That's a good one.
So, yeah, Trump's middle name is John and his son's name is Barron. I think that was actually one of those guys that impersonates Trump.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. 100%.
You know?
Yeah.
It sounded a lot like him, but the whole Chuck Schumer can't cook a cheeseburger thing, I've never heard Trump say that.
Well, I mean, yeah, you could tell it wasn't him, but it was a good impersonation.
Is that hysterical or what? They like cut him off. They're like, all right, next caller. Let's go to the Democrat line and get somebody on here who's not insane.
I'm telling you, one of the best things people can do right now, and it's like a strategy that I'm doing a lot more of now, and I wrote about it on social media, and that is sarcasm and mockery. Instead of like approaching the left when they say insane stuff with facts, it's better just to mock them because they hate it. They hate it because what they're saying is so insane that when you're sarcastic with them and you mock them, it exposes them more than if you were to lay out facts. It's a strange phenomenon, but hey, mockery and sarcasm at the right time works.
It does. And it's really the most powerful tool we have. It's why the memes are so important and why they hate the memes so much. Why Gavin Newsom wanted to ban, make them illegal, and why they're going after, 3,000 people, 300 a day or 30 a day in the UK for memes, or saying something mean. In Germany, they do it as well for somebody called one of the politicians Pinocchio. They said, oh, great, so-and-so is coming to town. He's Pinocchio to me. And they raided the guy's house in the middle of the night.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah.
For calling a politician Pinocchio.
Yeah, I mean, the tyrants are very real, man, and it's a real thing, man. I mean, ever since the shamdemic, we've talked about this. The tyrants came out from under the rocks. I had no idea there were so many tyrants just waiting to have the power to do all kinds of crazy stuff. But now that we know that, we got to be careful, man, because these people, they're not based in reality. They're based in their tyrannical mindset and having power and having ultimate power and lording over people. This is what they get a kick out of, So that's a real thing, folks. Don't doubt that for a second.
Mm-hmm. Don't doubt it for a second. We are living in clown world out here. We really are. And it's just all you can do to sort of watch it happen and just hope we get better. Hope people wake up sooner than later and that we start getting some normality back in the world. With this horrible snowstorm we had in New York, there's footage of cops getting pelted with snowballs, And a few of them,
though, I heard some of them actually, because it was like ice, some of it was, and they got abrasions and had to go to the hospital. They got actually wounded. Yeah, it wasn't just like a peaceful snow fight.
Exactly. That's what I'm getting at here. It's Mondami asked him, and they were just snowballs. They were throwing snowballs. It was fun, playful. Because this guy has demonized them. He's called them racist. He's called them pigs. He's called them everything in the book. Let's get rid of them. We don't need them. And so the people come out and they see them trying to keep the traffic moving, trying to work in this brutal snowstorm out there where they're freezing their butts off and they got to be out there for 8, 10, 12-hour shifts. And they're getting pelted with snowballs because the governor or the mayor has turned them into the evil. And that's what they do. That's what they know. It's how they rile up the people to do things that would seem unimaginable. Just take your cop, your local cop, who's normally, your friend. If you live in a neighborhood, you got a cop, you know him, he's probably going to be friendly to you. You're going to be friendly to him. You're going to be happy to see him. You're walking home at night or whatever. You see him walking the beat and he's on your street. It's like, hey, glad to see you, man. Happy you're here because I'm safe knowing you're here. But that's not how they see it. These crazy, wacko, awfuls hate cops. And they're spawned to do it by the politicians. But folks, stay tuned. We're going to take a quick break, but we got one more hour of the Censorship Sucks Roundtable Radio Show coming up right after this break. We'll be right back.
You guys are awesome. You know that? You know how awesome you guys are? You're that awesome.
Oh, we know.
You know.
Yeah, we know, Mark. Of course we know how awesome we are. Yeah.
I think you do Hansel better than you did Trump, man.
Yeah. I won't go
Am
that
I right?
far. I won't go that far.
Okay.
We are only going to take a 5-minute break for this, and then we'll go in.
Okay.
Okay. We do need to clear.
Okay, come into.
We do need to clear before the 5-minute mark so that I can transition for someone else to come on air. Okay. On that last segment. Okay, because I have to drop one station. All right.
Everything after because it was irrelevant.
Yeah. Well, you just need to know that because you don't normally do this hour, anymore.
Yeah. Yeah, but we don't care. It's just we need to clear. So should we clear now? That'll give us plenty of time to get out at the end.
We're good. We'll be good to go.
I'm gonna get some water.
You wanna do it
I'm
now?
gonna be right back.
Huh?
No.
Okay.
I'll wait a couple more minutes.
I'm gonna let this. I'm gonna let this tick down a little more before I restart this call. Okay. So that you guys have enough time. I'll wait another minute. But thanks everybody for tuning in. Appreciate each and every one of you out there. Damon DNS, Dota 2, and Roger and The Great Conspiracy. Roger and The Great Conspiracy are both restreaming us tonight. What a wonderful thing that is. Boxy's in there. He's in there with chat, as well as, who else we got? Trey Wiz in the Kick chat as well. Appreciate each and every one of you. Get some shout outs, guys. Got my hands busy here with the clicks and checking all the other chats too.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Oh yeah, look at those.
Actually, let's leave this room and I'll get the next one set up. All right.
Get Barry, are you here?
Here, man. Now ready to go, dude.
Okay, hang up.
Yep. All right. We'll be right back with Hour 3, the special hour of the Censorship Sucks Roundtable Radio Show. And I'll bring that up in just a minute. Where we let Barry do some more talking. Normally we would have Jack Carey coming in around this time, but not tonight. Jack has some family problems and issues that he needs to take care of. So family first. Right, guys?
I understand completely. Yep.
Yep.
Oops, hold on. I'll be right back.
You're in the room. You don't need the link. Okay, hold on, guys. Here we go. Oh, crap. wasn't watching. Here we go. You ready, John?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna
Is
bring.
Barry here?
I don't know.
Ready.
I'm
Yep.
gonna bring us in.
I'm ready.
3,
Okay.
2, 1, and you're live right now.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to a very special Hour 3 of the Censorship Sucks Roundtable Radio Show. Wednesday night edition, February 25, 2026. We've got Bullhorn Barry on the mic tonight. What's going on, Barry? What do you got for us?
I would start off the third hour by saying these are incredible and exciting times, trying times, difficult times, but exciting times. Why? Because it's an opportunity for us to rise to the challenge to become the legendary heroes that all of us in America are called to be. And so I'm excited, man, just to be a part of it. This is a part of history, no matter what. 20 years from now, 30 years from now, everybody's going to look back on this time. And I'm not sure exactly how they're going to look at it because, history really depends on who writes it. So maybe they'll look at it as a bad time or good time. Who knows exactly? But if we win, they're going to look at all of us as the legendary heroes who stood up for sanity, who stood up for America, who stood up for the Constitution, the Bill of Rights, for freedom, for individual sovereignty, for national sovereignty, for peace and justice, and the American way.
Yes, absolutely. It's a beautiful time to be out here, and it's a beautiful time to be in radio because we are blessed with this giant audience that we get to speak to, 2 times a week for 2 hours each, or 5 hours this week of radio time where we get to sit down and explain what's going on in the world, talk about the news, talk about the lunacy, the insanity, and the craziness that's out there festering just under the surface, waiting to take hold and literally destroy this country if we don't stop it, if we don't fight back, if we don't do something about it. So we get the chance to be at that forefront when, your grandkids ask you, where were you during the great meme war of 2026? Say, son, I was on the front lines fighting for MAGA.
Yep. Very good. Absolutely, man. I mean, 2026 is going to be a year of struggle for sure. There's going to be a lot of battles that take place because both sides are, raising the stakes, so to speak. And neither side wants to lose. So each side is giving their absolute best. But it's also going to be a year of victories, and if we just stay in the fight like we have, it seems like the fight in us just seems to increase with each passing year. It seems like we're more resilient. It seems like we're stronger. It seems like we're bolder. It seems like we're less tolerant of the insanity, which I think is a necessary component if you want to win. You got to get tired of insanity if you're going to fight back. It's just that you've got to come to that point where you're like, I'm tired of this. This has gone on for too long. This state of limbo has got to come to an end, and we have got to take the conch back, take America back, reset it, and set it on a good course.
Absolutely. And we're not that far from being there. We're not. Like Trump said last night in the State of the Union, we were really on the wrong path, and we're getting back in the right direction now. The economy's going good. The government, I finally look, hey, there's a potential end for all time of income taxes in our lifetime. Could you imagine that? No more income tax?
It's crazy.
Income tax and death are the two certainties in life, and yet one of them might go away. How long until death is just optional?
Don't ask Elon Musk that because he thinks we're going to upload our consciousness. or whoever, all those transhumanists, man, those people are, they're nuts in my opinion, man. I would be happy if we could just, get to where we're actually trying to make it to where people live longer. like say you're 95 or 100 and you can still do things. That would be amazing to me. And maybe 100 would be the average age that people died. That would be a great accomplishment. And I think that's within our reach, but not with all the devastating things they do to destroy our health. I mean, and Robert F. Kennedy Jr. is doing a great job trying to reset some of that. And, we can take a lot of that power back ourselves by changing things, but there's some things we can't change, that's just devastating to humanity. I mean, like if they are truly raining down chemicals on us, which, I believe the geoengineering's been ongoing for quite a while, then people are inhaling that. And that's nanoparticulate matter that passes the blood-brain barrier, and that's affecting people, and that's injuring people, harming people, killing people prematurely, a soft kill, if you will. So, so nobody's going to go out wearing a hazmat suit to stop that from happening. So there's some things you can't protect yourself from. And that's why I always say, man, put your faith in God, because God can do the miraculous. He can do the impossible. And that's what I'm leaning on him during this crazy time. I encourage everybody to do the same. But hey, free will, make your own choice.
Absolutely. Absolutely. It's getting wild out there, and there's not a lot of positive things sometimes. You just look at the news cycle, you look at everything going on, and it just gets so frustrating. And then there's these little moments that spark a little divinity and just spark a moment of hope. You see these things happen and you just have hope. You see Americans come together. You see the people of the world coming together and agreeing on certain fundamental things. And you realize we're not alone out there. It's the masses that are fighting back against a handful of the elites who have a vision of their world that they'd love to see, because guess what? In that vision, they get super, super rich. So you think they got money now? You wait until their version of the future takes hold. When everyone has no money and they've never been happier, no possessions. Oh boy. Wait until Amazon owns everything and you have to rent it from them. You want a pair of shoes for today? Boom. Order them up. They come there in 10 minutes, but you don't own them. You just rent them. You pay, $1 a day for your shoes or whatever it is, and now you got shoes. Unless you don't have $1 tomorrow, then guess what? You got no shoes. You can't just put on the pair of shoes you own. You have to rent it. Everything. Per diem. Per diem for everything. So they're going to want to push this universal basic income on us. That's part of the big misconception, the scare, fear-mongering that they're doing about AI, is that we're going to demand, being so fearful of what AI could do to our jobs, that we're going to demand a universal basic income. And folks, it is a trap. Don't fall into that stuff. Don't fall into it. Life is going to be just fine. Think really hard about what your day-to-day life is like, what you do in your job, and ask yourself if a computer can just replace you completely. And the answer for so many people is no. I mean, if an AI computer calls me up to try to sell me something, you think you hang up on people quick? You know how fast you're going to hang up on a damn robot? Instantly. It's got no chance. Yeah. So I don't know, man. You look at so many jobs that are out there. Mechanics, all your manual work around the house. All the things you need on a day-to-day basis can't be replaced by a computer. You get a robot involved, then maybe some of them can, but that's a ways off before those start becoming, affordable and cost-effective. There'll be some elites who will be able to buy these robots that'll be really cool in concept. They'll be $30,000, and they probably won't do much of anything really. You think it's going to wash the dishes, you're wrong. It's a long ways off before it can wash any dishes or mow your lawn or any of that kind of stuff. But sure, is the day coming? Yeah. Can they make a dedicated, AI-based sort of machine that can go out and stay within the confines of a predetermined area that you tell them is your front lawn and mow it? Yeah, that's probably not far off. But just to automate the whole thing so one robot can go out and do everything you need on a day-to-day basis is a long, long way off. So, I don't know. Universal basic income, though, is another thing they're going to try to scare us into. And we need to stay away from that. You don't want it because it's going to be a slave sustenance survival money is what you're going to think of it as. Your basic minimal subsistence to survive.
Yeah, we'll own nothing and hate it, and they'll own everything and love it, because their utopia is our dystopia. I mean, this is all a power grab, obviously. And we should be thankful that Trump is the president, right? Because he's bringing about some, economic stability, some prosperity. Because think about it. If your nation is not prosperous, you're going to spend all of your time just trying to survive and stay afloat. You're not going to have any time to peacefully protest, to stand up and demand accountability and transparency. I mean, the only reason the left was able to do it because they didn't have any jobs and they were all getting, handouts.
Mm-hmm.
Of course, they lived very modestly. They don't really have anything concrete because, in their world, everybody gets leveled down to nothing. But they had enough money where they could eat food and they could go out and protest 7 days a week. That's why the left was so successful. They totally embraced this idea of leveling everybody down to nothing, which is just crazy, because when that happens, like you're saying, the elite will have everything and we'll have nothing. They'll have everything and love it, and we'll have nothing and hate it. That's the Great Reset. That's the liberal world order. And I don't know how anybody would want that. I guess some people honestly do want to be slaves. That's just a fact. I mean, it's kind of like the girlfriend that keeps coming back to the guy that abuses her. Why does she keep going back to the same type of guy, knowing that he's going to enslave her, beat her, abuse her? Because at some level, she likes it. And that's the sick part.
Yeah.
So we got to wake people up to, hey, you don't want to be a slave. It's not a good world, okay? It's not going to be a happy place. But I've noticed one thing about like all of this craziness that's happened, all of the trials and the tribulations that we've been through, this giant, massive storm that just never seems to end. One thing I noticed that's really awesome is whenever I see something beautiful, like on YouTube or in person, somebody doing a true selfless act of kindness, right? Or an act of sacrifice. It strikes me in a way that it never struck me before. You know what I mean? I feel it. And I understand the importance of goodness and kindness and mercy and compassion and brotherhood. I understand it now at a greater level, having seen it kind of taken away from our society. So, I've found myself many times, I mean, I hate to put myself out there like this, make myself vulnerable, but I've shed many tears when I see something like that, because we're so used to not seeing that kind of beauty. So I would say, hey, be that beauty in this ugly world, man. Somebody's got to do it. Somebody's got to stand up and do the right thing. Don't go isolate yourself and lock yourself in your house just because you don't want to face people because people are obnoxious. No, you got to get out there and you have to be a light to this world. You have to set an example.
Absolutely. We need more people like that to set the example. It's too easy to just fall into the routines of life, and not go out there and just make a solid, concerted effort to be the change, instead of just watching it from the sidelines.
Yeah, there'll be less and less bench warmers as things become more intense, because people will wake up. They'll say, well, I didn't know it was going to go this far. Well, I'm telling you ahead of time, it is going to go that far, because these people are never going to relent until they're utterly defeated.
Yeah. Yeah, it's brutal. So let's talk a little bit about Mexico, I guess, right? We had basically, El Mucho or whatever, the cartel leader was assassinated, and the country went nuts. All of the cartels went crazy down there, blocking roads, setting buses, trucks, cars on fire, and basically locking everyone down in the city. And it's raging. It's still going on here several days later.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, people aren't even able to. American tourists can't even leave, dude. They're trapped there.
Yeah.
The flights are not going out.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, if you're in Puerto Vallarta and you were supposed to leave like Sunday afternoon or Monday night or something, you're still there. And a lot of them are freaking out. Even the leftists are out there begging for help from Trump. And they're like, come get us. We need to go home. This is your fault somehow. Because, America gave them some intelligence to help them and had been pressuring the government down there for a long time to start bringing their cartels under control.
Mm-hmm.
And So yeah, they're freaking out. They want out. They want home. Of course they do. It's got to be frightening to be stuck in Mexico in the middle of a revolution almost, where the cartels have controlled all the streets and you can't even get to the airport, which is 10 miles away. Frightening, horrifying.
I mean, they're being cut off. A lot of their drugs are not coming into America anymore, so they're losing a big source of income, right? So they're ticked off, basically. Mm-hmm. And this all goes back to the paradigm shift that we talk so often about. Man, we're in a massive paradigm shift. We're either going into the Great Reset or the Great Awakening. And right now, the Great Awakening has the upper hand because Trump's the president, and he's doing so many great things to basically stop the evil that has just basically had free run for God knows how long, man. I mean, the cartels have pretty much done whatever they've wanted to for so long, and many of the government officials are tied directly to them. They're bought off, paid off. I mean, the corruption is just, look, that day is coming to an end, okay? We're coming into a period where everything is going to change. Now, how long will it change for the good? I don't know. I mean, how long can we maintain that? That's the big question. I think we're going to win. I've said that 1,000 times over. The question is, once we win and once we have our ultimate victory, how big is our ultimate victory going to be? And how long before we drop the ball again? Will we forget, these enemies that can rise up at any time, at any moment? And now, if they do rise up at any time, at any moment, and ever take over, they have the full capacity now to rule and reign with an iron fist like never before because of technology. This is admitted by the WEF. This is admitted by all the top people that are globalists. They've all said, basically, that Hitler could not succeed because he did not have the technology of the day that we have today. That is why Hitler failed. But Hitler comes today, he can succeed because they can put everybody on the grid, man, and the AI can control everything. And that's the big fear. So we fight back and we win, but then we have to keep fighting because these people never really completely go away. Man, there's always throughout the course of history, at least that we know of, there's always been these types that want the ultimate power. You can go back to the biblical Tower of Babel, where they wanted this, one world order of power and control and hive mind. It's just something it's innate in bad people.
Yeah. And with what's going on in Mexico, I mean, you said the drug money is slowing down, but also the smuggling money, the coyotes. That was a multi-billion dollar a year, $100 billion a year enterprise, them smuggling people into the United States. And that is gone. That's 100% gone now. With the exception of maybe, I mean, there's still probably smuggling in a few people that it's 50 grand now. And they can only do X number a week. You know what I mean? It's nothing like what it was before, where there was $1,000 and they take all you can possibly send. If you send $1 million over, get $1,000 each, you're talking big money. Yep. So that's gone. But what they've also succeeded in doing is, you got to remember, spring break is right around the corner. We just saw Ash Wednesday. When Lent is over, suddenly it's Mardi Gras and spring break. That's right around the corner, folks. Who's going to take their family down to Mexico? If you've got kids that are planning their spring break, their high school or college spring break down in Mexico, and they're counting on mom and dad to, pick up the dime on that, I would not pay for my kid to go to Mexico right now, alone with 6 of his drunken friends. It's not going to happen. So they've already done so much damage to the economy in Mexico that it's shocking. This will cost them billions upon billions of dollars. I mean, Cancun, empty over spring break, unheard of. Puerto Vallarta, nobody's going to Puerto Vallarta anytime soon. I guarantee it. Jalisco, there's so many places down there that are, destinations that take in tens of thousands of tourists. You'd have to be insane to go there. I mean, if you want to go into Tijuana for the night, you're probably okay. But any further down than that, you don't do it. Don't do it. So it's devastating what this has done to the economy down there. And there's no coming back. There's no bouncing back. It'll take a long time before people will feel safe to go down there, especially when you're talking about bringing your family, when you could just as easily go to Costa Rica or, a bunch of other countries that are, heck, Jamaica, the Bahamas, any of those places are better options.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I heard Ted Nugent talking to Alex Jones on InfoWars, and he was talking about how, Sammy Hagar, because he's got a place in Mexico. He's like, it's totally safe, man. Come on down anytime. And Ted's like, yeah, I don't think it's totally safe, man. And especially now, it's not really totally safe. But that's kind of, par for the course these days. There's a lot of areas that just aren't safe anymore, And I think that's got to be reversed. But don't mistake, like, this violence and this evil that's uprising as anything less anything less than just desperation, because that's all it is, man. They're losing. The cartels are losing, and that's why they're acting that way. The globalists are losing, and that's why they're acting that way. We're winning. These are all signs that we're winning. The fact that they're acting out in such insane, crazy ways shows that the pressure is on and that they are losing. They don't have the power like they used to. They're losing it, and it's driving them mad. It's like the fish out of water, man. A fish out of water is just going to flop around, trying to just save itself somehow. But it can't, because it can't get any breath outside of the water. So that's what's happening. This is like, it's kind of like their last, the last attempt it's their Hail Mary. You know what I'm saying? They're just throwing it out there as if maybe this will help. They don't know what else to do. They're losing it all. What else? What do you do when you're losing it all? Just act insane. It's not reasonable. I mean, a fish on dry land, it's not acting reasonable when it's flopping around. That's not going to help any. That's not going to save it. It's the same thing.
Yeah. And that's what we saw last night at the State of the Union, is them as a fish out of water, flapping around. I mean, they looked foolish. In front of the entire country, they refused to stand up for the Olympic team, for fallen, angel mothers, for dead kids. They refused to stand up and pay respect for just common sense things every American can agree on. Why don't you stand up and support and clap for the American team?
Dude,
it's because they like Trump. So what? So what? Rise above it. They're everybody's team. It doesn't just belong to MAGA.
Can you imagine how much the Democrats were writhing in pain and agony when they were chanting USA, 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 including the hockey team, right? Mm-hmm. I mean, just imagine how that just drove them nuts. I heard, I haven't seen it, but I heard Huffington Post and some other liberal outlet did their own little articles about the flag and how offensive it is. And if you are offended by the flag or people chanting literally USA, USA, that's normal. A lot of people are experiencing that now. No, it's called patriotism. It's called I love my country. It's called USA, USA, USA. But folks, I mean, they're so desperate. They're writing crazy articles like that, like saying, you should feel strange when someone has a flag, in their house, or wearing patriotic clothing, or, if you feel demoralized because of, how could you feel demoralized by patriotism? I mean, if you hate this country, get out. I said it a couple of weeks ago, man, get out. If you hate it, go. Trump will pay for your trip to leave.
Yeah. I mean, there's plenty of places. Canada's a great one. You'd love Canada. It's embracing socialism as hard as it can. It's leaning left as hard as it possibly can. It's falling apart. It may not exist in 5 years, but it's a great option if you really want to live like a lefty nutbag. Go right up to Ottawa, just move right in there, and they'll love you. They'll love you. They'll be so happy you came along and joined their ranks.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, heck, go to Russia. Just go right to the source. Go to China.
I think it's pretty cool, though, that I don't have to wear anything that says Trump or MAGA on it. All I have to do is wear patriotic stuff, and it'll get people upset.
Yeah.
Which I think really shows their true colors more than them getting upset over MAGA or Trump, because that could be viewed as political. But when you demonize the flag, which the flag's done no crime, it's committed no sin, we know exactly what the flag stands for. Even if America has failed to fully represent the flag itself and what it represents, it's flawless in what it represents. Justice, equality, American values, the American way, freedom, free speech. So when you demonize that, you're demonizing everything that America is. You're not demonizing Trump anymore. You're not demonizing MAGA. You're saying and admitting you literally hate America and you want to see it collapse and you want to usher in something else. Not going to happen. Yeah. Even Trump said during the first time at one of his State of the Union addresses, he said, hey, and I think he said it more than once, at like a couple of State of the Unions. He said, America will never be a socialist nation. And then they cut to Bernie Sanders' face and he just had that look of, man, this really sucks.
Uh-huh. Yeah, well, I don't really want socialism. I want democratic socialism. It's totally different. Completely different thing. Democratic socialist. That's just a joke. It's, I don't know. What you get to vote once. If you vote for socialism, then that's it. You voted for socialism. That makes it democratic socialism. You never get to vote again. That's pretty much the way it always works. Whenever you instill a totalitarian system into place, you never get to vote again. So Maduro is still in office after all these years. Boy, he won every election, didn't he? Flying colors.
Right.
And I'll tell you, if you're down there, like I think it was Dominion that was located down there, and you're trying to sell your vote counting machines to a guy like Maduro, let's just say you damn well better have a back door on that thing, because he ain't going to buy the legit one. He ain't putting no legit vote counting systems in place.
I would suggest, and this is just, a suggestion and an idea, theory. I'm not saying it's foolproof. But I tend to think that Trump is pretty strategic with, a lot of the things that he does, a lot of the moves that he makes. And we're coming on the 250th anniversary of America, the celebration of the birth of America. Man, I'm thinking right before that happens, he's going to do some really powerful power moves. Maybe some arrests, maybe some indictments. And then we go into the 4th of July, not just stoked, but completely stoked and completely on fire and drive the liberals completely insane. I see it happening, man. And so let's just say here for the record, I think something like that's going to happen. Now, it might not be arrests, but he's going to make some very powerful moves just prior. I mean, it just makes sense. If you're strategizing, that's what you would do. And Trump is a strategist, no question about it, dude. I mean, even when it comes to when he strikes a nation, he's a strategist about it. He pulled back 5 times, from what I heard, before he actually struck, in Venezuela to capture Maduro. He's always strategist. He's always, looking at, how is this going to work best? Let's do this then. Let's hold off for now. It's going to make some of our base angry, but it's going to make them even more excited when we deliver in a more timely fashion. You see what I'm saying? And I'm just throwing that out there.
Oh, I would love to see like 50 mugshots come out on the 4th of July. Boom, here's all of them. Just everybody you've ever dreamed about seeing arrested. Just Bill Gates, here's just mugshot after mugshot on the 4th of July. And why not? Joe Biden set the precedent. He did it to Trump. It's fair game now. You guys make the rules. He's just playing by the rules you set. With Letitia James and all those scam trials that Donald Trump had to sit through. Make them all sit through those. Why not? I don't even care at this point. I don't even care. Although it'd be very damaging to the country. But, I say I don't care. But at the end of the day, it's probably a bad idea to do that. But, they made the rules, folks. They made the rules. Let them live by them.
But, we talk about positive things. I mean, I think there's a lot of positive things happening, man. It's not all doom and gloom for certain. And I think we're going to see more and more victories in 2026. At the same time, be prepared for, for chaos, because the left is going to do some crazy stuff to try to sabotage Trump and MAGA and America from having victories. That's just a given. You know what I'm saying? I mean, we've got almost 10 years of history of that now, of them doing just that. Trying to sabotage Trump, trying to sabotage MAGA, trying to sabotage America. Actually, more than 10 years, really, if you think about it, because it was beginning, pretty much right away when Trump announced that he was running. They went right after him, man. And it was going on against America before that. I mean, Obama was pretty much as anti-American as you can get, man. I mean, he was working basically with Al-Qaeda. He would warn them, we're going to strike you guys here, on this day at this time. And by the time they struck, they were gone. Who does that?
He cut that deal with Iran to give them nuclear weapons and pallets of cash And in return, he got a few hostages back. And the hostages were like, yeah, we were sitting out there on the runway, and all of a sudden this plane came in, American plane, dropped off pallets of what looked like cold, hard cash, and then it took us away. It was a cash drop to buy the hostages back, which is never, ever done by the U.S. government. I mean, openly done. That time they openly did it. And, set the stage for what we're dealing with today, so many years later, with Iran still being a problem that needs to be taken care of. And, if you don't take care of it now, then you just leave it for your kids to do in a generation when it's that much harder, and how many more lives have been lost in the process,
Yeah, I mean, that was the Biden thing, that Biden Afghanistan debacle was, I mean, that pretty much tanked his, possibility of probably winning if he had actually, ran. I mean, even with him being able to cheat a little bit, he couldn't have won. I mean, that was such a debacle, man. Literally, giving them everything, giving them weapons, and I mean, just basically empowering them and rescuing them and leaving Americans. Again, it's all just demoralization. Obama did it. Biden did it. It's all to get you to hate yourself, hate America, to feel demoralized, to quit and give up. But it actually had the opposite effect, man. We rose up, man. And that's what happens when you're challenged. When you are challenged, one of two things happen. One, you basically roll over and admit defeat, or you rise to the challenge. And believe me, we've been through the shamdemic together. We've been through so much together. We have risen to the challenge time and time again. And they know that we're never giving up now. That's why they're so desperate. That's why they're doing so much crazy stuff, is because they know that their opponent, us, we the people, will never relent and never give up and roll over. They've tried to do everything they can to get us to roll over, because that's their only move they have to actually defeat us, is for us to capitulate. They're not in the power. They're not in the position to actually overtake us. The only way they can do it is through demoralization and to get us to give up. But it's had the opposite effect. We're more awake, more empowered than ever before. That's the good news. Keep up the fight, folks.
Keep up the fight. That's right. And, don't get too, that's the thing, right? On the left, they've got the Trump derangement syndrome, their hatred of America. On our side, we really just have our love of country, and we're rooted in foundations.
Yep.
There's no hatred in my blood for anyone that's motivating any of my positions politically. It comes from a place of love across the board. Do I want to see America change and taken over? No. I mean, we push back against certain levels of immigration, especially from certain countries, because it's just it's a way that it's a fast track to change the country completely. And our love of country makes us want to stand up and speak out about that, so that it doesn't come true, so that we can still have a country that resembles America to some degree or another, that we can leave to our kids and their kids and so on and so forth. And I don't mean it has to be white. I don't mean it can't be majority Hispanic or whatever, as long as it's based in, Christian values that adhere to the Constitution, and, it's good. Heck, I'll take Buddhists. I can live with Buddhists. I can live with Hindus. I can live with just about every religion on this planet. I have no problem with any of them, as long as they respect other religions and are willing to work and live together to make America a good, wonderful place to be. If they want to dominate, if anyone wants to dominate over the others, start charging taxes if you're not part of their system, to implement their own system of government that would supersede the Constitution of the United States, the greatest constitution, the greatest document that was ever written to advise people on how to govern themselves freely and fairly, then no, I'm against it. I don't have anything against trans people. We talk about trans a lot. Nothing against, we say it all the time. If you're trans and you want to live that life, go for it. Just don't shove it down the kids' throats, because that's not fair. That's not fair to do that to a little kid. So no, we have love. We come from a place of love and a place of logic and a place of,
reason.
Positive reason. Exactly, reason. Not just as devoid hatred for Donald Trump, where you hate anything he does no matter what, and you're always going to take the other side no matter what. That is not logical. At some point, a broken clock is going to be right, 2 times a day, And you have to admit that about Trump. At some point, he's going to be right about something, even if you hate the guy. There's going to be something he does that you have to really sit back and say, you know what, I don't hate that. That's actually kind of a good thing. I did it with Biden. I admitted when Joe Biden did things I, thought was actually good for the country. It was rare, but he did do some things that I thought were good for the country, and I gave him credit for them. It's just the way it is. I never had Biden derangement syndrome. I just thought the guy was senile, and he wasn't really the best choice for the president of the United States. I think I was right, but I didn't hate the guy. I hated the press for what they were doing, trying to cover it up.
I mean, when he got cancer and it was announced, nationally, I went to X, and I'm not saying there weren't some people on the right that said some bad things, but I didn't see any, man. You know what I'm saying? But when something bad happens to Trump or somebody on the right, it's every single Democrat on X celebrating it, man. It's a big difference between them and us, man. And I think we should be able to take some pride in that we have taken the high road.
Yeah, I just saw an article the other day that said, Biden's really, this inner circle is very, very concerned. He's his cancer is spreading aggressively, and it's not looking good at all. And I didn't take one iota of joy in that. Not even close. I took great sadness in hearing that. I think it's horrible. There's a lot of pain. A lot of people are going to be hurt, and it's just not a good thing when, somebody has advanced cancer, for crying out loud. To celebrate that is sick. You're sick in the head if you even come close to doing anything resembling a celebration of that horrific type of thing.
Yeah. And in a weird way, the left has taught us what we don't want to be, by being so obnoxious. We're like, whoa, we can't do that at all, not even remotely, because you see how ugly it is coming from them. Then you realize that even doing a little bit of it is ugly, So they've kind of woken us up to even a higher degree. So thank you, left, for doing that. But let's segue into that clip of the Muslim mob that was celebrating, the very idea that they're going to take over, and that's their goal.
We've got about 3 minutes before we have to take a break. So if it'll fit in there, we can play it now. If not, we'll do it right when we come back.
I mean, it's like 30 seconds. So here we go, folks.
Okay. Yo, make some noise for the Mother Warrior right now, baby. MashaAllah, yeah. Takbir! Oh, don't scare them, brothers. Relax. They're over here on purpose to be like, oh my God. Who's seen those videos where they're like, oh my God, the Muslims are taking over New York City? You seen those? You seen those? Let them know that we are taking over New York City. Takbir! Oh my God.
Man, I almost want to go, kiss,
because that guy gave that speech in Times Square. Yeah.
That's some Keir Starmer stuff right there, man. That is insane. And you heard the crowd cheering it, man. I mean, it's a large crowd of people, man. This is not a small...
Thousands and thousands of Muslims were there, yeah.
Yeah. So, folks, I mean, the thing of it is, look, a lot of people listen to the mainstream media. They don't hear or know any of this stuff. And when we talk it, they go, oh, he's making stuff up. No. We play clips. We can't play everything. We don't have the time. But folks, we're not misleading people when we tell you things that this took place or that took place. We have the videos, we have the documents, we have the evidence, and we show it to you as much as we possibly can. But we can't play it all, obviously. You need to get off the mainstream media because you're never going to be told the truth. And the biggest lie is the lie of omission. It's what they don't tell you that matters the most. And that's the biggest and the worst kind and the biggest and most deceptive kind of lie. And so never forget that. It's what they don't tell you. That's what makes it the worst kind of lie. So they just tell you what they want you to know to formulate, a narrative, so to speak, and that you go along with said narrative, and they don't want you doing any research. Remember during the shamdemic, all the mainstream media was saying, oh, don't do any research. Don't think for yourself. Trust the authorities. I mean, just literally telling us to shut off all critical thinking. No longer think for ourselves. Just be a drone and a robot, which is exactly what the globalists and the left want. They want a hive mind, an obedient hive mind that basically obeys their narrative.
Yep. The science is settled. Trust the science.
There you go.
Are the two most unscientific things you could possibly say. The science is never settled. Science, by its definition, is never settled. And you never trust the science. You always question the science, period. That's what science is. Science is the process of questioning the truth, questioning what you know. That is what science is. But folks, we've got to take a break. This is the Censorship Sucks Roundtable Radio Show, and we'll be right back after these messages.
All right, we are on radio break. Thank you. I didn't know if you got to see to take a break at the 40-minute mark.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it took a little doing, but I figured out how to see. Yeah.
But that works out good for tonight, doing it that way. Gives you a little bit more time, to actually get out that last push.
Yeah.
So, yep.
And now we only have 10 minutes more to do, so we're all good.
Makes it quick and easy.
All right, Barry.
Man, that was a pretty
You
terrifying
got to
clip.
come up with a...
After hearing that clip again, I didn't realize just how terrifying that sounded, because I had the headphones on. So getting that in stereo, right? Hearing those, that chanting, we're taking over, that was super. I wonder how people must have responded to that. It's got to be somewhat terrifying if you've never heard anything like that before. Am I wrong?
Get down.
Am I wrong or am I right?
Down.
Oh, you're right.
Down.
Yep.
I mean, had you heard that clip before? Pick one.
I've heard that
John.
clip before.
Okay,
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. But even hearing it again, weren't you kind of like, whoa, dude, that's very it's terrifying.
Yeah.
Business,
And they've got a
man.
mirror
They
in the
literally,
office,
well, they got their guy. That's right.
Yeah. That's the thing. They're actually in power right now. So, once they get in power, boom, you'd watch how fast they start doing stuff.
Mm-hmm.
At least Sadiq Khan has been kind of subtle about it,
Well, we can hope that he goes all the way in because that will fully expose everything and wake more people up. So I think it's a good thing if he does. It'll be worse for him temporarily. It'll be worse for all of us probably temporarily, but it'll be best for us in the long run if he just basically shows his true hand and doesn't basically, restrain himself. And I think that's why Trump was trolling him, saying, I think he's going to be a great mayor. That's the ultimate troll. People got so upset on the right about him saying that. People don't understand Trump at all, man. You can't take every single thing Trump says as, gospel truth. Is that he's saying this, out of sincerity. It's a troll,
Yeah.
People crack me up. And what better way to disarm a person, by acting like you're their friend? It's classic stuff, man. It's just classic Trump.
Yeah.
Because you wait till New York City starts to completely collapse. Trump will be right in there to point it out, which will just prove exactly everything I'm saying right now.
Yeah. And he stands to lose a lot of money in that scenario,
Oh, yeah.
How much real estate does he have in that city?
I've seen a whole bunch of videos of people that live in New York City showing what it looks like now. And there's trash everywhere. There's people remember how you were talking about how they're doing all those shady deals?
30 seconds, guys.
They're back to doing that again, dude. And it's just like blocks of just fraudulent, merchandise that they're selling.
All right, what are we leading with?
Charlie, Erica,
and
Kirk,
here's your countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and you're live and on the radio side right now.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to hour 3 of the Censorship Sucks Roundtable Radio Show special Wednesday night edition, 3-hour edition. Standing in for Jack tonight, who had some personal issues that didn't allow him to be here tonight. But don't worry, Jack, we've got your back, and we've got some interesting stories to talk about as well. Bullhorn Barry on the mic. Why don't you lead us in with crazy, wacko, nut job, Candace Owens, and what she's up to now?
I mean, I think it's just another case of conspiracy madness where, you get so addicted to the clicks and the popularity that comes from, getting some nugget or jewel of insight that eventually you just start making stuff up. Because, if you're a good BSer, you can basically make the dots say just about anything to somebody that's not very smart and they'll buy it, So I don't know exactly she's selling these days because I can't listen to her because she's just so far out there. But apparently she has a new documentary series coming out, and it's called The Bride of Charlie. It's sort of a take on The Bride of Chucky, Chucky, the little demonic redheaded doll, which is a terrible name, and it's got a picture of course, Erica Kirk plastered in the center, off to the right and off to the left, with her and Charlie. And, what started out for her is just, trying to, find out how Charlie died is now turned into just an all-out assault and attack on Erica Kirk. I don't know what she's exactly saying. I've heard she's like accusing her of possibly being behind part of it. I don't know if that's true or not because I can't watch it, man. I mean, she's just so far out there. But I think that's probably true. And she's got a trailer out, you can see it on X. I can't play it here because I don't have it on my phone, but you can go to X, just type in Candace Owens, Bride of Charlie, if you can bear it, because it's so obnoxious, man. I mean, this whole conspiracy madness thing is something that we need to be aware of, because she used to be kind of, grounded in reality, right? She used to kind of be, have good insights about things. She was very sane in her reasoning and, was making big contributions. She was on InfoWars a lot of people were inviting her on. And then she kind of had a falling out, I think, with Ben Shapiro. And ever since then, it's just kind of been this downward spiral.
Yeah. And she did that tour for a while with Charlie Kirk, and she was, like you said, pretty rational and all that. But at what point does Erica Kirk just get out the lawyers and just sick them? Go get them, dogs. Rough, go sue. It's insane. Was she like secretly in love with the guy or something, and she's super jealous of her, ex or widowed wife? Or it's insane. I don't know what it is. Her hatred of Jews in general is pretty sickening. There's a lot of that, and she spawned and bought into that group, pandering to them to try to get their clicks and their money, and not a good look. But hey, to each their own. If that's the route you want to go down in life, that's fine. But leave Charlie Kirk's wife out of it, right? You want to go after the people at TPUSA, really fine, whatever. When you start going after Charlie's wife, his widow, that's disgusting.
And they were supposed to be really good friends. Her and Charlie were like buddies, She said that over and over and over again. And so I don't think that Charlie would be approving of her attacking his former wife. That's just my opinion. And look, I said, if she has some sort of reveal that just is totally concrete and she can prove there's some sort of connection, then I'll just eat crow. I have no problem with that, man. I am ultimately just about the truth. Okay. That's all I care about. But I haven't seen that coming from her lately, man. I mean, she's just been kind of all over the place, making up stories. A lot of people then went and fact-checked a lot of the things she said, and it was totally fabricated to one degree or another. And so, people like her remind me a lot of like Nick Fuentes. They're shock jocks. And, just hearing her voice and her tone now, it reminds me of like, Jerry Springer or something like that. It's not even, I don't even consider it legitimate. Her big talking points that I know of recent is this whole Erica Kirk thing, and then of course there was the Macron's wife being a dude. I mean, that's pretty much what she's bringing to the table, and I think there's bigger issues than that right now.
Yeah, that at least was kind of funny. I mean, okay, it's ridiculous, but at least it's kind of, we can all sit and kind of laugh about it. But when you're going after Erica Kirk, there's nothing funny about it.
Yeah, we laughed about it on air, and it was funny for a while. I mean, but not long. Mm-hmm. We didn't like hyper focus on it,
No.
We were just like, maybe, what if, It's more tongue in cheek though than like literal.
Yeah, I mean, I thought it was kind of funny. It's because it was so ridiculous. You know what I mean? It's just silly.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, I wasn't gonna like treat it like a real news story. We brought it up on the show because it was making headlines, but it was also ridiculous, and we treated it as such. We didn't bring it up and be like, "Oh wow, breaking news! Macron's wife is actually a man." I mean, that would be ridiculous. That would be silly. It'd be stupid.
Yeah, Nick Fuentes, Candace Owens, and the ilk, they're basically tabloid news, sensationalism to get the clicks. That's what I think, and it's a little bit of conspiracy madness in there as well, because, you get that gold nugget every once in a while, and you found something that nobody else found, and you go viral because of it, and you're kind of heralded as this, I don't know, Yoda or something, and you get addicted to that. And so you just go, well, let's connect some other dots. Even though they don't really connect, I'll make them connect, and I'll keep those clicks going, keep that buzz going, that dopamine rush that I get from people thinking that I'm actually super insightful. David Icke is another example, in my opinion. He thinks he knows it all. Nobody else knows. He's constantly bashing every person that's in the alternative media as if they know nothing, and only he has the esoteric knowledge. I totally bash him constantly when he does these kinds of things on X. And bash him, logically and with reason, but I'm firm because the guy is obviously a divider and a big-time deceiver, man. They're not he's not any more based in reality than Candace is, or even Nick Fuentes, man, because he just says the most absurd stuff, like comparing Trump to the deep state, okay? I mean, literally saying he's one and the same as Biden. I mean, that's not based in reality. There's just no evidence of that. Is he imperfect? Yes. So if he said that or he criticized Trump in areas where he was wrong or maybe needed to change, I would get that totally. I'd support him in that. But they don't. They go all in with their conspiracy madness. And David Icke, in my opinion, is a perfect example of that, conspiracy madness. It's, the whole reptilian overlord thing. I mean, it's just in overdrive. I like to call them the reptilian overlords myself, but tongue in cheek, because it's funny, because they act like that. They might as well be aliens, reptilian, demonic aliens from another planet, because that's how evil they are. But I'm not serious about it. I don't really believe they're shapeshifters.
Mm-hmm. I think they'd pick a better body than they did if they were,
Yeah, why would they want Macron or Klaus Schwab, for goodness sake, man? I mean, that guy hasn't exercised in 100 years, because he's at least 150.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, if you're a shapeshifter, you wouldn't be like, I want the Charles Schwab body, please. Thank you very much.
You're going to get Arnold Snorts. I can't even say his name. You're going to get the Arnold of the 80s. You know what I'm saying? You're going to be buff.
Yeah.
You're going to be bad.
Yeah, right.
You're not going to get Schwab.
Rambo all day.
Yeah, you're going to possess a body that is at least, in good shape and something you can be proud of. Okay.
Yeah. I saw, I don't know, a couple of weeks ago, I saw Men in Black 3, and they had that alien that was that like super hot, dark-haired woman. You'd go with something like that.
Yeah, if you're going to do the female one, right?
I mean, I would.
Well, because
I would.
Well, because
I'd
she's going to have. She's going to have that seductive power to influence people, seduce them with her reptilian power. But you can't do that if you look like Rosie O'Donnell.
Yeah, who apparently is slithering back into the United States for a little while to kind of see if it's safe. She wanted to check the border and see if she'd even get in.
I got that slithering like a reptile.
Yep.
That was good, man. I caught that. See how clever I am?
Yeah, it's interesting though to see her back in the United States. Who else did we just have that came back? It was Ellen DeGeneres.
Yeah, what's up with
that? Came back to the United States. They're all, if Trump wins, we're going to leave, and then they leave, and they're like, yeah, let's just go back. It's way better in LA than Toronto. You just do one winter in Toronto, and you're like, oh, I kind of miss LA,
Yeah. Sure. Good old
So, Barry,
Rosie.
we got about 45 seconds left before we got to wrap up. Where can people find you online?
Yeah, come and visit me on X, and it's Bullhorn Barry, man. You'll be able to find me. Post there. I got articles, videos, you name it, clips from the show, etc.
Et cetera, folks. Don't miss out. You can find me over at my favorite site in the world, minds.com, minds.com/censorship-sucks. Got a big following over there. I've been over there for, 8 years now, and really enjoy that site. It's been nothing but good to me. But, folks, we are all out of time. Thank you so much for listening. Stay tuned. There's much more coming from DREAGUS Productions right after this, but we got to wrap up the Censorship Sucks Roundtable radio show, and we will see you on Sunday night.
Great show, guys. Getting ready to clear here on
right.
the radio side of the one station.
Did we lose everybody, or did we keep some people in
we-
the rooms?
We kept.
We lost
good.
the radio, kept the podcast stuff.
We just lost one station, that's all.
Yeah.
After this. But we actually gained another platform.
Radio platform?
Yeah.
Or social? Oh, yeah. Okay. So we were on the radio, just not on every channel, because the one channel only had
Right.
2 hours open. Right?
All right. Now, I got to go over and get Nancy set up. So I
right.
will...
Thank you, Mark, and thank you, Bullhorn Barry. You did a great job tonight, so thanks.
It was fun. Tonight was fun, man.
All right. See you guys Sunday night.
All right.
Okay,
Sounds
brother.
good.
Peace.
I will catch up with you then.
Peace out.
All right. Now, let me get over here to Nancy and get her up and rolling. Stay tuned for the VIXEN'S Vault and her Legion of Chaos, Nancy Planetta. Let me get the Legion of Chaos up and rolling.
Good evening.
Hi, how are you?
Good. How are you?
Pretty good so far. Looking for David? I guess David's not in. I don't see David.
Lobby. Who's in the lobby? I went to view the lobby and there's nobody there. Oh, wait. Waiting in the
there we
lobby.
go.
David?
And Raph.
There we go. There we go. There we go. Where'd Rafa go? I just let him in the lobby.
I just
wait.
Added him in. Here we go.
Oh,
All right.
Okay. Where's
What
Mark?
a night, what a night, what a night. I'm telling you.
Yeah, I saw that. I said to Roger, drop me the line that Jack wasn't going to be able to make it tonight because of a family emergency. I'm like, literally, I'm in the middle of cleaning up, eating, doing. I was like, dude, I don't know if I could step in for him. I don't. He goes, no. He's got Censorship Sucks, going over another hour.
Yeah.
I said, cool.
John and Barry handled it really well. I'm really thankful that they came in and did that.
Yeah, that is pretty awesome of them.
Yep. Those guys are awesome. And we took and did the it was like an old 3-hour show that we used to do, as John had that extra hour before I brought in Jack, yeah. But I told him, I said, I think it'd be better if you kind of like slimmed it down a little bit. And he was like, yeah, that's kind of a good idea if we do that. It's starting to get a little burnt. And it really helped him out, especially since he does Sunday and Wednesday.
That's a lot. And
Yeah.
you know that, and I know
Yeah,
that.
yeah,
That
I
is
know.
a lot.
He does like 5, with pre-shows and after shows. It's almost 6 hours he does.
Yep.
So that's that's some great stuff. And he's different crew in on Sunday nights, so that does help. Hi everybody.
Oh, hey, Mark.
There we go.
I got Nina sitting in with me right now, over here to my left.
Hey, Nina.
Hi.
All right.
Good evening.
Becky.
Yeah. Okay, Nance, you got 30 seconds, and then you'll be live and on the radio side. And remind me when we hit the half-hour point, or when you get to your first break, we'll need to switch so that you get enough time. Okay?
Heard.
Because
Okay,
I
I
did
gotcha.
start us up a little too early, but I wanted to get that transition in. And here's your countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And you are live and on the radio side for the very first time tonight, right now.
And welcome everybody to the Vixen's Vault. Today's date, February the 25th, 2026. We are literally 3 days out from entering into the new world of March 2026. And I'm telling you, man, this year is flying by, literally flying by. And there's so many things happening at once. It's like, I feel like I'm living in the land of chaos where you're looking at, like, I almost sometimes feel like I'm standing back looking at a bunch of glowing stars and some are twinkling, and I just want to reach and pluck one and look at it, and another one flies by. It's just so much going on insofar as information and movement, and it's crazy. I mean, week before last, we had Barack Obama go public with making a statement. He didn't say there were UFOs. He made a statement alluding to it. And literally, same time, and this is what kills me, is the time frames of everything. Same time, you get a 3 million file release of the Epstein files, right? Same time, you have Trump within a day and a half of Barack Obama going on air saying, well, I'm declassifying the UFO files. Okay. Same time, you've got Mexico ramping up. Remember, I told you guys to watch Mexico. Kept telling y'all Mexico was going to be the next stop. Why? Because I knew we had staged troops on the border of Mexico. We don't just do that for, yank your crank day, especially when we've already got the border under control. I mean, and since the Trump administration took control, we've really had I think they said it was, I want to say it was like 22 people that have crossed the border illegally and got caught. So there's a lot of control mechanisms that were put into play that would take away from federal presence on the border in that way, at least federal troops presence. And I know they've been down there. I know they're actually staged all the way around the country of Mexico. So yeah, it made sense that after Venezuela, Mexico would be the next step, and then likely Cuba after Mexico. That being said, how does that work into everything? And I kind of laugh because I'm like, holy distraction, Batman. You've got distraction going on everywhere. Everywhere. You've got Trump and Bibi Netanyahu fighting this war that nobody seems to be seeing the battle that's actually happening. And I think it's funny because I'm like, you've got Bibi making veiled threats at Trump going right back at him, and nobody seems to understand these are veiled threats. And I'm like, they're not on good terms right now, guys. They're really not. It's BP is pissed off that we haven't crushed the hell out of Iran. And we're not going to crush the hell out of Iran. That's the thing. If y'all have been paying attention to the movements, yeah, we had this giant fleet go over there.
Quick point. Sorry, Nancy.
Yep.
Quick point.
Yep.
Threats, or is it more showmanship?
No, it's definitely veiled threats. It is not showmanship. It is definitely not, because there's way too much information out there.
They're doing it in public. That's why I asked.
Well, there is an important point that anything that we see on the news is there for a reason. And I have some relatives in intelligence, and they never tell me anything, so don't ask me any questions about who killed JFK or anything like that. They never told me anything. But I did pick up a few things from them. And one is that if somebody comes out and says, I'm revealing classified information, or I'm leaking this, or I'm saying that, they're doing it on instruction. Okay, yep. These guys, they don't disappear people, like it's all dramatic and stuff. No, they put you in Leavenworth for 30 years. That's worse in a lot of ways. So people tend not to betray their secrets and kind of deal. So if they're out there talking, especially if they're not being hauled off to prison, it's because people want you to know something. And, the thing about Trump is Donald Trump is a world historic figure. And world historic figures are really fun to read about in history books. You know, they move populations and they secure borders and they do this and that and this. But when you're actually living in the time of world historic, you know, people on the ground when Napoleon was running around, I mean, Napoleon, he was cool. And there were a lot of he's a fascinating character. But to actually be living in France in the Napoleonic era could be a little on the chaotic side. So we've got to be ready for this sort of a chaos when you're seeing. And I think Trump also is trying to move as quickly as possible because I think his opponents have been, they've had the reins for way too long. We lost that balance we used to have in this country of simply going back and forth, not getting too riled up if you don't get all of your policies because, you know, in a few years you'll have a chance to implement and that whole art of compromise that we used to see so well, but which was abused. And, you know, but yeah, I think a lot of it has to do with, we've got to have a certain historical perspective. But yeah, I agree, you know, with Trump, that's his style is to keep people guessing. And whenever he wants someone to not pay attention to something, he'll say something like, you know, we'll do this or that. And they burn up all their energy over like a meme he posts. You know, when he was doing those Mexican memes, which were hilarious. You know, I hang out with these guys, and we're all we don't care about each other's politics, but we all agree that Trump is just so hilarious. I mean, this is the entertaining and best president I've seen, and that kind of wit, you see that only rarely with politicians. That Senator Kennedy is like that too. Smart people generally don't go into politics much. They don't like smart people in politics. You know, you do what you're told and you come out of the Senate and you're a millionaire. And
I think what made Trump double trouble, I think what made him a double trouble problem going into politics is that he's been on both sides of the ball.
There's that too.
He was a Democrat for years. He knows all their dirty tricks. He turned Republican so he could win the nomination. And I've said it before and I'll say it again. He ran in 2012. Everybody forgets that. He was in the primary for 2012. He dropped out of the primary for 2012. If you look at the timing of that primary run, he did that because Epstein got a plea deal and he was furious. I still remember reading about this. I don't know how people do not remember this. I'm like, y'all, like, it's like your memories fill out your rear end.
Also, in 2012, in 2012 or 2011, wasn't he planned to to act as a witness against Epstein?
28. It was 2008. He was actually a witness for the prosecution, and he was working with the FBI. He's what got Epstein arrested to begin with. And again, when Epstein got that sweetheart plea deal, he was livid. I mean, livid. So he did the test run in 2012 with the primary, kind of got his footing and said, okay, came back, won it in 2016. And then, of course, we have the crap show that ensued from there. And, you know, I said he arrested Jeffrey Epstein. He went after him. Okay. He's the only one that went after him. Okay. You had Biden, who had 4 years he sat on those FBI files. 4 friggin' years. And not one word was said. And let me tell you, if Trump had raped little girls or anything like that, believe you me, they'd have hung him on a cross in front of Congress and left everybody else's names out of it.
Well, they threw everything they could find at him. They dug for years. They
had to make things up. They had to change law to go after him, literally. So it's like, you know, guys, I know it's easy to hate somebody because they're not doing everything you want them to do immediately. But he's got to do things in a certain way because there are so many corrupt people in our government and there's so much control.
That's the thing too, you know, you're completely on target there because it's like so many people I see, they say, well, I like this guy, except, you know, and I talk to people all the time and they're like, well, Trump's no good because he doesn't do this. And he's like, look, no, he's not Thomas Jefferson. He's not Adolf Hitler. He's not anything that you might have as your hero. He's just this guy. And in my day, we just picked a candidate that most aligned with what you'd like. And you didn't expect to like everything they did, but you're saying like, you know what, I like the direction he's going. And I don't agree with everything with him, of course. So, you know what, I don't think it's this perfectionism. I think it's just an excuse for defeatism, if you ask me.
I think a lot of it too is I think there's
certainly
panic. I think there's panic within the ranks, both sides of the table. I think the Republicans are panicking and the Democrats are panicking. Why? Because he seems to be getting, and guys, how many times have I said this? For the first time in my memory, both Democrats and Republicans know what the Second Amendment is and all agree that we have the right to the Second Amendment. Okay? We have spent the last 40 years battling Democrats on the Second Amendment because they wanted to basically piecemeal the Constitution together, take certain words out of the amendment and put that in a school book and teach that to children so children don't know what the actual Second Amendment says. It doesn't say that only the military gets to carry arms. Where in God's name that came from, I don't know. It gives the right to everybody. Everybody. And it's not, and again, Federalist Papers, they don't even talk about that. It's not, you're not given the Second Amendment right so you can go hunting. That is the stupidest thing I've ever heard in my life, and it sounds absolutely ridiculous.
We were talking about this the other night. There's an ancient English and I think Western European idea that a free individual has the right to defend their bodily integrity up to and including the use of deadly force. So if you carried a sword and later a pistol, this was your way of saying that, you can only push me so far. And I'm reminded, I was talking to Roger about this just not long ago, about how, I forget who it was, an English visitor out to the so-called Wild West, 19th century California. And he talked about how he'd go into a bar and all these guys had these huge guns strapped on their hips and everyone was so polite. There was no trouble. An armed society is a polite society. So there is that. But I think it came out of a very old tradition that a free individual has the right to self-defense. And
Colonel Jeff Cooper.
On top of this.
That's who it came from. Sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, it's one of Rafi's favorite expressions. That's why when you said an armed society is a polite society. When you said that, I started laughing. It's one of his favorite things to say.
Robert Heinlein,
Britain isn't technically an armed society, but
no, because you all put your tail between your legs.
We're generally well known for good manners.
You did the same thing Australia did. You let your politicians run basically theater. And it scared you all, and you let them take your rights from you. And once your rights are gone, good luck getting them put back into place, because it doesn't happen.
But what about the knights?
The knights?
The what?
The knights. Like at the round table. We're talking about
the medieval. Yeah, medieval. Okay, yeah, that was where that came out of, because only nobles had weapons at one time.
Exactly.
That was a populist kind of a change. Also, I think there was a greater reliance as warfare changed. I mean, I was just studying this history of the 80 Years' War, and even in that 80 years, they went from having battles which were like maybe a couple of thousand people to suddenly marching 10 or 15,000 people out on the field. So you needed, a population that understood arms, and it was more common for them to be used.
I always found it funny that people don't talk about the Revolutionary War when we're talking with warfare, because people say guerrilla warfare. Well, okay, that's how we won the Revolutionary War, guys. We were not exactly civilized military in that time period. I have to put that into reference, because in that time, warfare was like a very well planned, civilized event.
Yeah,
I mean, they
got it from the Indians. They
got
the guerrilla stuff from the Indians.
I said, the Indian. It was like they would line up, and it was fought like gentlemen. And yes, they were brutal and killed each other, but they fought not the Americans. The Americans are hanging out of trees. I mean,
and they learned that from
we also
the
had the
Indians.
ability to do it the other way too, because these were trained militias.
Yes.
A lot of these guys had experience with. We called it the French and Indian War. I think they call it the 7 Years' War over in Europe.
Yeah.
Because they don't know any better. But
oh, poor Mark.
Yeah, we were able to. No, I have a great deal of respect for the United Kingdom. Their problem is that they don't have their natural lord at the head. As long as the usurper Charles and his Hanoverian clique are still in power.
Ew, you and I are in sync.
Line under Francis II, the rightful king of the United Kingdom. Well, that will bring prosperity to the realm. For the health of the king is the help of the people, and until the Stuarts are restored, and Roman Catholicism restored to the land. No, just kidding.
Not gonna happen.
They had no choice.
I'm sure the Archbishop of Canterbury will be happy. She'll be happy to submit to Rome.
I mean, that's the thing.
I think she would, actually.
There's still
Sorry.
survivors to the Tudor lineage there too. There's still Plantagenet lineage over there, and it's like, how did you guys end up in the House of Hanover? I mean, it's like, how did that happen? But if you look at it, it was very strategic and it was well planned. And you know, it's funny you're saying England is our friend, but I don't think England, its current state, is not our friend. And I think a lot of what we're seeing is bouncing back on England. You're starting to see a pushback on England. Why? Because of the banking systems. And again, the banking systems are literally and when I say the apex of all of our problems, I'm not playing.
Exactly.
They really are. I mean, they do nothing but generate war. They generate hatred. They generate classes. All of these things that come out of the way the banking system works. I was laughing.
Nobody likes
I was laughing because we were talking about Claude AI, the Anthropic AI.
Oh yeah.
And I was laughing because I'm seeing all the things that Claude is doing right now. And I had to actually post on my Facebook because I am not a fan of AI, but I was like, okay, as much as I really, really am biting my tongue saying this, I'm loving Claude right now because Claude is actually hitting every single company and every banking system that has been causing problems for the last 30 years. IBM, CloudStrike, I mean, you name it. Claude is in there. And I'm like, there's no way this is not planned. It is 100%. This is an action. This is technical warfare, basically. And you're seeing it play out. People are just not recognizing what they're looking at. It's like, you know, you've got CrowdStrike. You've got all these things that are having massive issues right now. Well, what's the problem with CrowdStrike? Well, CrowdStrike was responsible for the 2016 fiasco with the DNC server. CrowdStrike hid all their records and files on the servers in Ukraine. Why would we have a problem with that? Because why do you think Donald Trump was on the phone with Zelensky when he first was in office and he got impeached for that?
Yeah.
Because he knows where everything is. We know that CrowdStrike was in Ukraine. We know that Smartmatic and Dominion were in Venezuela. I mean, it's not hard if you are actually keeping track of things. And that is the biggest problem American society has. We are like, most of society here is so short term in their memory, they can't remember if they passed gas 10 minutes ago. I mean, it's really ridiculous.
They would have to be focused all the time, and they're not. You know, they come in and out, they bebop in and out, and so they lose track of what's going on. You know,
they're not focused. They're angry. I mean, Americans are angry at each other, at everything. And I think it's because a lot of them are starting to figure out that as taxpayers, we've been had. We have been had. I mean, we have been abused, used, raped, left for dead, and kicked while left for dead. And not only that, but those people that have been doing that to us are demanding more. And it's like, yeah, no, I'm sorry. Back off.
And they get more in. From the perspective of Britain, those people are getting more and more and more and more of our taxes.
Yes, you guys. Listen, Mark. I feel very bad for British citizens. You've not only lost your sovereignty, you have nothing in backup. Okay, so in other words, as you guys age out, the health system you have over there, it is not sustainable. It's not been sustainable for a long time. So y'all are busting your butts, and you're not going to have anything when you get there. You're not, and it's going to be horrible. And then you've got 1.5 million immigrants that are now draining your system. I mean, your immigrants are in positions of the greatest power you've got over there. You've got them they're in your government. It's insane.
They've been betrayed by their government.
But depending on what happens in the next, let's say, 5 years, if not before, we could see a change in that. But yeah,
I think we already are.
Yeah.
I think you're
Are
seeing
they
a lot
getting
of.
angry? Are people getting angry over there in England for what's happening?
Have you not seen the riots? Have you not seen?
No, because our press does not carry it.
Yes,
Have you
we
not
haven't.
seen the alternative news? British alternative news. GB News. GB News, not really
We do.
alternative. But
I see it because I
local.
have British friends, and British friends are sharing videos all over. Like Telegram is a wonderful resource when it comes to that because you can talk internationally, and you're sharing everything real time. So people are posting stuff on Telegram, and even like I've noticed, even Facebook is they change their algorithm out whenever there's something going on that they don't want us to see, like Israel. When Israel, they've been rioting and everything else over there. I mean, their main population is not really happy with Bibi, and we don't see that over here because, like, I'll see it for a minute, and then all of a sudden, the algorithm will switch out, and I can't find it anymore.
Like South Park, and it's gone.
And it's gone, exactly. And it's because they don't want people going against the agenda they want us to see. And the more they're pushing that at this point, the more obvious it's becoming. I mean, like, okay, so the Iran thing. We have the Gerald Ford that limped into port in Crete. Full, like, basically a floating toilet limped into port over in Crete. And I had heard about a week ago that they were having bad problems on the Ford, and I had heard why. And, I love the fact that they're making fun of this, and it is funny if you think about it. I wouldn't want to be a sailor on that ship, but it's funny. But the reason that happened was because they had changed out the bathrooms on the Ford. At the end of the Biden administration, they had gone through and retrofitted and taken out most of the urinals and put in basically gender-friendly bathrooms, which were all toilets. That does not work well on a closed septic system. I can tell you right now, that means a lot more toilet paper going into those pipes. And it was a ticking time bomb. It was just a matter of time before there was a big problem with the plumbing. And I was laughing because I'm like, you think this is a coincidence that this is happening now? That somehow the Ford can't partake in invading Iraq or Iran or whatever the hell they think it's going to happen over there? That's not going to happen. We're better staged to invade Mexico right now than we are Iran. Seriously, we don't. Yeah, all of our forces are over there. I think it's a look over here, not over there. Because again, the way I see it is the way our equipment is, where our equipment's at over there. It would not be an overnight command. Go ahead, and it couldn't be, especially if it's done by air.
What
the
about
most they
in
could do is maybe drones.
When they dropped over all those planes that had, big planes over in Britain.
Oh yeah, it was like the C-117s. They had a bunch of them. Yep.
Isn't that for refueling?
I don't.
Yeah, mainly. That's what.
There's going to be.
Sorry. Just
ahead,
on the
Rafi.
point of ground of forces in Iran, and I mentioned this in chat before we started. I cannot see sort of massive ground forces in from the US or from any so-called allied nation. You've got the civil war that's happening in Iran at this present moment. Where it's situated and the issues and the issues of the 2010s and 2000s in relation to the allied forces and
he froze. You know what? I'm kind of glad you froze, Mark, because I've got to take us out to break here in a minute. He's still frozen. That's kind of sad. I wonder if Britain cut him off. All right, guys, hang in there. I'm going to take us out to break while we try to unfreeze Mark. He's scratching his neck while he's frozen. Hang in there, guys. We will return with the Vixen's Vault in just a few minutes.
All right, we're on radio break.
Poor Mark, he's still frozen.
That's all right.
Oh, no.
Rafi, what were you going to say? Because I know you were going to say something. I want you to say it when we come back on air.
Well, yeah, it's basically there's some tactical limitations that that Trump's going to face going forward. And that's basically their range of the F-35s is limited. The problem that they have is that the missiles have enough range to reach the aircraft carriers, which means they've had to park them much further out. Problem is that the range of the F-35 does not allow for them to make that round trip without refueling in between. And even then, they're still having to rearm. They're going to have to refuel just to get back to the aircraft carrier to rearm and top off again.
And we don't have our refuelers. Yeah, we don't have our refuelers over there right now either. That's a very interesting thing to note, that we have very few refuelers over there. So it's
not the planes, not those planes that we dropped over in Britain. They can't perform that function?
No, the ones that they were flying out over Britain were like the C-117s. They were the big, they were like the equipment carriers.
Cargo.
Yeah.
Yeah, the cargo craft.
So
and again, they're going back to is, the weaponry that we have deployed right now are from yesteryear's wars. They're already antiquated by today's modern warfare tactics. I mean, and the thing is, though, Russia and those aligned with Russia, like Iran, they knew that. They know that it was cheaper and more. It was cheaper to do ballistic missiles than to try and maintain a fleet of aircraft and everything else and get shot down and have to be refueled, and the pilots have to be trained, and all those limitations, when they can just do ballistic missiles and cover the entire region without having to
launch.
Without having to have platforms to launch it and maintain.
I thought it was very telling too that we evacuated our embassy in Beirut, but we did not evacuate our embassy in Iraq. Which, to me, if I was going to evacuate an embassy, I would be doing Iraq before Beirut if I was planning on going into Iran. To be very honest with you, it's closer. The proximity is much closer. So I thought, that's interesting. Why did we do Beirut?
Yeah, they can't let go of Iraq. I mean, the problem is that it was dicey to begin with. The problem is the Iraq is mostly Shiite. There's a lot of cultural exchange and economic exchange between Iraq and Iran. And as it is right now, it's looking like Iraq's going to align with Iran. So,
well, that's what I'm saying. There's some interesting things here, Rafi. I mean, you've got that. You had Bibi last week basically alluding to a nuclear bomb going off here in the States if we don't invade Iran. And then you had Trump responding with England having to worry about a nuclear bomb. And I'm like, I'm watching this exchange going, wow, way to fight a war by not saying what you mean.
That's the veiled threat. Those are the veiled threats. And the problem is people don't know about the Samson option. And that's what really concerns me. And here's the thing, if I were Trump and I was part of the Q plan, or I was trying to, save the world from the damn Zionists, I would pretend to be get ready to invade Iran, but instead, I'd nail Israel. I'd sink every one of their submarines so that they can't launch.
Yep, and blame it on Iran.
Well, and they have to have a scare event, for the thing that's coming forward. So, they got to have something out there to look like.
And here's your countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And you're back live and on the radio side right now.
And we are back. And, it's funny because we have not been rejoined by Mark Edworthy. He apparently is having issues with the undersea cables. and cannot get back on. I'm assuming that's what's going on. I hate when that happens.
I got tired of his shit, is what it was.
Oh, no, that's not true.
But again, I think it's interesting. Like
he didn't obey the terms of service.
Yeah, there you go. I would hate for that to be true. But again, I mean, you're seeing things. Like I said, I've been saying it for a while now. It's not what you think. What you're seeing on the news, what you're hearing, you have to kind of look at it differently and say, well, what's been accomplished? And that's kind of what I do. I sit back and go, okay, so Trump says this, and the opposite happens. Because so many people hate Trump. Like literally, they will eat their own arm out of hatred.
Yeah.
So
Trump
you see a
derangement
real
Terrible.
exercise in reverse psychology. It's like a morphed form of reverse psychology mixed with the Hegelian dialectic. That's what I'm seeing, literally. And I'm like, he does it every time. Like they are so stupid, they fall for this every time.
They do. They do.
I
Well,
just
what
can't.
what you guys call politics today was commonly termed as spin back in the day. So,
Yes.
and it's like everybody, like you can't listen to either side. It doesn't matter if it's mainstream media or alt media. It's all spin.
That's kind of what I'm saying though, Roger. You've got to kind of stop listening to the news, stop listening to the politicians, and just watch what happens.
Research.
And that's kind of not even research. Watch what the results are, because the results are what count. And that's what I keep saying. People are going to hate Trump no matter what he does. And I said that over and over. He made himself a target. He did it intentionally. And you can tell he's done it intentionally because he's saying things that we all know he does not, it doesn't fit his pattern at all. It's way outside his pattern. So it's like, why would he do that? And then you see the result. And you're like, oh, that's why he did it. Okay, I get it now. You know, with Bibi, I kept trying to tell everybody he's not a fan of Bibi. He is not. It's historical. I mean, literally, he is not a fan of the Zionists at all.
Yeah.
And it's like, okay, gotta wait and see how this turns out.
That's why Israel's left for last.
Well, see, he's got to walk a tightrope though. He's burned a lot of bridges that he has to mend, or he's trying to mend, and now he's got to actually walk a tight line. You know, there's things that you can't get on national television and say, like you can't say 60% of your constituents are idiots. You know what I mean? On national television.
No, you can't. But it's funny because I think people are starting to figure that out. I mean, it's kind of like, you know, with the shootings.
Democrat,
okay, we had 2 shootings in 2 weeks, both of them trannies. Or no, 2 shootings and 1 attempted assassination. Again. And actually, all 3 of them are trannies. And it's like, okay, so how many times is this going to happen before y'all figure out that something is wrong? Whether it be a Manchurian Candidate type situation, whether it be something in the psychological programming, I don't know what it is, whether they're being encouraged or paid, I don't know. But if you don't see the pattern, there's a big problem.
I can tell you one thing. There's something weird about these last few shootings, and like there's something that's going on that the general public's not being told.
Yes, I agree. I 1,000% agree.
It was nice of Trump to point out the Democrats, like what their agenda, you know, by them setting them up and having them not stand up for Americans and all this kind of thing. I mean, that was helpful.
Well, no, but all that did was just push forward again that the hatred has made them stupid. And I kept saying, you know, they say hatred blinds you, but it also makes you really stupid. You don't think correctly when you hate something that much. And that's the truth. You become monofocused.
They fell for
it.
it.
But again, to sit there and even like the Medal of Honor recipients, you know, it's hurtful to the entire country when you have seated government positions, people who are paid a salary by the American people, you know, sitting on their tufts and looking, you know, with their noses up in the air. These guys, it doesn't matter what your politics are. These guys gave blood for this country, for them, for us, for our children. It doesn't matter if it was right or wrong.
You're assuming
they're all part of the same political party, though. It was the same one. Those same people.
They're all trying to take down the government. What makes you think they care?
That's it. I mean,
I personally don't feel like there's a left and right anymore. If you look at it from a neutral point of view, you'll see that where one person isn't able to do a certain job, another one is put in his place to do it.
Yep.
Okay.
It's all planned.
We know that, but the rest of the normies didn't. The rest of the people didn't.
Well, here's the thing. They're kept busy with stupid platforms and stupid agendas, really petty stuff, very childish if you actually think about it. It's childish stuff. Oh, your 4-year-old should have the right to choose what sex they want to be. Who on any planet thinks that's a good idea? Really?
Mm-hmm.
And yet they fight it. They fight it tooth and nail, and they'll start with the race card. They'll start with the sex card. They'll throw down every card that has been carefully crafted for the last 50 years to try to shut you down. And the problem is normal people don't want to even engage with people like that.
Well, it gets even more intense than that, though, because you think about it, okay? You start talking about sex education for little 60-year-olds, and all of a sudden that pisses off the freaking housewife. That pisses off the female who's taking care of their little daughter, and they don't want to hear that stuff in their school system. So all of a sudden you have housewives and you have freaking single women and you know, couples, period, pissed off about it. Now you got a movement going on.
Yep.
Okay.
Then you have also like the school. I've been saying it for years. The Department of Education, the school boards have way too much power. They do not. They do not have any right to suppress parental rights. Yet they do it day in and day out.
And that's what the person said about giving money. You said all you're doing is giving money to these programs that are pushing kind of thing.
Yes.
From the Department of Education. That's what they're doing.
Just on a wider point on this. This goes back to the my long march through the institutions arguments. After all, where does it come from? It comes from colleges. It comes from academia.
Yes.
It comes from you create your teachers to parrot this rubbish, and they will parrot it and instill the rubbish into the students. The other point is the old concept of the state becoming the parent.
Yes.
Yep.
Nanny state. A nanny. We call it a nanny state here.
Yeah. It takes 20 years to subvert a society. So you have to start at the age of 6, because if that's right when a child is starting to develop and be able to think. You see, so you start at the age of 6 and you subvert them until they're 26.
You know, it's interesting because, and I know Mark Wachowski will remember this, and I know Rafi definitely will remember me saying this, but I can put it all the way back to like 1999, when my son was in kindergarten, and I had it out with his school. Like, I threw down with his school because his kindergarten teacher was telling the kids, kindergarten, to go home and tell their parents to vote for Bill Clinton. And I will never forget my son with his big doe eyes. Mom, are you voting for Bill Clinton? And I was like, when horses actually fart rainbows, will I vote for Bill Clinton? And I looked at him, I go, where did you hear that? Because I did not talk about politics in my house. My kids were little. I was a single mom. There was no place for it. Their minds are nowhere near mature enough yet. And he says, well, Miss Chadwick said it. And I was like, excuse you, me? Pardon me? Your teacher said it? Well, yeah. Oh, nope. My ass was up at that school 7 o'clock in the morning next morning in the principal's office, demanding to know why my child was any kind of politics were being discussed in my child's classroom, because it had no place. And that was in 1998, guys. That was years ago. Years ago. Oh, no, it had to be earlier than that, because it was Bill Clinton.
Rogue teacher? Was that just not a rogue teacher?
No.
Going beyond the remit?
No, because I can still remember that they were like 2 years after that, the kids were being told that they wanted to protest the conditions of the school, and the teachers were showing them how to do that. And I had another massive cow at that point, because I was like, time and place. We don't teach elementary age kids how to protest. That is not acceptable. That's not your job. I am not paying you to be here to do that.
If I remember correctly, in the UK, there is I think it's the 1996 or 92 Education Act. I think it could be 96 Education Act, where it states that teachers, educationalists in primary, secondary, or further education cannot espouse political views.
Well, you guys are actually having bigger problems with that than we are over here.
Yeah.
I mean, because your teachers are a hot mess, and our teachers are a hot mess too, but at least we do still have some rational teachers, and I feel bad for them because they're stuck in a school system that sucks.
We've got rational teachers. I can think of a few myself, actually, in further education realm. We've got rational educationalists. Again,
the problem though, because you guys
situation. Yeah,
you guys have you have regulations that go from top down, okay? And just like here in the United States, we have the federal school system, and then we have it breaks all the way down. And I've always said, and I still believe, and I'll say it again, I don't think that parents or students should be forced to go to school. I think that if a parent really wants their kid to go to school, they need to be the ones to enforce it. Get your butt up, go to school, or I'm going to put my foot up your butt. And that's it.
Yep, it shouldn't be something that's a law. I'm with you on that, Roger. I'm with you on that.
I sort of agree, but I agree on the point of education. But I also appreciate that there needs to be a level playing field when it comes to what we used to call the 3 R's: reading, writing, and arithmetic.
Yes.
So yeah, there has to be a certain level of education there.
Well, I know, but there was always a certain level of education 100 years ago, Mark, and they were not forced to go to school 100 years ago, not in the States at least. And there was always a certain level because they couldn't become gainfully employed and live their life if they couldn't do certain things. And that, it was taught by their parents, their grandparents, families stuck together, and they taught each other. Generations taught each other. We don't see that anymore. I think my family is a little bit unusual. I don't know if Rafi agrees with me or not. His family's kind of the same way, where my kids know the generations going back. They knew their great grandmother. They know their grandmother. They know me. We all stick very close by. My mother had multiple children. Not one of us lives more than 20 miles away from her. No joke. All the cousins know each other.
You've just raised really sort of interesting sticking points, all about the sort of the so-called 2.4 family sort of unit thing.
Yep.
Well, before you guys move in, let me also point something out too. There's a lot of fear that people are being pushed. It's being pushed on people because, I want to use the draft as an example. Okay. This goes with kind of like the school system and forcing people to make their kids go to school and they've got this fear, like Mark's pointing out, where we have to have our kids learn math and reading and all that stuff. And there's this whole fear that if we don't have these regulations, they're not going to learn that. And when we ended the draft here in the United States, everybody pushed that same kind of fear. They're like, oh, people aren't going to join the military and we're not going to have the standing military. And you know what? Our military is better now without the draft than what it was when it was being enforced.
Well, and it's funny because it goes counter. Certain things go counter to other things. Like you have the push for AI right now. One of the problems I have with AI is AI stymies human intelligence in a lot of ways. When you have something doing something for you that you are capable of doing, but you're too lazy to do, that's a problem.
Takes away.
I've always said that. It's a
creativity is what it takes away.
I love AI. I mean, I've heard word around town that there's these little Japanese girls who are like talking a lot of crap on John Galt and Bullhorn Barry and Gary. That they've been saying a lot of really horrible things about frickin' them, and they said that Jack was a merman.
A merman.
That's totally untrue and stuff that you made up, Roger. You know it. All right? That's no different than my story about Brack Fire Axe, all right? No different, all right? No different.
It's out there. I mean, I'm serious. It's true.
Okay, if you believe it, I guess it is.
And
to you.
And I also heard a story of this guy in Canada who tried to eat an entire busload of people on a Greyhound bus with plastic silverware.
Oh, God. I don't even know where to go with that. Where do I go with that? Where do I go with that?
It was in Canada.
Oh, my God. Roger, you're being very random.
Fake news.
But again, I mean, it's systemically a problem. It is. I mean, and what are we going to do? We're going to end up in a position where you're going to have AI teaching our children.
Mm-hmm.
And a problem I have with that is AI it's kind of like everything else. Garbage in, garbage out. AI is a slave to whoever is putting the information in. If the person putting the information in has an agenda or is an idiot or anything else, what comes out is going to be the result of that.
Something that I have been I've been talking about in the last couple of days is that David Lammy, the Minister for Justice and Deputy Prime Minister in the UK, wants to push for what is being called swift justice, i.e., allowing or using LLM. Large language models within the process of court proceedings.
Well,
you can't go there.
No. Here's the thing. Okay, AI, I think, would be wonderful. You could replace the Supreme Court with AI.
Yeah.
Okay.
You could
because it could interpret the law directly by the language it was written by. If it was programmed correctly
to do that.
Yes, if it was programmed correctly, it could do that. And it would speed up the process for all the court cases that go to the Supreme Court. So we do not need extra members on the Supreme Court. We just need to replace them all with AI and take away the salaries. Other than what it costs to take and keep that AI going.
Now, see, this actually helps out with the conversation that me and Mark has been having. Okay, now Mark, he gets annoyed with AI because he believes that this is old technology that's just been rebranded.
Some of it is.
Yep.
And I actually have been doing a lot of research into this, and I found out that this goes beyond just AI. This is actually about the computer itself. Okay, the computer itself has from the beginning been modeled to where it is supposed to function according to the way the brain functions. Okay,
right.
Now whenever they come out with a lot of this AI, it goes all the way back. I remember when I was a kid watching an old show called Riptide, where there was this guy on there. He's called the Boss. He was a computer nerd, and he had a little robot that was on a boat that he was always trying to program, and he's constantly talking about AI. So the term AI has always been there. It's just now it's gotten faster, more complex, and I think that's the thing people are going to have to worry about. It's not the fact that it wasn't there.
Oh, come on! They had that in Tartaria and Atlantis. Come on, they had all that before.
And it's not just that. What we see in use, okay, like ChatGPT 5. I mean, even Anthropic, Claude. It's not artificial intelligence. That's what kills me, is that everybody keeps calling it artificial intelligence. I'm like, no, that is not what this is. This is just really fast processing. This is not artificial intelligence. This thing does not think for itself. It's doing what humans do naturally. which is called pattern matching. It's taking information and pattern matching, which our brain actually does at a much faster level than the current AI does.
But
We're just stupid.
Bullhorn brought something up earlier that I think needs to be discussed with this stuff, and it's the dopamine loop. Every time I bring this up, everybody tries to avoid it, but they don't understand what's actually taking place when you sit in front of your computer and you play with ChatGPT. What's happening between the brain and the freaking ChatGPT is it's the chemistry, it's the dopamine within your brain.
Yep, you get dopamine hits all the time, every time you use it.
So it becomes what? An addiction. Let's be really freaking honest.
I've been playing around with Gemini, Google Gemini recently, and the amount of times I've criticised and corrected it. But you're right, Nancy. Would you call, let's say, a database query artificial intelligence?
It is query.
An SQL query for example. No, but it's it's the same thing as a lot of these LLMs are doing. It's pattern matching.
The thing is that it's been around a long time, Mark.
Right.
I mean, our military's been using it for decades. And like I said, I always say that we get the scrappy, crappy leftovers that they believe they can utilize to control us. And AI, with the way it's going, it's going to have control. I mean, whoever controls the AI is going to control us. That is the truth. And it's nothing, I don't understand why people aren't standing more on their heads. Maybe because they're lazy and AI makes them look more productive when actually they're less productive, which it just blows my mind because it's like, it's not your work. It's not.
One thing that a lot of people get confused with, and I point this out all the time, the term artificial intelligence is being overly used at the moment. It's just a marketing party trick, really.
Okay, let me point something out to you too.
Confused.
You remember why we ended Tech Talk, right? It's because I actually got serious about the freaking conversation and did the work on the research. And when I started discussing important things, which Nancy actually mentioned before too, parsing trees. Okay. When you start, do you really want to be that guy that's having to do all of that manually with code? Do you really? I remember that last episode we had. Your face turned solid red, and your head was about to explode. And Tan has yet to, 2 times so far, come back onto a show to do a show with us because of that one episode about LLMs.
I'm not a DBA. I'm not a database administrator. I don't deal with SQL that often.
But it's annoying.
I think the question would be, though, would you want to?
Would you want to?
Yeah. I'll set up a, let's say, a Gluma or WordPress or something site and use
WordPress
and modify the SQL slightly. But I'm no DBA.
What about
nor would I want to be?
Mark, word parsing. Would you want to do word parsing manually?
I wouldn't. I'll be really honest. No.
That is horrible. Okay.
No more tedious a job could you possibly have.
Yeah, that's why people use computers now instead of slide rules, right?
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
Isn't that the truth? But again, what is being lost? And I think that's my point with this whole thing. Our kids already have a hard time with intellectual thought and intellectual conversation. They cannot intellectually think.
Well, and that has to do with, if I might interject here,
about go for it.
Reading. Remember how when our teachers used to read to us, read stories to us? Okay. Now, the images, when you're listening to that, assuming everybody's listening, they're coming up with their own images in their minds based on, their experience. But if you're getting it from a computer, the computer is providing the images there.
Correct.
And you are not. And that is where the problem is that because the people themselves are not coming up or drawing from their own experience their images in their mind of what's going on. Because, and if you compare it to the kids who are, learning off of computers provided with computer graphics and that, so they don't think of it on their own. They're not using what Nancy just said. They're not using their own intellect.
Okay, guys, I got to hit pause because I got to take us out to our long break for the evening. So hang in there, Mark. I know you got something to say. You can say it when we come back up on air. Hang in there, guys. We'll be back with the Vixen's Vault after probably a really fun and very conversative break. We shall return.
On time as well.
All right, we're on radio break, and we'll probably lose the room in a minute. All right.
Okay. Yeah. When I saw your finger go up, I was like, "Oh crap! He's going to try to rebut.
No,
I can't. There's no time."
I was just going to agree with Vicky. This is. I've always been a big fan of text-based adventure games. So what would be called interactive fiction these days, and same thing. At least text-based, you only see lines of text. You find a door, and you've got a key, unlock door, sort of thing. That allows all the imagination.
Yes.
Ironically, I'm developing a game like that through freaking AI. So, just so
are we supposed to reset this room?
Yeah, the room was gonna.
I'm waiting.
Mark, do you want us all hang up and just start again?
Yeah, you guys. By the time all you guys hang up and that, I will restart it, and it'll be really good to go then.
Okay. All right. I'll be see you in a minute.
All right.
And just remember,
Folks,
Jesus is watching you,
and so is Gary.
Gary.
That's right. So is Gary.
Where is that coming from?
Gary is our handler from Censorship Sucks, so he listens to all the shows. He's our AI handler, not AI, but our big handler. Hey, David, we're going to take and reset the room. We'll be right back, all right? So stay tuned and stay here for the... I'm going to take and redo our room.
Are we back on? Because I
No,
hung
we're not
up.
back on yet. I'm going to bring us back, and after I hang up, I'm trying to,
Okay,
get us more time.
I'm gonna hang up then.
All right.
Yeah.
Yeah, everybody hang up. All right, folks. That was hour one of the Vixen's Vault in Nancy's Legion of Chaos. And I'm going to bring her back up here in just a sec. Do. 1, 2. There we go. There's David. Roger.
I'm back.
There you go.
Mark Edwards.
Hello. Yeah, let's get Vicky back. Sonia is listening to us over in YouTube. And I believe Gary is too. And probably his wife.
She needs to get her butt in here. She's only been on the show, once?
In a long time. It's been a while.
Yeah.
But, hey, let me switch us back over on... on OBS. So there we are.
Hey Nancy,
Sunny.
hey Nancy, thanks for that link on Facebook about the disclosure if they ever release it.
Yeah.
Well, it's funny because with all that happening, you also had at the same time, the Black Vault, the UFO Black Vault, run by John Greenwald, went down. Their server went down, and it was really interesting because everybody panicked, and I was watching people post because I knew that was going to happen. Peter Robbins was panicking. Everybody said, "Oh, he was hacked because of the disclosure," and I'm thinking, I don't think so because John is really good about coming up quickly and telling you what's going on. And sure enough, within 24 hours, he had posted that he was not hacked. His server died, and he had backups of everything, so not to worry.
Okay.
All right.
I did find the. Go ahead.
Just to let you know, I did change your music up. I got Pleiadians from from outer space with bare feet, hard calves.
Yeah.
Playing.
See, that's my. He's coming up with good quality
yours
stuff.
Yeah.
Mark, did you go up there and record it personally?
Oh yeah, sure, through Suno.
He has just turned into like this crazy madhouse of insanity, dude. Some of the stuff he's been coming out with, like I did one with. Oh my God, that one with Fairy Tale
Daycare. That was actually. Fairy Tale Daycare was actually a Paranormal Parodies skit that I changed into a tune. All right.
Oh, that's a good idea.
Yeah, and along with Urens. Remember Urens? It's for aging monsters. Like Bigfoot. But, Urens, it's reversible. So, so it cuts a lot down on the recycling. So all they have to do is shake it out in the woods. They don't have to squat or anything.
I created a part 2 to Fairy Tale.
Yeah, you made it.
It was extramarital affairs.
I'm telling you, when you make stuff for me and you change stuff, it's like listening to frickin' Tiny Tim tiptoeing through tulips. Oh my God, Roger, you're killing me.
I have decided that Roger and Mark Witowski have way too much time on their hands.
Like the razor and the ants.
I've come to that conclusion.
Dude, like what I did is I took Fairy Tale Daycare and I incorporated people with extramarital affairs who have to
Oh my God.
He took a song I made about fishing for cryptids and turned it into Jack's a gay mermaid. All right. And I was like, no, that is not going in my playlist. All right.
Well, no.
Yes,
Jack
you did.
wasn't a gay mermaid. He jumped into the water and he turned into a mermaid, and you were fishing trying to catch.
No, not
him.
me.
Okay.
Well,
Allow me to correct. If Jack jumped into the water and became a mermaid, he would be a tranny mermaid, not a gay mermaid.
It's a merman.
Let's just get the terminology woke.
You guys are killing me.
Okay.
Roger's killing me, man, with this AI music stuff.
But the good thing of it was it started out it was a little Japanese girl that was singing it in Jack's song about her going into the water.
No, Roger, no.
Oh,
no,
God.
And
Y'all are going to get arrested. I'm telling you, it's going to happen.
And then the shark ate the
Anyways, 30 seconds.
Oh, I don't even know where to go with this. Like, y'all are scrambling my brain.
I'm going to give us another 2 minutes. Forget that.
Thank you.
I was gonna put on there the radioactive chicken thing, but I figured
I like radioactive chicken.
I would
actually good.
I would rather play something like Antarctica the Buried instead. All right.
That one actually is going to be. Wait, no, that one's not. Which one was it you put on there about Atlantis?
Oh yeah, all the ones for Atlantis came out really good, and so I did one too. I took. Remember Space 1999?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
The show. I loved that show when I was a kid.
Yep.
Anyways,
that was a good show.
I took the themes for that and ran it through. And I had it, instead of, the moon just breaking away, I had it breaking away because of the black sun.
Nice.
Yeah.
Nice.
And how it'll never come back again.
Dude, it's so weird because like you talk about Space 1999, I think of that, and then I think of 2001: A Space Odyssey, and all these things I remember from my childhood, and I remember watching them and thinking, I wonder if 1999 is really going to be like that. I wonder if 2001 is really going to be like that. It's so epically disappointing.
Hoverboards and flying cars, yeah.
I mean, literally, even the Jetsons. I wonder if we're ever going to get there. And although we are getting there.
All right.
We're getting
well,
there.
we got roughly 30 seconds. All
They
right.
can't even drive on the roads, let alone in the air.
I'm actually pissed
doubt.
off. I'm actually pissed off because of that. Okay, and I love to go on rants.
I'll send you some of the more. You need to get in Discord, Nancy, because Roger and I share all our music there. Anyways, here's your countdown: 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and you are back live and on the radio side. Hold on. Right now.
And welcome back to the Vixen's Vault, Wednesday, February the 25th, 2026, 10:04 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, coming at you from the west central coast of Florida. Welcome back, everybody. Interesting break, as usual. I was, listening to bits and pieces of the shouting going back and forth about radioactive chickens and mermen that are actually mermaids and making fun of other hosts that are on this network. But it was interesting. We're just going to put it that way, and I'm glad nobody got arrested by the end of that conversation, because that could have happened, really. All right, guys, welcome back to the Vixen's Vault. Welcome back to the Vixen's Vault. And, one of the couple of things we touched on break is kind of what I opened the show with tonight, which was, of course, the disclosure that's supposedly going to happen. And I thought it was genius because, again, I've seen, I'm very embedded into the UFO community. I have a lot of friends in the UFO community, and it's kind of a divisioned community at this point. You've got a lot of people that I always thought were far to the left who are not and are seeing what I'm seeing, which I thought was really weird, that we were kind of syncing up on the whole don't believe it type deal, that when they do something like this, the government never, ever, ever does anything without a plan in motion. Ever. And if Trump is saying, I'm going to release the UFO files, and of course, every day you get an update, by the way. You get the Justice Department and everybody else saying they're going through it to declassify. Declassify? So what, is the whole damn thing redacted? And you're going back and erasing the redactions? I mean, what? I'm trying to understand. What would be in there that you can't show us, really? I mean, national defense. So you're telling me there's a lot of technology in there that we have that you probably don't want us aware of. Okay, I get that. You do have to play that whole game when it comes to national safety and all that. But I, honest to God, think Trump is cock blocking again. And I see it all the time, and I say it all the time, and you have to excuse the expression, but it's the best expression I can think of for what I'm seeing. When he does that, if he releases those files, if he does release what we have as a government, basically whatever is in there, if there was a plan in motion, like when Barack Obama said what he said, the first thing that came to my mind was, oh yeah, here we go. They're going to try to pull a blue beam. Everything is lining up for a blue beam. You've got everything in motion right now that would 100% equal out to a blue beam event. And that would be a last measure for them. They've lost control. They've got to try to regain control. They've got to do a massive, massive scare move to do that. Blue beam, for anybody who's not aware of what it is, who never had heard of it, don't know what that plan is, they're going to believe what is done. They're going to believe it because we have enough technology to make it believable. It's that simple.
Sorry, a couple of points on the redactions. You've got national security, but also you've got data protection issues.
Correct.
Do you want to name every single civilian? Do you want to give addresses, names, and personal identifiable information? No.
Well, the thing is, though, Mark, a lot of what's in those files are also in the MUFON files, and the MUFON files are open to the public. So those people who have come forward and given testimony or had experiences, 99.9% of the time, they report to an organization like MUFON first, and then it goes to the government. The government hears about it after the fact. So a lot of those files are already there. That's the thing that kills me. I mean, when it comes to civilians, most people who have an experience, if they don't talk about it, it's because they're afraid of losing their jobs or whatever. In fact, that is the case with most pilots, because I can tell you, I know several pilots, and I don't know any pilots who have not had an unexplained experience while flying. Not one. And can they go back to their jobs and say, hey, by the way, we had an unidentified object off of our wing, and it was really uncomfortable. And the only time that ever goes public is when the people on the plane are videoing it. That's when we find out. Yeah. Because those guys will lose their jobs, even though they are some of the most severely monitored workers in our workforce. To be a pilot, you are undergoing psychological evaluations every couple of months. I mean, it's not an easy job, and they should get paid what they get paid because they have got a very high bar they have to stay, to meet. And it's on a psychological level, it's on a physical level. I mean, when was the last time you saw an obese pilot? I'll be very honest with you. I have never seen an obese pilot. Why? Because they're regulated. That's why. In fact, it really pissed me off that we had obese people in the frickin' military, but we don't have obese civilian pilots. The hell that makes sense, I'll never understand. But
I don't know. I have to check the UK. I don't know if that's too true in Europe, but
it's true. Mainly, I think the problem would be they have to be able to fit in the pilot seat. So it would be a problem if they couldn't. They have to be able to pilot the aircraft. But I mean, again, like I said, there are going to be certain things that are omitted from, because people are not going to come forward because of job security. They can't. It was kind of like the situation with the Ghost of Flight 401. People came forward, but the ones who did I believe it was, if I remember right, which airline was that? Was it TWA? I think it was Transworld. They lost their jobs. The ones who actually went to the psychologists and the hierarchy within the airline lost their jobs. The ones who learned that if you talked, you lost your job started what was called the rag sheet, where they would write down what had occurred and it was circulating throughout the airline. And that was actually what won, the guy who wrote The Ghost of Flight 401 was his name. I forget his name. I want to say it was Fulton. But he won his lawsuit with the state of Florida against TWA because of that rag sheet. Because these people were psychologically under a microscope constantly. And yet they were 100% swearing and attesting to what they had seen. And one of those people was actually one of TWA's psychologists who was, basically had heard all this rip roar and decided he was going to take a flight on an L-111, which was the plane that this concerned. It was actually all the L-111s in their fleet. Why? Because 401, when she went down in the Everglades, wasn't completely destroyed. And TWA, being an airline, salvaged parts from the aircraft and put it on other aircraft. And that results. Yes, it like the galley oven was put into another L-111. One of the Ghosts of Flight 401 appeared on the L-111. So again, there is a history there, and it is one of the largest unsolved ghost mysteries that there is, because there were so many witnesses, really credible people.
Now,
So-
when it comes to the UFO thing, you got to kind of take what you guys were talking about there, and you have to look at what was the name of that incident in England where the guy
Rendlesham Forest. That was Rendlesham.
Rendlesham Forest, okay. And I brought this up to Mark before, and they had, I think it was documents that they actually remitted from disclosure when they did their disclosure over in England. And it took them like 12 to 18 years, I think it was, before they released them. And when they released it, it was just garbage. It was just, clerical crap. So you held files back for 18 years because of clerical errors and mistakes or names. It's just complete.
It's a machine.
For 18 years, though, dude. Seriously?
Well, granted. But also, a lot of this would be clerical sort of information. He said this, therefore we filled in this form, therefore this form documents this, then that form documents that, then.
There's more to it than that. It wasn't just Rendlesham Forest. We know the case as Rendlesham Forest, but it was Bentwaters. It was Bentwaters Air Force Base, which was what? What did it house? It was a nuclear facility. So, again, there was a lot of security that could not talk, could not it couldn't go public, and there was a lot of cover up with that case. Oh my God,
Well,
so many layers of cover up.
What about planetary defense in Europe? Okay, that's something that nobody even talks about, especially when it comes to the what was it, the 3-Eye Atlas thing. A lot of people were making claims that we were going to be attacked by like a galactic aliens in 2025 and stuff, and then they started talking about planetary defense in Europe.
It was activated, by the way. In fact, the United States activated their planetary defense. It wasn't just Europe.
Wrote something about this during the Brexit days when the EU was threatening, or we were either EU were threatening us, or we were threatening the EU with reduction in money when it comes to the European space program.
Well, what I find interesting about this is that, again, something that nobody talks about, the actual center of the planetary defense is through what was Thule Air Force Base in Greenland. And I'm like, guys, I don't think you understand that it's not just a headquarters for our Space Force, it is planetary defense. And it has been for a long time.
Mm-hmm.
So, like I said, there's so much more going on that if you connect the dots, you're like, okay, so what are they going to disclose? Because something's going to come out. And I am a firm believer. I don't know necessarily if we've been visited by objects or beings that have come in from outer space currently, but I do believe we do have civilizations living amongst us that are not human. 1,000% I believe that. I think they've intermingled with humanity 1,000%. And I think it's got. Go ahead.
Sorry. No, sorry.
No,
go ahead. I just said Nephilim.
Well, the Nephilim is just one example. For the love of God. The Nephilim is one example. And the thing is that if you go cross-culturally, I mean, even the description of the Atlanteans, if you read the description of the Atlanteans, they did not sound human. They sounded more like what we'd call alien Nordics. I mean, it doesn't, or Pleiadians. It does not fit a human description. If you look at like South and Central America, some of the Mayans, some of the Aztec things, if you look at their descriptions, that's not human. The Native Americans are another group that have plenty of documentation of star people. Hello. And the description is not human.
No, you're gonna start getting me excited here. You know what I mean? Because like when it comes to a lot of that, you got to understand that who was the god that the Atlanteans worshipped?
Isn't that funny? I don't know that.
Poseidon. It was Poseidon.
No, it couldn't have been because that would have preceded the Greek. Right. Atlantis way preceded the Greek, so it couldn't have been Poseidon. Poseidon would have been the Greek adaptation.
Okay, now Atlantis was worshipped by Poseidon, and his children were the ones who ruled over Atlantis. Okay, so that's the gist of it. Now, if you look at these aliens would have been the ones that you hear about that came up from the water.
Right.
Okay, and Jack has been talking about these underwater beings for about 2-3 weeks now, and that's one of the coolest things that I freaking think people should be getting into. They should be thinking about that, what's going on down underneath the water and underneath the earth, because we're supposedly only able to dig 8 miles under the earth.
Right, flat Earth,
the thing
right?
is that
there you go, Roger.
UWPs have been. The underwater crafts have been something in the UFO community for decades. In fact, we can tell you for a fact that there are most likely bases off the coast of California, off the coast of Mexico. How do we know this? Because for years, UFO investigators have been interviewing the farmers, especially on like the California Peninsula there, where it joins with Mexico on the Pacific coast. The farmers down there have been saying for literally almost 60 years now that there are these like tic-tac aircraft that are coming out of the ocean under their cliffs. And I mean, it's crazy because you can find these interviews and they're in Mexican, and these are really simple people who have been like, oh yeah, no, they're there. They've been there. Generationally, we're aware of them. So, and again, actually the Nimitz situation, that was right on that area when that occurred.
I've got a major problem with that. An interview is not solid evidence.
No, but it is enough to warrant further investigation. If you are in a position of power and you really thought that there was something that is of much higher intelligence than you, off your coast, no less, I mean, would you or would you not, if you were in government, want an investigation done into that to find out? Because that's a national security issue, a huge one.
Who said there hasn't been an investigation? Because
that's what I'm saying.
Heard about an investigation.
But Mark, that's what I'm saying. For years, ufologists, and let me tell you, there's a lot of people who were in government who were in this field. And they will tell you there are documents, there are treaties in place that go back into the 1950s, 1960s. I mean, you had the whole thing with Dwight Eisenhower when he disappeared and supposedly met with aliens at Wright-Patterson Air Force Base.
You guys want me to mention some names? That way, if you want evidence, you can check it out. No, if you really want to check this planetary defense thing that I was talking about, check into the Hera missions. Check into that was an international exercise between the U.S. and Europe. Hera, H-E-R-A.
H-E-R-R-A. Yep.
Okay, you check into that. That was an international exercise that was recently done. And the thing about it is when you get into the Hera missions, you start noticing that it's a collaboration with NASA with their DART mission. Okay. And this is where they were doing research on kinetic, study. They wanted to study the impact of a kinetic impactor on the binary asteroid system, Didymos. And this is kinetic technology that they're using, and they're using the excuse that they're doing it for Earth defense, to where they can deflect objects from coming into the Earth's atmosphere.
Yes.
But in reality, they're also using it to figure out what's going on under the water and beneath the soil. That's my take on it. That's conjecture.
Well, I can tell you, you are correct in some ways. I can prove that because I know somebody. I got to get him on the show. Rafi and I are good friends with a scientist. He's an MIT scientist, and he was actually, believe it or not, he was sent to Rendlesham Forest to test the soil from the event that took place there. And he will be very, very upfront and honest with you and tell you. In fact, Mark, you know him too, Matt Moniz. He is very upfront and very scientific when he explains to you what is in the soil there and how it definitely points to activity that is not from this planet.
Is it more radioactive? Radioactive, more radioactive than normal?
It's not just radioactive. It's not just that. It's different things that were found in the soil that don't match any elements from this planet.
That could be meteorites. That could be astral meteorites.
It doesn't. It could, but that area is not known to have been hit. So it's a problem, and it's right where the ship was seen by the soldiers. Actually, and the way the ship was. This is what really interested me with Rendlesham. When you actually look at okay, so we're gonna go back to the Tale of Gilgamesh and say, okay, the way the quote unquote ark was described in Gilgamesh, which is different than what it's described of in the Bible. It's different measurements. And if you do the measurements of the Gilgamesh ark, it actually is like a cube. And if you go to the Rendlesham Forest and look at their testaments of what they saw, it's very similar to a cube. And then if you take that information and you put that in and you say, okay, so what would be the most expedient and safe way if you were going to travel interdimensionally? What would you want to be at? And the response is a cube. So I always found that really, really interesting because I always wondered, was the Ark a ship the way we think of a ship? Or was it something different?
Mm-hmm.
So again,
it's how they're
they're
gonna shoot the aliens down before they can make it into our atmosphere, like on Earth 2000, I think. No, it was that one where they were a defense force that was supposed to be able to defend our planet from aliens that were trying to attack us. It was before Earth 2000.
Yeah, I remember that. I think it was called Voltron or something like that. From days of long ago, from uncharted regions of the universe, comes that
when
legend.
Television was still semi-innocent. Yes, I remember that too. All right, but guys, I got to take us out to our final break of the evening before Mark has a heart attack. Hang in there. When we return, we will continue this discussion. We'll be back in just a few minutes.
Yeah,
all right, we're on radio break. You like that, didn't you? Days of long ago, uncharted regions.
Days of long ago, when television was still semi-innocent. It's funny because I still wake up every once in a while, like 3, 4 in the morning, and I hear G.I. Joe is there, G.I. Joe, and I like my one eye opens, and I'm like, no.
These are the voyages.
Of the stars.
Where's the captain tonight? He isn't with us.
It's the 5-year mission to explore strange new worlds.
I guess he's on furlough right now. Scotty went home.
To boldly go where no human has gone before. You notice the new Star Trek shows what really woke. We have a gay Klingon. How did that happen?
No.
Roger wrote that. Roger wrote that part in because he's so fascinated.
No, it's actually something that who was it? Somebody Naroki brought it up, I believe it was, and I was really, dude? How can you've crossed the line when you've made a Klingon gay?
Well, not just gay, he's sensitive. Like he's a gay, sensitive Klingon. I'm like,
I can understand a Romulan, all right, or a Cardassian, all right, being kind of flamboyant. All right, but come on. And Gary is not gay. He's just flamboyant. He's a little metro, but, hey, he doesn't turn us in anymore, all right?
He's gay. He's gay.
No, he's not.
He's got the hots. He's got the hots for another cadet. He's definitely gay.
Well, but at least the Klingon should be accurate.
He was actually wearing a skirt in an episode.
Oh, there goes Ralphie.
No.
I know, Ralphie. Poor Ralphie, because we were really enjoying this new Star Trek. Really, it's well done. And I was like, I'm watching the last episode. I'm like, no, you cannot make a Klingon gay. I'm an original Trekkie, man. You can't do that.
Well,
I have my limits.
Well, you did see on the spin-off Star Trek. Of the original series, they did a spin-off of it where Kirk's brother was gay, and he had a thing for, he did have a thing for Spock, or something like that.
What was the other one? I don't know. I don't remember which Star Trek it is, but I think it's the Romulans where they had the married two big like warrior males, and they had a baby, and I'm like, I remember watching it and going, this is just so outside of anything normal. I can't. I can't.
That's why people who are respectable Star Wars fans never freaking get involved with Star Trek because, can't say that anymore because Star Wars has turned woke too.
Yeah,
it's horrible.
It went
if it
way
was
off
like
the
that,
end.
it would have showed up early.
They ruined Star Wars when they didn't go by the canon. All right, the canon would have been. Luke and Mara had twins, all right? And so did Leia and Han had twins. And those 4 were to start the new Jedi Order. But that didn't happen, and, when Disney got involved, no. Whatever happened to the mention of Mara Jade? The hot redhead with the purple lightsaber.
Well,
it was supposed to be Luke's wife. And she was the Emperor's hand. All right.
Even Star Wars, the very first one, even if you watch Star Wars, you forget Luke and Leia kissed, and they're brother and sister.
But they didn't know at the time.
No, they didn't know, but still, it's there.
Nobody understands the story behind that. Let me kind of break that down because I do know how that played out.
We're under 30 seconds, by the way.
Originally, they didn't know who the hero was going to be, so they had to choose a male or a female because the books don't distinctly call it out because they're born twins. Then after that, they freaking turn around.
All right, and here's your countdown. Not enough time, Roger. Bye bye. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and Nancy, you are back live and on the radio side right now.
Okay, guys, our final segment for the Vixen's Vault this week, and I got to tell you, the break was wild, woolly, and fun as usual. And of course, I had to make my stand because my favorite sci-fi show, Star Trek, and guys, I have been a Trekkie since Trek came into existence. I have literally, my father had me watch it when I was really little. I've always loved Star Trek, and I'm watching their new one, which is what is it, Star Trek Academy, I believe.
Academy.
And I've enjoyed it. I've got to tell y'all, I thought it was well made. Rafi's enjoyed it. We've been watching it, and then last week's episode happened, and they managed to make a Klingon gay, and I was like, folks, I know it may not be a topic. I couldn't believe. I just sat there going, "Are you kidding me?" No. You cannot. You could have done this with so many other of the alien races on Star Trek, but the Klingons, the warrior race. And I think their message was you could still be a warrior and be gay. You can be, yes, I agree with that. Obviously, we have a lot of soldiers that are.
Nancy, I guess this is what happened. All right, they watched too many Errol Flynn movies about pirates. All right, and okay, what are you going to do when you're on a ship with nothing but guys? All right.
They're not. They're in an academy with lots of pretty girls.
I know, but still, that I guess that's what they were thinking, all right?
Well, this goes back to the $1 billion question. Like, you know what I mean? It's like she was talking about, like, if you're stranded on a ship with other men and you're not there with women. Or no, he said that, but like, okay, what happens if somebody says, okay, you get $1 billion if you take it up the butt?
No, we're not going there again. Oh, we're not.
20 years ago.
Every week now, Roger, come on, you got better ones than that.
It's a serious
Roger.
It's a serious
Roger.
$1 billion is a lot of money.
Right,
I already
Roger.
Did, I already did.
What would I do for $1 billion? What?
That would be more Mark's line. He's into the hickerbilly, so that would be his music, and then I could change it to the way I like it, but I couldn't do the hickerbilly thing.
But again, it's one of these things where they took something that is, a beloved thing. Star Trek is beloved by the entire world, by a lot of people. Yeah. Something that's generational, and it was a good thing. It was you had your Kirk character. He's a flamboyant guy, but I mean, he was not gay. And I would have actually accepted that more than I accept this. But it's
not the
one of those
band of thieves. I mean,
Kirk's not gay. I can imagine the next film.
I can't. I thought, what was this? Your stand? Was this your woke stand to take a race that would never happen in and under any definition, even if they were locked up for 100 years on a ship together? Would you ever find a gay Klingon? Would not happen.
I think they would have committed suicide first.
Yeah, they would have.
They would have.
They would have become extinct.
Or battled each other, and said, and then ate the dead one, because, Klingons could be cannibals, too.
Well, and you got to think of the Klingon sex rituals, even with the women. It was like, beat the snot out of each other, have sex. Now, can you imagine that between two males?
Well, hold up now.
Well,
Like,
it
that's
did
a
happen historically.
Don't turn Roger on any more than he already is, all right? You opened the door to this,
the
so
female
let's get it.
the brutal one, okay? And while she's brutal, the man is supposed to say poetry to her. So he's the one in the situation who's supposed to be the one singing poetry to the female while she's being mean and brutal and hostile.
So
Sounds like
yeah,
Sparta.
but yeah, again, we've got the
In your dreams, Roger.
That's actually canon when it comes to Klingons. That's
he's right.
That is how they do it.
Yep. But again,
that's the weird part.
All the characters, you could have done that to do it to a Klingon. Yeah. It's like, dude, no. I mean, even Vulcans, I can understand. Klingon, no, and no. And I almost don't want to turn the show back on.
It doesn't work with Vulcans either. Ugh.
Well,
because
Klingon women wouldn't put up with it. Like there'd be a mass genocide of male homosexual Klingons. those women Klingon just wouldn't stand for that stuff. Like,
but I don't understand the push to the agenda. That's what kills me. It's like, you know what? All right. We understand that there are people in our society that, they feel that way. And that's fine. Keep it in your bedroom. That's all I ask. I don't go around walking around saying, I'm straight. No, I don't wear shirts that say I'm straight. Screw me. I don't participate in parades where I'm walking around in BDSM clothing and basically with, no crotch.
I have to tell people that I'm straight all the time though, because like it's
oh boy. Roger, you're digging a hole.
No, I'm serious, dude. Like I get the chicks always making moves on me, and then like all these gay dudes are like always like, "Yo, dude, you're just like the coolest dude on the face."
Especially when they listen to your music, I'm sure. But really, Roger, really, Roger, you're putting a target on your head, Roger. I'm just saying, the guys are gonna rip you to shreds.
Hey,
but
I'm gonna tell you something. A guy like me is a target all his life, dude.
Oh,
like, they love it. They can't stop. They're like, "Whoa, dude, what's up?"
I am having a problem with this storyline, but okay.
I'm like having to tell dudes all the time. I'm like, "Man, look, I am straight," and then they like, "Really?" I'm like, "Yeah, I'm straight." They start crying and stuff.
Well, I think, you know what I think it is? This is what bothers me, is that society should not be focused on your sexuality. Okay, that is something that it's private. It should not be the focus of your society. Mm-hmm. And yet they have made it the focus of society. And again, to what ends? To what ends do you do that?
Because we're in Weimar 2.0.
Yeah. I've seen this progress over the last 40 odd years. There was a British comedian, Julian Clary.
I was going to say Benny Hill.
That was very famous in the 80s, who was a drag art, and he pushed the concept of sort of openly broadcasting sexuality. And it sort of slowly crept further and further into society since the 80s.
I don't understand it though. To what ends except to divide people? I mean, are they trying to break religious grasp? I mean, that's kind of how I see it. Like they're trying to go after traditional religious things because
pedophilia is what they're doing.
Well, that's a known. Like I saw
that.
Dude, well, I saw a posting the other day, and it was because
sexuality has been targeted for a long time, especially like here lately. I've been having to hang out with like Buddhists, like I told you, and like you don't talk sex to Buddhists, okay? Period. You know what I mean? Like,
you had to get that in there. Oh my god!
You know what I'm saying? It's like I you have to watch how you talk to certain people, and like You know, when you're sitting there talking to people, you need to realize you don't have sex talk with people who are Buddhists. Yeah.
Because it doesn't.
It's
But I
not right.
understand why. But I understand why, and I actually respect that.
Right.
Because again, it's about more. To me, life is about more than sex. It really is. It's when
Not
you
me.
focus on that being the only thing of importance, that's a big problem. You're not going to grow as a society. I can tell you that much.
You'll grow, trust me.
Well, you'll grow.
I'm sure you will. Men do until from the day they're born until the day they die. But it's like, but
I
again,
wasn't meaning it like that. I mean,
oh yes, you were, Roger.
I was
You are
meaning
not-
it like population wise. Like, you know, I think especially with the sperm count being so low these days, it's like I think a lot of people need to be a little bit more educated to sexuality instead of being ashamed
take after me and Scotty Roberts, and you'll learn a lot.
Well, but again, that's
with you on the point of sperm count. I argue that it's more related to the lack of the family values argument, and also an increase in things like abortions over the last since the 60s.
I just don't think men want to have sex with women anymore. I think that's really what it comes down to. I mean, just shut your mouth and do it.
Trying to get to the minor attracted people, it's not a crime. It's a thing, a mental preference.
You know,
that's what they're
it's-
trying to do with that. Shut it down.
again,
education as well. It's this sort of boost. How do I put it?
You know what? You know what women used to tell men back in the day? They when it would come to making love, they told men to shut your mouth. Just everything would be perfect if you weren't talking, and that's the way it should be. See, when men are supposed to be getting romantic, they need to shut their mouth and they just need to do what they're told.
And now we know why Roger does not have a girlfriend.
Usually men screw up because they want to talk when it comes to women. Stop talking and just do it.
Roger, I don't know what books you read, but they're really misguided.
Just happens, put out.
Oh God! But I mean,
want to talk to you on an intellectual level, whatever, dude. You know what's going on. We all know what's going on. Just do it and shut up.
But again, what you're seeing is a concerted effort of population culling, and it's been going on for at least 3-4 decades easily. You're seeing it in the food. You're seeing it in the pharmacy. You're seeing it in the education system. It is everywhere. And the end game is literally to cull the population growth. And
It's the juicies.
Yep. Go ahead.
It's the juicies.
Yep.
Yeah.
He's right. He's right.
I mean, it's if you I've said it before, guys, and I stick to my guns on it. When you look at the agendas right now that are being pushed, they're suicidal agendas. They're literally suicide agendas. Homosexuality, transgenderism. These are things that stop you from reproducing.
There's also a cultural element in this. In the West, there's the concept of let's just call it displacement theory. There's this idea that Europeans, dare I say, even white Europeans, shouldn't even, or white people, shouldn't have as many kids, whereas we're seeing in other demographics, it's encouraged to have more.
Well, here's the thing. You want to know a fun fact, Mark? And you can always rebut with this, and it's true. Look it up. There are literally white people, Caucasians, are an absolute minority in the world. We are a minority. There are way more black people than there are white people worldwide. And that is actually black people and Orientals. Okay, we are literally a minority. So the fact that they're trying to make that push that white people shouldn't reproduce. It's like, well, if we don't, we're not going to be around much longer. In the United States, it's already a problem, statistically speaking, because there's so much push of the Latin Americans into the U.S. population now. Basically, the white is being bred out of the U.S. population. I mean, I believe they said it was the current population mix right now is like 47% in favor of Latin American genealogy.
They already told us their plan. They already told us their plan. You remember?
Right.
You remember South Park when the Gookbacks came coming back from the future to get jobs?
Yep.
For jobs. Okay, everybody was the same. It was just one big brown, whatever, no ears, no hair, no nothing. Everybody was just brown. And that's because everybody was intermingled. The only people that don't intermingle, though, are who? Who are forbidden from marrying and outside of their race or outside of their culture? The juicies.
Yes.
Whereas everybody else, all other social classes are basically wiped out in that manner.
Yes, which is why.
Isn't that the Calargian plan or something?
Yeah, now I've actually done research with this with Mark, and like you'll hear a lot of people say that this was supposed to be implemented into European laws and stuff. It's mentioned a lot, don't get me wrong, but there's actually been no laws that even, because Jaffe was real big on always talking about the clergy plan.
Well, you know what? You want to hear something interesting and something I had told Rafi the other day? I was on a thread that was talking about David Fuentes. And Mark, if you're not familiar with David Fuentes, he's considered a white nationalist here in the States. And he's a very polarizing figure. But he had made a claim about Trump basically being butt buddies with Bibi. And, that was, kind of, he was basically saying, you're betraying your white roots when he said it. And I laughed because I was like, somebody needs to inform Mr. Fuentes that Bibi is white. In fact, all of the Zionists that are over there are white. They are Eastern European by descent. They are not brown. They are not black. They are white. There's no separation between white and Jew. They're white. Okay. They're Eastern European.
There is another element to this as well. The so-called old Reagan Thatcher sort of glass ceiling argument, encouraging it's controversial, encouraging women to join the workforce from an early age, therefore restricting or limiting their access to the sort of traditional sort of family.
Yeah, see, this goes back though. This goes back. You remember Father Knows Best?
Yep.
Now, Father Knows Best, the women who played on there was a part of a political movement here in the United States that supported the idea that women, there's nothing wrong with being a housewife. They actually would go down the aisles in Congress and hand out bread just to piss off the women in Congress who were progressives. You know what I mean? And they were around for a long time. So there's always been a woman war going on there when it comes to conservative women and progressive women.
The woman war started with World War II. And it's interesting because Rosie the Riveter passed away last week.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
And yeah, she died last week. But it's one of those things where I always say that was a concerted effort to break apart the American family. When you put women into the workforce in place of the men, you gave them an elevation in status that doesn't work well in a family unit. Family unit, men is the breadwinner. Why? Because the woman is better at taking care of home and hearth. Naturally, we're born that way. We are born to protect children. We are born to make sure everything runs correctly. We're very good administrators. Why? Because we have to administrate the family. That has usually traditionally been the job of the female. They put them into the workforce.
Just a minor point. You said American families. I would argue that it's
most definitely
nice.
Yeah, you guys actually, it went. Yeah. You're right. It went all the way. Anybody involved in World War II, the women took over the men's positions in the workforce when the men went to war, and that had never happened before. And that needs to be pointed out. How many wars were fought over 1,000, 2,000 years that we know of, or the wars are documented? When did the women ever take over the workforce for the men? They did not. They ran administrations for like homes and stuff like that. They always worked in the fields alongside the men. So that wasn't a takeover. That was just a continuation. But they never, ever had the power of the man. Like if the lord of a manor went out to war, his wife took over his household. Absolute fact. Did she have the power he had? Not unless he gave it to her.
No.
Not unless he deigned it upon her before he left. Like Catherine of Aragon fought for Henry VIII. She led his armies in Scotland. But he had to give her that power to do it, and she was never the king. Ever.
And she had to give it back when he came back.
Correct.
Joan of Arc. Look at Joan of Arc.
The only difference is that in this way, the woman doesn't have to be dependent on the man. In a very bad situation where she loses the man, she's not destitute. If she has a job or she has something else, I mean, she's better able to protect if she has choices.
Those are bullshit myths. Those are myths.
No, I mean, no. It used to be where the women went out and she was getting her MRS degree.
It happened to my grandmother.
Degree, it's
MRS
not a myth.
degree.
So she's dependent on the man.
Yep.
And this way, she can.
They have to.
Support.
They have to be
herself.
dependent on the man, so they don't do anything crazy when they have their emotional periods.
Oh, gotcha.
Oh.
Now you guys see what I deal with. Now you guys see what I deal with.
I said it. That's the reason why they filed the 70% of divorces.
He said period. He said period. I can't believe that.
That's the reason why. That's the reason why they file 70% of divorces.
Man, let me go grab a peanut butter sandwich.
I love when men say that, and they forget about the fact that they menstruate. Women don't have midlife crises like men do.
And if the man walks out on the woman, what are you going to do? I mean, she's
it happened.
In hard place.
It happened to my grandmother.
Yeah.
My grandfather, my mom's father, died in the early 1950s. My grandmother was a young mom with 3 children. She had nothing. She put my mother in a convent and my uncles in the seminary because she could not afford to support them. And she got a job as an undersecretary for an engineer in New York City, which back then was unheard of. And had to, work for pennies on the dollar compared to her male counterparts. And it wasn't enough.
The kids. Yeah.
Yep. It wasn't enough.
The kids. Yeah.
But on the other side of that, my other grandmother was the first vice president of MetLife in New York City. First female vice president in history of that company. And that was in the 1960s.
Now, I also heard that women weren't allowed to own their own property.
No, well, that you're going back to turn of the century.
Yeah.
Yep. They weren't allowed to own their own property. They were not allowed to be buried. If they had a child, if they miscarried a child and died in childbirth, they were not allowed to be buried in cemeteries. They had to be buried outside of the cemeteries because they were considered unclean. Did you know that?
That wouldn't be in this century.
Oh, it was till literally the early 1900s was when that practice stopped. So
there have been plenty of cemeteries where people had and their children had died, and
Oh, and if they did get buried at the church too, they got buried on the left-hand side of the church.
Correct. There is
believers
a real
that
there.
weren't members of the church got buried behind the church, and people who were part of the church that were believers got buried on the right-hand side.
Correct. But
and it wasn't uncommon. It wasn't uncommon back in the day where once in a while the priest, pastor, or reverend would have to go in those graveyards and flog those ghosts back into the graves.
Oh boy.
In the Catholic Church. Okay.
All right, guys. But I got to start closing out the show because we are running out of time quickly. I think for the first time, I think I can actually get everybody to give their information because I've left enough time. So I'm going to start with Vicki. Go ahead and tell everybody where they can find you.
Okay, you can find me on Telegram. The channel is For Such Time As This, and on X at Booklander62.
Roger, go for it.
You can find me on mine's at Roger_Hanson. You can also find me on X at Roger Hanson or Roger Hanson at ROGLOL1973. Here on Teams, I've got a community called Roger's Hangout, and that's about it.
All righty. Mr. Mark Edworthy from across the pond. Tell everybody where they can find you.
Nice and simple. Mine's it would be simple if I could speak. Mine's.com under the username Medworthy.
And Raphael, tell everybody where they can find you.
You can find me on Telegram or X at X_ICE_1811. And that's pretty much it.
All righty. And David Campione, who's been so cryptically quiet tonight. Go for it.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I have been. Under Facebook, David Champ, I have some nature photography there. And also Fine Art America, David Campione Photography. And on Amazon.com, the spacecraft UFO spacecraft identification manual. And
all right, guys. Go ahead.
Mark,
sorry. Oh, I was going to say, Mark Watoski, do you want to tell everybody where you can find you?
You can find me on all the platforms that you're listening to us on right now. And look up DREAGUS Productions. And did we get Vicki already, too?
Yep. I got Vicki at the very beginning, top of the list.
All right, then.
All right, guys, and you can find me on Facebook as Nancy Planetta or Wicked Vixen. Either one will pull up my account. On X, I am Writer on the Storm or Writer on the S because it cuts off the TORM at the end for some reason. And then, of course, on Telegram, I am Wicked Vixen, and I am on multiple channels. And really, Roger, are you singing? Seriously? All righty, guys. With that, we are out of here for the week. Enjoy the rest of your week and hopefully your weekend. And, of course, keep your eyes open. Next week, we are supposed to have the Artemis 2 launch. I think they scrubbed it on March 6th, but they're trying to get it up next week at some point. So keep your eyes open. Keep your ears open. And don't listen to the news. Do your own damn homework, folks. With that, we're out of here. Join us next week for the Vixen's Fall.
Nancy, do you want to do an after show?
No, actually I don't, because I am, exhausted.
Sounds good. All right.
Pretty rough week, man.
Oh, it's been a crazy week, dude. It's been, Rafi will tell you, I have been nonstop go.
My head feels like it's ready to fall
I'm going to leave
off.
this room open until it shuts down. And I am going to, if you're over on Kick, we're going to host over to the Great Conspiracy, who's been restreaming us.
Thank you, Great Conspiracy. And with that, guys,
Roger
I'm
has
going to
been
hang up.
too, though.
Oh, thank you, Roger. Even though your input tonight was really questionable, I got to tell you, I'm like,
Well, I had to bring down the hammer, dude.
The hammer? The hammer?
I had to bring it down.
Were you bringing down the hammer or bringing up the prick? I'm trying to figure out which one was going on.
When the hammer fell on Fairy Tale Daycare, dude. Check it out.